Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week number 4 of the North American Challenger Series. I am Optimist Tom Sirfoss, and just like every other time, lending me some color help on the desk is going to be Mark Zimmerman.
How you doing, Tom? How was your Valentine's Day?
I had to spend it with you.
So it was the best day ever.
I was going to go with the complete opposite of that one.
Well, you got another one with me today.
Yeah, like always, I'm so excited. But we're past the halfway point of the split in the North American Challenger Series, and the standings are still pretty close, like us. But the teams have a couple more chances to earn a spot in the playoffs going forward.
Right, and there's a number of teams at the top with 2-0 finishes so far. The big one, though, is eUnited. They were able to get their 2-0 finish against a team other than Team Gates, and they're playing them tonight. So that's going to be a pretty good leg up for them so far.
And, of course, the other two teams tied with them in the standings are Big Gods Jackals and Tempo Storm. We're going to see them face off later tonight as well.
Right, these are the two other 2-0 teams. And obviously, when they play up against each other, the winner is going to have a huge advantage moving forward, trying to secure the number 2 spot in the league. Next week, Big God plays eUnited, so a very tough test for them. And Tempo Storm plays Delta Fox. So, just pretty difficult the rest of the way through. They're not out of the woods yet.
And that's not the only tests and difficulties they may suffer through tonight, because we're actually going to be on the new patch. We're on 7.3, and this is one of the first competitive looks we're going to see at a very different patch.
And this patch really does target the competitive scene. There's been a ton of changes to the meta champions, in a sense, where we see a lot of nerfs coming in. And a lot of the nerfs aren't just number nerfs, they're functionality nerfs, where the target acquisition of Zyra plants is different. The Malzahar Voidling move speed scales as it gets further away, it gets slower. And Rengar lost his CC immunity. So it's not just strictly, oh, this thing does less damage now, get used to a slight nerf. But these are actual functional changes.
Right, and some of the champions that have not been targeted are like that holy quad of tanks in the top lane, as well as the 80 carries, who are going to be itemizing still for a very high lethality build.
Right, you can expect the top and 80 carry positions to be mostly the same. Big changes coming in the jungle, a couple in the mid lane, and of course the support position.
And before we get into tonight's matches, though, why don't we take a look at the current standings? We talked about it a little bit, but we got a 3-way tie for first place between Big Gods Jackals, eUnited, and Tempo Storm, all up in first place. They're followed by Delta Fox, currently alone in 4th, but right below them is Gold Coin United in 5th place. And then we have Team Gates rounding out the standings in last place. So let's look at who's facing off tonight. First up, we got both games of eUnited versus Team Gates, a top versus bottom of the table matchup. Then we're going to join Big Gods Jackals in Game 2 against Tempo Storm. And we're going to close out the evening with our final game between Gold Coin United and Delta Fox, who, as you saw, we're just neck and neck in the standings.
Right, that's definitely kind of the team I want to keep my eye on for tonight. Can't wait till we get to that matchup.
All right, well, with that in mind, let's turn our focus to the first match of the evening, where eUnited is facing off against Team Gates. And as one of the first place contenders, eUnited they're the clear favorites in this matchup.
For sure. And they came in with a couple questions that they have answered pretty well. It was the question of, can the kind of European core of Gilius and Fox gel with the rookie NA players? And the answer seems to be yes so far. Both Deathly and Licorice are stepping up huge. With Licorice in particular, he has the best stats out of any top laners in the NACS. And of course, he's playing a lot of tanks, but everyone's kind of playing those, and he seems to be coming out the best with it.
He's definitely got a different style, though, bringing like a 10-kill Maokai into one of the games. So.
Not used to what you're seeing necessarily.
That's true, but in a stark contrast to eUnited are their opponents on the Rift tonight in Team Gates, who are still kind of searching for their first North American CS victory.
Right, I mean, a lot of these guys came kind of straight out of solo queue, and it's obvious that they're struggling to get acclimated to the competitive environment. It's still good experience for these guys. I'm sure a lot of them want to go pro, and they have to get their feet wet at some point. It's just a little bit of a struggle, and they're mostly focused on playing spoiler to other teams now because they're officially out of the playoff race.
Right, with 0 wins under the belt, that means that they cannot wind up reaching that 4th place required. Gold Coin United and Delta Fox just a little bit too far ahead right now.
Yeah, it's tough for them, but I mean, you just got to learn as much as you can with the games you have left. And hopefully, misery loves company. Go make someone else sad while you're out there.
Well, we'll have to see if they're up to the test. Let's meet our teams. First up on the blue side, it's going to be eUnited. In the top lane, Licorice. Jungling is Gilius. Mid lane is Fox. Bot lane of Deathly and Zazel rounding out the comp.
And over on the other side, it is Team Gates. Top lane, Alorim. Jungle is Odd Orange. Mid, Strumpist. And in the bot lane, we got the V brothers, Vex and Vincent.
Double V's bot lane. That makes it double U, technically.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, anyway. We're going to be getting into champ select in just a little bit, and we're going to be really interested to see, as you mentioned, top of the show, 7.3. We see nerfs to some of the high-priority champions, especially in the jungle and the mid lane. That's where a lot of the synergy has come out of eUnited. We'll see if that affects what they actually bring into this mid lane matchup.
Right. I mean, there's a ton to touch on because we hit on a couple of the functionality changes. There were some number ones, things like Kha'Zix had his Q isolation cooldown reduced, essentially, so and LeBlanc lost some passive damage. So there was a ton of changes overall, and you need to see what still seems to be priority. Seems like eUnited still does not like the Malzahar. They're going to ban that one away right away. Team Gates banning out the Jace. This was one of the strongest picks on the patch with the lethality buffs already in 7.2. Didn't get targeted at all in 7.3, I believe, so still pretty strong.
Yeah, in addition to that, there's also the fact that LeBlanc, the sigil damage, was the really big thing that kind of brought her down. It tones down her early game, which is where we saw players like Fox being able to really move around the map in conjunction with one of those carry junglers coming out from Gilius. But it does seem that that is still something that Team Gage just does not want to have to deal with. While it may not have the same amount of damage, that roaming potential was really the big thing that eUnited used to its advantage.
Right, and you also see the Syndra ban coming in for eUnited. And, I mean, a lot of the mid laners that were kind of the more control magey types were not touched that much. So, you know, you still have the Cassios, the Ryze, the Ori, the Syndra, and Syndra being kind of the stompiest of that group. She gets targeted here by eUnited. Feels like they just don't want Team Gates to get an early lead and run away with it with one of those picks that can get out of hand.
And we do wind up seeing the Varus ban. He's still probably one of the best AD carries, if not the #1 choice in 7.3. I mean, the lethality changes are still there. He's still a very, very high poke and utility marksman in the bottom lane.
He may as well be a mage. I mean, he's just all about that Q and that R, so.
He does wind up casting a lot of spells, but Camille also saw a round of nerfs, but still targeted here in the pick and ban phase just because she brings so much other things that are packed into that kit of hers.
Right, yeah. It was kind of the reliability of her engage and isolation power in the mid and late game. She can always find a target with the range of it and just the guaranteed lockdown of the ultimate. So not too much of a surprise that despite some of the nerfs, she's still a little bit of a threat. We see eUnited setting themselves up for a Ryze first pick. That's most likely why the Varus was banned away. Ryze still extremely strong in the patch. And with the jungler priority probably going down on things like Rengar and Kha'Zix, and both those available, you see neither team really looking for them yet.
Right, and so by picking up potentially one of the most powerful mid lane pickups that, as you mentioned, a lot of those mid lane control mages didn't really see a lot of kind of work. Ryze is still that ridiculous scaling threat. He also has a lot of that roam potential that the nerfed and now banned away in this game LeBlanc offered, has the Realm Warp available, but that means Team Gage are going to take two of what they deem as the most powerful pickups. Shen going before Maokai or Nautilus is a little surprising, and the Kha'Zix, who, as you mentioned, did see a little bit of nerfs.
Right, I think the Shen is just basically how comfortable you are on that kind of playmaking champion. We always talk about the fact that, sure, you can use Shen ults to protect your teammates when they get engaged on, but you really want to be the one using it proactively. That means you need to be coordinated, and sometimes teams struggle with getting that off, especially a team like Team Gates, who doesn't always seem to be on the same page. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually make use of the Shen here, as we see eUnited, not too surprising, grabbing the Rengar and the Maokai.
And the Maokai, very, very powerful tank in the top lane, and the Rengar and the Kha'Zix, I mean, this will be like our litmus test for 7-3. Have they been hit enough to really justify going through the pick ban phase this much?
Right, I mean, we still see that with no bans, they're still the highest prioritized ones. Maybe they're just knocked out of the ban phase, but they're still the two best, so you see them still being grabbed. We'll have to see if that holds up over the course of more matches as they come in. No surprise to see Team Gates grab the Ashe, though you wonder if it's better than the Jhin. But either way, taking one of the two and being able to ban the next one out in their second ban phase is what they're going for. And as you see, they target the Jhin right away.
Yeah, and so that's going to be pinching the 80 carry pool from the side of eUnited. Definitely, although he was a part of the North American Scouting Grounds, is still one of those rookie players who has seen a lot of success, but most of that has been on those champions that have that really powerful utility aspect to them. His Ashe and his Varus have been spot on. I don't think we've seen all too much of his Jhin in the Challenger Series, but now he's going to wind up going down to potentially one of those second-tier picks for himself. I know he's played a lot of Caitlyn in the past, but Caitlyn to Ashe isn't necessarily the best Caitlyn matchup.
Yep, and we see, kind of as expected, eUnited having their mid laner taken, are targeting that pool a little bit to pinch that some more to give the Ryze the best matchup possible. Cassio being the most common counter pick into the Ryze, so that's obviously off the table. Azir probably a little bit more of a comfort pick for Strumpus, that they get that one off. And with the kind of small pinch at the support position between the Malzahar and Zyra being gone, we see Gates going for the support Janna, and hasn't been seeing too much play so far.
No, especially considering we still have Karma on the table. She's kind of the ideal more damage than Janna version of Janna. She has a little bit more...
The poke potential, essentially.
Yeah, the poke potential is there, and just more of like the bully lane setup. But that does kind of promote more of like the passive farm-centric style we've seen kind of coming out of Team Gates. They've been a very reactive kind of team, and maybe they're just adapting to this support choice based off the fact that they just want to survive to the point in the late game where those objective fights really matter.
I mean, they have a lot of defensive tools available. It looks like they're going to go with the Corki last pick. Not too much of a surprise. They have the double marksman essentially with the Ashe and Corki. They have Janna who can shield either one of those. The Shen ult to come in as well. So they have a lot of tools here to keep their backline up if they want to, or they can potentially ult the Kha'Zix as he jumps in. They have a lot of playmaking options. And like you said, eUnited's bot lane, grabbing that Caitlyn like you were expecting.
And the Caitlyn-Lulu matchup has kind of been something that we haven't seen for a little while. But I mean, like,
a lot of bully potential.
A lot of bully potential. There's a super long range. The Lulu herself, when she was a solo laner, was extremely dominant because of her bully potential. well. Now, as I already mentioned, with a more passive support in the bottom lane, we could potentially see some things going super strong for eUnited. I mean, that might be wind up being where you see the first Realm Warp appear.
Right, I mean, that's the thing is eUnited does have so many tools that they can use once they hit 6. The Realm Warps, the Rengar ultimates, you have Teleport coming in from Maokai, who's basically the best single target lockdown CC available. It looks like a lot of this is going to be about how well eUnited can dive in and blow somebody up and how well Team Gates can keep them alive.
And we also haven't even talked about the fact that we have the Lulu, the Whimsy, and the speed up, and then the knock up onto the Rengar. So they have a lot of engagement potential from their side as well, which they might wind up needing because Team Gates they're pretty pokey. We've seen compositions like this in the past where they kind of want to be able to poke down a single target and then really collapse on them when they have that Kha'Zix with the Shen dive buddy coming in on top of it.
All right, and they also have the potential to set up a 1-3-1 as well. Ryze often seen in side lanes with his ultimate ability after level 11 starting to gain a little bit better range and can collapse on fights. And Caitlyn Lulu being one of the original, stick your bot lane mid champions before there was all the other Varus and stuff that showed up as well. I mean, Caitlyn just, with her range, is so dominant when she's in the mid lane.
She's extremely effective at taking down those outer towers, but taking down the inner towers has always kind of been one of her weaknesses, and that's where the jungle and mid lane synergy between eUnited's kind of pair of European imports will really kick into effect, because eUnited has been one of those teams that while they are able to get these earlier game advantages, the Baron Pit, the Dragon Pit, and the later stages of the game, knowing how to kind of close it out and take those inner tower objectives have really been a bit of a hard point for them to press forward on.
For sure. And I mean, we're talking about how United's comp really starts unlocking at 6 with the Rengar and the Ryze. Their bot lane is going to be kind of the focus, I think, because you don't see Shen Maokai being too explosive usually, and their bot lane has a lot of harass potential. So it's going to be how much can they bully the bot lane to Team Gates, I think, being the kind of focus for the early game for me.
Well, Team Gates has been a rather passive team in the early game. They don't necessarily have the same kind of explosiveness or the same kind of focus on really just a single kind of lane where there's a little bit more synergy between that solo lane and their jungler or their bottom lane and support really making things happen. It's kind of been on Odd Orange doing his, we call it a solo queue style. He's kind of been the one that's trying to make active plays in the early stages of the game, but he doesn't necessarily always have the backup of his own laners.
Yeah, and I think one thing you can say about Team Gates is we haven't seen quite as many pocket picks as you would have expected coming out of this team.
That's true.
You've seen other teams going for Vi because it works for them, and they can guaranteed use it well. Team Gates doesn't seem to have that many crazy pocket picks where they bust them out at a weird time and it works for them. They just seem to kind of play the meta, but because they are a little less coordinated than the teams they're up against, they're unable to convert on many plays.
Well, we have seen a couple of picks of Azir for Strumpus, but that kind of does play into the more passive style where we've seen them just kind of farm up until they think the Azir is super effective. But I mean, Corki being one of the more powerful picks in the mid lane right now is a very good matchup against that. We've seen the Twisted Fate rise in popularity. So as you did mention, Team Gates, they have the right kind of idea, but they don't have the proper execution as we see Strumpus and Fox get a little aggressive on each other early game.
Yep, and Gilius going for an early invade here. Going to see if he's just looking for vision. Other than grabbing this camp away, he's going to maybe get jumped on by Odd Orange if he can get over here fast enough. This could be a point of contention early.
Well, it's a double buff Kha'Zix going into single buff Rengar as well, and Gilius already having to flash away. Winds up just using the lunge to try to move after, but Odd Orange flashing after him. That's first blood, Team Gates.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge mistake for Gilius, looking like he wanted to just force that out. Fox doesn't look like he's done yet. Forces the flash out of Strumpus. He's trying to make his way back in the lane.
Still, that's Odd Orange. We said that a lot of the early game stuff comes out of him from Team Gates, and even though he was kind of gifted Gilius on a Wraith Camp platter or a Raptor Camp platter, he's actually able to pick up the first blood.
Yeah, it was a little different of a path to go from his red, blue, and back up. So maybe Gilius got like a little confused on what was happening, but ultimately a really nice collapse from Team Gates. They're able to grab an early lead. Going to be able to see if they can convert this line anything as well.
That's very true, because Team Gates has not had early leads very often in the Challenger Series, nor have they actually been able to do a lot of things in the early game. So we have a Kha'Zix who has a kill. We have a Rengar who is, I'm not going to say super behind, but have a Rengar who's kind of stumbled a little bit and is now without one of his buffs, but he is going to wind up going back to his own red side general and picking that one up. So we'll have to see what can Team Gates do, because to be completely honest, we haven't seen much out of them, so I'm honestly a little unsure of where to look as to who's going to be the first one to make a move.
Right, as we see Licorice getting chunked out a little by Alarum here. Might need to flash. Oh!
Low on mana on Alarum.
Flashes
Flashes in front, and Alarum going to get a solo kill. Tank versus tank, that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, and we were talking up Licorice before this game, how he has some of the best stats there is. Commentator's curse goes down in a solo kill against Alarum.
Well, it looks like eUnited struggling a little bit in the early game, where they've been normally the aggressor, having a couple of missteps themselves, and I mean, eUnited have been going a little bit aggressive. We had the blind invade by Gilius resulting in first blood. Licorice just thinking he can trade against the Shen when, we've heard from Brandini that Maokai is not super strong until he winds up getting that ultimate and level 4 in his Arcane Smash to really kind of trade effectively back on his opposing tank. But, I mean, things are going pretty good for Team Gates. They're capitalizing on some of the mistakes that they're making, like this top lane play.
Yeah, and generally speaking, the Maokai has the push advantage versus the Shen, but the Shen can kind of win fights. As he definitely forced a flash for just an exhaust coming in for Team Gates. As Gilius shows up, try to punish. They look like trying to bait that a little bit, but just a trade of summoners.
Did both the heal and the flash from the side of Vex and from Vincent, the V brothers, using a pair of summoner spells for themselves, but Odd Orange has made his way down into this bottom side, just popping in and saying hello, reminding the fact that Gilius that he does still have his red buff, or his blue buff on him.
Yep, and there's good vision control on the side of eUnited on the bot side here as Maokai, looking like he wants to get a little roam off with the pressure. He has top side, unable to find it, gonna head back up there.
Yeah, it's kind of shoved in against Shen, and he's content with freezing it in front of his tower. So Maokai is just going to roam around a little bit. But Shen has already gone back, picked up a Spectre's Cowl for himself, whereas Maokai has gone with the Corrupting Potion, has a additional Doran's Ring for himself. But this is small advantages for Team Gates, and I don't want to get too excited. I want to temper my expectations, but this is Team Gates, like we said before. They don't do all too much in the early stages of the game. They've had trouble capitalizing on mistakes from their opponents until we really reach like the 30-minute objective fights where they go into Baron Pit or there's like an Elder Dragon that has spawned or something. That's where they've been able to kind of take away some of their potential victories that they do wind up losing grasp of. But in the early game now, we have to see, like, can they convert this into momentum? This bottom lane matchup here, though, with the Janna, the passive support, they're taking a lot of early tower damage.
Right, and that's what I was about to say, is that, we talk about we want to see them play aggressive, and it looks like they're under a little bit of a clock to do so because the bot lane of eUnited has been shoving it relentlessly. The turret already below half health. They have a big CS lead in the bot lane, about 10 already. And the mid lane has about a 7 to 10 CS lead as well. So despite the initial early kills for eUnited, the gold is basically even. And we're getting close to 6, so we need to see if eUnited is actually able to start turning their own plays, or if they're just gonna, be happy slowly moving the Caitlyn around the map and grabbing objectives.
Well, Caitlyn, as you mentioned, with a slight CS advantage, about 14 in the bottom lane, definitely over his opponent Vex. These two guys played against each other at the scouting grounds, and it was Vex who actually made it to the finals and wound up winning. Definitely getting a little bit of revenge this time around, as that tower, I didn't realize how low that was. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. they're going to grab this before 8 minutes. They're going to get their first turret solely off 2v2 laning. This isn't something you see very much. And we know, like we were saying, the Caitlyn Lulu is going to have the bully advantage on the bot lane of Team Gates, but even this is surprising to see.
Not only that, but they give away solo gold from that first blood tower over to the Caitlyn. And one of the struggling points for Caitlyn is, cool, you get the Ring of Outer Towers, you've kind of gotten yourself to like your 1.5 item point where you maybe go for your Runon's Hurricane, you've maybe finished up your Infinity Edge, but you get like that mid-game lull. But getting 650 gold at level 5, already 3,000 gold on the Caitlyn, that's going to be a huge bonus. She's 1k up on Ashe.
That's exactly what I was about to say. You have that concern whenever 80 carries or even in itemization, especially on the lethality patch, Caitlyn doesn't quite perform in the mid-game the way a Varus, a Jhin, and even an Ashe can with the utility that she brings. But if you're able to stay ahead of the pace of the game as the Caitlyn, it's actually totally fine and becomes one of the strongest late-game picks as well.
And as you can see, that lead from Caitlyn has manifested itself into a pair of Berserker's Greaves, whereas across the rest of the map, Corki has gone back, picked up a Phage for himself. Tier already stacking up for Fox's Rise on the outside from eUnited, so itemization kind of coming into a point. The only one who've really kind of seen a mismatch in has been Shen by getting that solo kill on Maokai. Hasn't gotten a significant CS advantage, but he still has kind of been able to keep that lane relatively in his favor thanks to the early magic resistance he's picked up.
Right, and we see that Shen needs to find a way to start impacting the map most likely, and it can be tough against the Maokai who has the push advantage. You see that Alarim has been mostly on his side of the river, not able to find the time, but there also hasn't been a fight really other than that one fight around the mid lane, the solo kill top, and then a little bit of a summoner trade in the bot lane. A little bit of a slower game here despite the fact that there's 2 kills.
Well, Team Gates this time around will be the first ones to make a move. They may have lost their first tower, but they are the ones who swapped their bottom lane to the top side, whereas on the opposite side for eUnited, definitely in Zeyzal, they're content to just kind of sit down over there and push that tower. Odd Orange in the meantime, creeping around, is going to be spotted out by a ward, but with Licorice recalling, it looks like they are going to wind up conceding this top lane tower. eUnited's going to try to trade for the bottom tier 2, however. Corki's here to defend, but there's a teleport coming in from Licorice. Strompas could get dove on. The Stand United has been channeled a little bit early, but Shen's going to be here to defend, and hopefully Team Gates, they might be able to take that top tower and push him back from the bottom one.
Right, they're able to basically grab a turret for free. eUnited's going to not give up so easily, still hovering around the bot lane. They have the Rengar in range. Corki lays down the package a little bit early to try and burn those creeps as they walk forward.
Well, Gilius has made his way down here now, too, so Team Gates might be a little bit hard-pressed to defend this, but Vincent has recalled himself, so he will be here to shield up the tower, get a little bit more defense on it. At the same time, Fox has been left alone in this mid lane with a blue buff, but Rise the Mana Mage is not known for taking down towers extremely fast, but he will be able to take down champions with that empowered overload. Just takes a chunk out of Art Orange's health and forces him to back up. And now Team Gates, they made the first map rotation, but now it's eUnited who's running them around the map.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it was a good play by Team Gates. It looked like they might have been a little concerned about where eUnited's bot lane was going to go, where they're going to flip to the top side, so they tried to go preemptively. Turns out that that's not what eUnited did. They stayed bot lane, but Team Gates already had the tempo advantage. They were able to continue pushing down the top side. Fox was recalled as well. Gilius was in base, so it was a really well-timed play by Team Gates. And they were able to trade turrets effectively, though they did lose a lot of health on a couple other ones.
They lost health on the bottom tier 2. They've lost health on the mid tier 1 as Alorum. I don't know if he wanted to hit that one. Winds up going in. The cleanse is forced out from Fox, though, and it looks like Alorum still pretty tanky. Still a Shen. He's going to survive.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty lucky that Licorice had burned his TP going down into that bot lane initially during those turret trades. If he had the ultimate, or the TP to follow up, he potentially could have showed up and they could have forced that fight. But because he was disadvantaged in TP, eUnited's forced to back away. They don't want to risk fighting a 4v5.
So eUnited do wind up getting the dragon for themselves, so a Cloud Drake has become theirs. Mountain Drake will be the next one that is on the map, and while eUnited are moving around the map, I mean, we've already said, you know, Team Gates, they're searching for their first win. They are bottom of the rankings. They can't get into playoffs at this point. We want to kind of show, like, what are these players learning from their time in the Challenger Series? And while they haven't necessarily made all of the early game moves, they are making some moves early on, and that's pretty impressive considering what we've seen from them before.
Right, but the problem is the Ashe continues to fall further and further behind. She did join up with her top laner. It doesn't look like she was able to grab too much of that CS. She's now 60 or 30 CS behind, 60 to 140 CS, falling further and further behind. It looks like she's having trouble to find a place to farm. Corki was grabbing the mid farm, Shen's in the bot lane. They're going to move the Ashe to the top side to try and catch this wave that Maokai's shoving in, but it looks like eUnited might rotate up there to try and get some more pressure and get their last outer turret of the game.
And this might be the one play that Team Gates kind of has in their book is, oh, we lost that bottom tower, let's make a rotation to top side, let's try to get a mismatch 2v1 situation to get our AD carry a little bit more farm, to get them a more advantageous matchup, so we hit that mid-game spike where she is a little bit more useful than the Caitlyn who hasn't completed like her 3 or 4 almost full item build. But I mean, that's kind of been the struggle of Team Gates. As we've already said, they've been super reactive. That's why we were applauding them for the map movements they're making early on. But ever since then, it has been eUnited taking down outer towers, taking down the dragon, and Team Gates kind of falling back into the they're going to chase them across the map style.
Right, I mean, that's kind of how Team Gates has been playing in the Challenger Series so far. They have good enough vision to see what's coming, but seem to lack the ability to cut off the plays the other teams are going for. So you tend to see them follow the play, watch it happen, and then concede objectives slowly over time. So hopefully we see a little bit more aggressive play out of them this time. If they're able to catch eUnited in a rotation, they actually pull the trigger and jump on them and start a fight.
Well, it's a good way to learn so what your opponents are going to do and learn how to react. But when you're 0-6 games in, it's time to start executing instead of just learning.
Right, I mean, what's the worst case scenario? You lose another game?
Yeah.
I think it's worth going for a little bit more explosive of a play style. Pull the trigger on something, though. Here, Odd Orange caught out.
Ooh, they did not have that foresight there, as Zazel's actually going to pick up the kill between him and Gilius.
Tons of vision control for eUnited in the top side. We see 4 control wards just up there alone, as well as a ton of regular wards. So they have done a great job figuring out what their next objective is and setting up vision for it.
Yep, and at the same time, they're going to get a hard push into this mid lane tier 2 as well. And one of the strengths of eUnited we talked about, they open up the mid lane, they have the jungler and the mid lane synergy. This time, Zazel kind of falls in line with it as well. And that jungle pressure, that ward coverage that they have now on the enemy side of the map has been one of their own kind of weaknesses. They haven't really been able to control those inner objectives, haven't been able to push forward past the inner ring of towers, and if they're able to get that top lane and make a move in the mid or bot, that could be something that they themselves are learning in this Challenger Series.
Yeah, I mean, it's still relatively early on into the game. You're not even 14 minutes in, and they're basically going to have the outer ring of turrets down and tons of vision control in Team Gates jungle. So eUnited's playing this one out very carefully, but still getting stuff done.
Already got themselves a 3,000 gold advantage. We did see this replay here. You can see how dark it is on the side of Team Gates jungle, and the scary Rengar in that brush.
Yeah, I mean, Rengar still does tons of damage. We see them try and open up on the Def lane in the mid lane. They're going to be able to connect the top, but the defensive skills of eUnited are showing up, and the dive is getting turned.
Yeah, Odd Orange does try to go, and Strampus will actually pick up a kill on Zazel. At the same time, the Sand United will wind up saving Odd Orange, but now Vince is taking a little bit of damage, and off the backside, Fox flashes in. Oh, the blast
sacrificed him.
Vex. Oh no, Team Gate sacrificed their AD carry, but doesn't look like that eUnited is quite done yet. Licorice and Fox are running up here. Stromp is kind of caught on the other side. Can't Falc over the wall. They're expecting him to, though.
Yeah, but they have a Warden there. They know he didn't get it.
They hit the blast plant, so he can't get out, and it's just going to be a matter of time before Strompus himself succumbs to eUnited. But Licorice, he didn't give up the chase. Everybody else went after Strompus. He's continuing to chase after Vincent and Alorum. That tanky Maokai with the Vengeful Maelstrom will wind up popping, but I don't think eUnited is getting anything else off that.
Nope, gonna end up just being a 2-for-1 after that dive attempt by Team Gates. Good to see them pull the trigger on it. And they were trying to get eUnited a little caught off guard during a back timing as we take another look at this. The Ash arrow goes wide, definitely gets flash taunted. He does have his flash available still. Zazel in range to try and ult and keep him alive. He's able to do so, but Zazel goes down, and then the rest of eUnited starts showing up.
And once the rest of eUnited kind of show up here, it's lights out for Team Gates. Is poor Vex gets rooted up by the Rune Prison and just left to the slaughter.
Hey man, if you can't get on the right side of the blast cone, it's taking off without you.
I guess so. And then we saw Strombus kind of splitting off from the rest of his team, which is all right considering he was cut off from the rest of them, but once he fails that Valkyrie over the wall, it's pretty much lights out for Corki.
I mean, there's a Maokai right there. Even if he hits that, he's basically dead no matter what. So it's probably a little bit better to not go over the wall and continue giving eUnited a good chase path while leading to his teammates here. Kind of kills the chase to secure that kill.
So, as you mentioned, trigger pull by Team Gates, but a little sloppy on the execution means that eUnited actually come out ahead in that trade overall. Now, with the gold counts at about close to 4,000 in favor of eUnited, we are still, as you mentioned, under 20 minutes into the game. So while we have been kind of praising Team Gates for doing some sorts of things, they're also lacking in a lot of areas, mainly the CS counts. Mid lane and AD carry CS differentials right here, huge for both teams. About 30 in the mid lane, going upwards of 44 in between the bottom laners here. And just the fact that they've lost all that outer lane pressure from the objectives going down. As Odd Orange now getting caught out here by Gilius on the hunt has been popped. Looks like he's going to take the high road as Fox takes the low road, but then they swap it up. They do wind up jumping into Alorum, but Licorice is kind of teleported into the fray, and now Gilius goes on a killing spree as they take down the original target, and Rengar does take down Kha'Zix.
We got the 4v5 right now. Looks like they're going to try and shove up the mid lane. They can turn onto the dragon as well. It is an Earth Dragon, but looks like they're going to focus that inner turret.
Well, United, 5 men strong. Like you said, dragons are unimportant at this point in time. They've already done a little bit of damage to that mid lane tower, getting it to just around half HP, and the rest of it's going to fall right here. So that's the 4th tower of the game. It's an inner mid lane tower, which means that a lot of this map has just been opened up.
Right, and now they're going to go collapse onto that dragon. I do not mean dragons are not important this early in the game, especially not a mountain dragon. This thing, absolutely important to take to make ending the game easier. And it was going to look like, you know, things were already in eUnited's favor. Getting this Mountain Dragon just pushes it further in their way.
Well, that's one of the things that separates, you know, the more organized challenger teams from teams like Team Gates that have more of this solo queue style. Is Strompus looks like he might get caught up. It does wind up Valkyrie and flashing away, but the prioritization of objectives. Sure, you could go back and get that dragon, and you'll eventually wind up taking the towers a little bit stronger. Or you know that you have the advantage already. You could push for that tower, force the enemy team back, and then take the dragon because you took that other objective.
Right, of course. And now it's going to be the question of what will eUnited focus down next. They have 2 inner turrets available in the side lanes, but it is kind of hard to take those, and it is relatively early. Baron's not an objective really for another 2 minutes. Maybe they look at the Rift Herald comp. The Rift Herald's still available, guys.
That's our favorite objective.
I don't know about favorite, but I like seeing it go down just because it's generally just sitting there left all alone. No one gives it any attention. Look, there's a cat right outside his base. He's like, hey, come play with me. Cat's not interested at all.
Not even stray cats want to visit the Rift Herald's home.
Yeah, it's a dangerous place. Don't go there.
I'm more of a Rift Scuttler fan myself, so I kind of sympathize. Maybe not with the Rift Herald, but I sympathize with you, Mark.
Sure.
But United, I mean, they've like you said, this is the point where they have struggled. This point in time, though, they got a large gold advantage, 5,000 gold in their favor. They've got a lot of items and a lot of gold on these carries. Already a 1.4k gold advantage in the mid lane. That bottom lane advantage has snowballed from a 1k advantage to now almost over 1,500 gold advantage in the favor of Deathly's Caitlyn pickup. And this is the character that he was forced onto. with quotation marks after the pick and ban phase went through.
Right, I mean, if you're looking at what the results of that pick ban are, and it's your bot lane was targeted, but you still took the turret at 8 minutes, I mean, that's a pretty good outcome for what was a somewhat pinched part of your draft. So obviously, United's got to be pretty happy about that. They're controlling around the bot lane. That turret's already pretty low from the previous work that they've done on it. Definitely does get sniped out, though.
Oh, well, the Caitlyn gets caught out. The Wild Growth goes down, but they're able to burn through all of that. Strompus gets the kill, but Licorice teleports from behind. The rest of the team are collapsing, though. Zazel is already gone. It's a double kill picked up for the Corki. Fox has been able to take down a tower, but now he's going to be caught in the sights for Team Gates. He winds up getting knocked up with the tornado, is going to flash away. Alorum, though, flash taunt. The cleanse comes out from Fox, but there's too many members of Team Gates. It's a killing spree for Strompus.
That's exactly what I wanted to see out of them. You know United's going to try and move around the map, getting to turrets and pushing them down. They're able to cut them off during their rotation, getting onto the perfect target, and definitely they blow him up right away. That leaves Zazel out of position, and then even though Licorice TP's in, he's unable to get actually involved into the fight, and we'll take another look at that.
Yeah, and this is very interesting, too, because you could see pretty dark from the side of Team Gates on their map here, but the arrow catching somebody out, they just see it because of the hawk shot, and then they collapse.
Right, and they're able to blow him up right away. Caitlyn was one of the strongest members on the team in terms of the gold advantage, and so once you blow up the bot lane of eUnited, it's basically a chase down here as Fox. He was still trying to trade a little bit too much, but I think he was in a bad spot no matter what. He tries to flash out. The flash follow by Alarm sets up the rest of the team to follow up and kill him. And yeah, I mean, that's just the kind of play that they need to make to get back into the game. It's hard. You want to get objectives after. It doesn't look like they were able to grab anything, but a kill's a kill, and you got to take what you can get.
And it looked like United was a little bit unprepared for that. Despite all the vision they had down, they did wind up seeing that Team Gates was coming in. The arrow landed, and we saw Gilius just leap immediately onto Vex, but the response from Vincent was to throw down the exhaust, and because of that, we saw Gilius just exit the fight because he would have gotten collapsed on. So that split everybody up, and Team Gates were able to take it from that point.
Right. I mean, this can kind of happen where you've been moving around the map so well, you've been winning fights, you feel like the game is kind of going your way, and you fall asleep a little bit at the wheel. You're not as clean as you need to be, making sure that your AD carry cannot get picked off, that he's actually protected. And that's what happens is, you know, Team Gates lands an arrow, and that's all it takes to win a fight.
Well, that does mean that Team Gates has made a little bit of that gold up. It's under 5K in the advantage now for the side of eUnited, but a couple of backs off of those deaths from eUnited have meant that they have been able to purchase a couple of key items. Warrior Enchantment, in addition to the Ghost Blade picked up by Rengar, so he's going for a little bit extra lethality here. The Infinity Edge was finished by Caitlyn, so she's kind of hit that 2-item power spike already. We're at 22 minutes into the game. The next item or two could really send her over the edge as Gilius, using that lethality, using that movement speed. He's looking to hunt somebody down, but Control Ward spots him out.
The big one for me is the Corki, the fact that your mid lane wave clear is 4-1. This is basically the best person that Team Gates could have their gold focused on, because all you're trying to do at this point is wave clear, stall out. I mean, both team comps scale relatively well, but you need to stop the bleeding and stop them from being able to dive you. And the fact that your Corki is one of the strongest members is huge.
You also have the Shen, 1-0 and 4. Sorry, he's doing well, not doing poorly. Has a Tiamat built up, went from the Spectre's Cowl directly into a Sunfire Cape. So now you have a little bit of a split push threat. He might be able to go toe-to-toe with the Maokai. His itemization is fairly evened out, and as long as you can keep that kind of core of the potential 1-3-1 or 4-1 split healthy for the side of Team Gates, you have wave clear from Ashe, who, although she's behind, she still has the volley, matching up with the Corki. I mean, it's all in Team Gates' hands now to not really give away too much, because, I mean, we mentioned before, this is the part where eUnited kind of stall out.
Right, and Team Gates does have a small opportunity here to try and force a play. They have the ult available for Shen, whereas if they're keeping track of their timers really well, they should know Licorice's TP is still on cooldown. So when he goes to deal with that bot wave, maybe they can try and get a pick off somewhere, but it's going to be a really tight timing window to go for, and it's going to be hard to convert on it.
So eUnited falls kind of in their court. They could be content to just farm up a little bit. We mentioned their farm advantages have been one of the things that have catapulted them so far ahead in this game, because they are technically down in kills, 6 compared to 4 in favor of Team Gates. But through all that wave pushing, through all that management, for all the map movements, they've been able to get themselves 5 towers. One of the things they are losing out on now that the game is kind of lulled for a little bit as an Infernal Drake has spawned as the next target for eUnited. They haven't necessarily had that same kind of vision control, and even though they do have a ward here in the Baron Pit, as soon as eUnited go for that Infernal Drake, An Alorum Stand United play has been made. Team Gates trying to get something over by the Baron pit. They're not going to land the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that's going to be Strumpus having to use the package to get out of this one. Zeyzal has to ult himself, though, but Vince is going to get caught up and taken down as Fox is the one to secure that kill, and everything's gone topsy-turvy for Team Gates. They tried to make a play, they tried to make a catch, but it is they who get caught out. A 3-for-0 in favor of eUnited.
It's not the worst idea overall, trying to force the Baron down as eUnited goes for the Infernal Drake. There is a little bit too much vision available for eUnited. They see the play coming right away. They're able to collapse on it, and then...
Ooh, a flash from Vex. Are they going to get a kill on the Zeyzal? They will, but the Baron's going to go down. So, okay, 3-for-1, an extended trade, but Vex has to use his heal to try to get out of this, and the flash forward from Fox and definitely picks up another kill.
I mean, that's something you're always happy to do. Leave your support player behind, let them die, go get that Baron. Is now definitely caught out a little bit by Alarum. He could be in trouble as well.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. Gilius winds up coming in as well. The flash over the wall from Deathly, just baiting it in long enough for his team to collapse. Now, technically, every member from Team Gates has fallen as a result of that fight.
The very delayed ace as eUnited's able to pick up a Baron off the back of this attempt by Team Gates. And I mean, this was a decent idea. The problem is they flubbed their turn. They missed the Ash arrow. They're not able to blow anyone up. They already used the Shen ult, so that tool is not available. And Strumpus gets chunked out at the start of the fight. And the fact that they're already behind so much gold, it's a little bit too hard to win. They try and go for Zeyzal, unable to finish off the support. And if you can't even kill the support, you're probably not going to win the fight.
No, and we did wind up seeing one of the most fed members from the side of Team Gates, Strumpus, being taken down on the other side by that very beefy Maokai from Licorice. And as we did see towards the conclusion of that fight, Alarum finally is able to take down Zeyzal.
Trying to be the assassin Shen. He is a ninja, despite what you might think, given his abilities. He did get Zeyzal, almost finished off Deathly as well, trying to ninja it up.
But he was the one who was baited into that one. The taunting of the solo AD carry led him to his demise as Rengar collapsed from the other side.
I mean, he wasn't in a good spot already. He was kind of in the middle of everyone, so no surprise he goes down. Now eUnited.
They also got that Infernal Drake, too.
Yep, they got the Infernal Drake, so they're going to be shoving up the mid lane with these Baron buff, trying to get their first inhibitor turret down.
Baron buff, Infernal Drake, Mountain Drake, and I guess they got a Cloud Drake for a little bit of extra movement, but that means that the siege is on now from eUnited. Baron buff has definitely been the thing that they've utilized to great effect to end some of their games in the Challenger Series, and it's catapulting them to a 9,500 gold lead right now. They've jumped themselves up to 9 kills compared to 7 as a direct result of that fight. They got their Maokai split push online, and they're looking to pressure Team Gates at their gates.
Well, Team Gates doesn't want to go down quietly. They're going to try and collapse onto Licorice, but he's a tanky Maokai. The rest of his team trying to rotate up to get into range. Gilius shows up and deletes Ash.
Vex goes down, and that's eUnited rotating from the mid lane. A double kill will be added to that as now Corki has fallen, and they still can't cut down the tree.
Fox got
Maokai picks up a kill. Fox goes in. He gets himself a double kill. That's an ace for none.
I mean, there you go. eUnited showing they know how to end games. When they get a lead, they take their Baron buff, they walk up to Team Gates, and they punish them for trying to initiate onto the Maokai.
And with 5 members healthy and Baron buff minions charging into the base, that looks like that's going to be it for Team Gates in game number 1 here. 14 kills to 7 off the back of a Baron buff fight that Team Gates started. eUnited takes the win.
Yep, and it was a really surprising way that they kind of bounced back from that game. They had mistakes really early on, both for Gilius and Licorice, but it's the bot lane that was targeted in the draft where they were able to channel the rest of their plays through in the early game.
That's right, and even though Team Gates tried to keep them down for as much as possible, a couple of flubbed engages from those Ash arrows meant that they weren't really able to capitalize on some of the movements they did make early game. I mean, we were crediting them for the moves that they were making, it's just the execution still isn't there yet, and this is kind of the clear divide between one of the teams that is tied in that first place tie and the team that's on the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of see just how important hitting that Ash arrow is. A couple of their engages where they don't hit it, it goes horribly wrong. The one team fight that they do win a little bit later in the game is off the back of the Ash arrow actually connecting. So hitting that is extremely important.
That's right, and even though Team Gates, they had the right idea in some cases. I mean, they were even going for like these objective trades, and that was something a little bit different than these kind of chaotic objective fights that they had been going for in some of their previous victories. This time around, it was them that was the one beating out sort of those Baron fights and trying to make a trade when the Infernal Drake was spawning. But the unfortunate downside was without hitting those key skill shots like the Ash Arrow, things got turned around on them because they were behind.
Right, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see out of Team Gates, being more proactive throughout the game. They try and force the Baron when the rest of eUnited goes for the Dragon. The turnoff is not particularly clean. They get split up. We see that Corki gets extremely low at the start of the fight. He's basically spending the rest of the time running away, and then eUnited's able to clean up some kills pretty easily onto the Kazakhs. And I mean, like we said, you know, they're able to still make a play. Alrum's able to pick off a couple members, or at least Zeyzal, the support here. They're able to get one.
At that point, it's like a consolation prize more than picking up.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get something, right? So you see Vex flashing in as well. They're able to finish him off, and as nice as that is, the Baron was going down at the same time. Here's attempt number 2 to be the assassin ninja Shen. Not able to do so. Ash's support bros show up, lock him down, say, don't hurt her.
The assassin Shen, just as Riot Games intended. Maybe not entirely, but
yeah, I would not think that's an assassin kit when I look at it.
I would not at all. However, that does make the fact that eUnited, I mean, we said a couple of good things about Team Gates. I mean, but the fact of the matter is they did impress us compared to some of the other games they have played. But when it comes to looking at eUnited and what they've done right this game, I mean, they continue to push their agenda of their jungle and mid lane synergy. They're pushing forward of getting vision control in the enemy jungle and then just executing their game plan. They had a couple of hiccups in here, which could be a little concerning, especially if they played one of the teams at the top of the table, but they still executed extremely well on multiple fronts.
Right. I mean, you look at Licorice, who was someone we were talking up heading into the game. He actually had a fair amount of mistakes where a lot of his TPs were not particularly effective. They didn't get much off of them, and then he died in lane alone. And this was the kind of game where if things weren't going so well in the bot lane, the fact that they not only had a huge CS lead, but they grabbed the turret basically 8 minutes in, and then they're able to continue pushing. And, you know, Team Gates had that good trade where they flipped their bot lane to the top side, but they're not able to get enough off of it, and Ash just kept falling further and further behind, which is not what you would expect given the fact that, you know, Team Gates put so many resources into trying to get an advantage in the bot lane.
It's such a huge priority for them. It just did not wind up working out. Well, that's going to be it for game number 1. We're going to have to see if Team Gates can try to even things up in game number 2, or if it's going to be eUnited taking the series victory. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Double buff Kha'Zix going into single buff Rengar as well, and Gilius already having to flash away. Winds up just using the lunge to try to move after, but Ardoran's flashing after him. That's first blood. Yeah, Ardoran's just try to go, and Strampus will actually pick up a kill on Zeyzal. At the same time, the Stand United will wind up saving Ardoran's, but now Vince is taking a little bit of damage, and off the backside, Fox flashes in. Oh, the blast
sacrificed him.
Well, the Caitlyn gets caught out, the Wild Growth goes down, but they're able to burn through all of that. Strampus gets the kill, but Licorice teleports from behind. The rest of the team are collapsing, though. Zeyzal is already gone. It's a double kill picked up for the Corki. They're not going to land the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that's going to be Strampus having to use the package to get out of this one. Zeyzal has to ult himself, though, but Vince is going to get caught up and taken down as Fox is the one to secure that kill.
Gilius shows up and deletes Ashe.
Vex goes down, and that's United rotating from the mid lane. A double kill will be added to that as now Corki has fallen, and they still can't cut down the tree.
Fox got
that guy picks up a kill. Fox goes in. He gets himself a double kill. That's an ace. Welcome back, League fans. As you just saw, we're setting up for game number 2 between eUnited and Team Gates, and so far, eUnited are living up to our expectations and closing out a quick 27-minute match game 1.
Right, and we initially highlighted Licorice, but the other really strongly performing member for their, kind of rookie NA squad is Deftly. He's been great so far throughout the entire Challenger Series, and in this game in particular, he was basically the kind of crutch that eUnited used to get their early game lead.
Yeah, and that's also very impressive because if you look at the draft phase in game number 1, Team Gates, they wind up taking away the Ashe early on. There was no Varus because that was banned out by the side of eUnited. And then the second ban phase, Jhin and Zyra wind up going down. So he kind of goes back into a more comfort pickup for himself in the Caitlyn matchup. They pair it with the Lulu, who we normally see only against the Malzahar lane. But that kind of bully combination just wound up winning that lane super, super hard.
Right. I mean, generally, you see the Lulu, like you said, against the Malzahar, but against Janna, such a passive support right now. There's a reason we don't see this very much in the meta, where it's so much about poke and lane pressure coming from the support position. When you go with the Janna, you're basically opting to not have very much of that. So things like Karma, Lulu, the Zyra would have been great too, but like you said, it was banned. So even though they banned out a couple things to try and make the Janna pick work, it really wasn't a great option.
And speaking of things that may have shifted a little bit because of the meta, we did talk about on 7.3, some of these more powerful pickups have kind of seen a little bit of nerfs or just changes fundamentally to their kits. 3 of the ones that wound up going through went to eUnited. It was Ryze, it was Rengar, it was Maokai. Maokai haven't really seen any sort of those nerfs, but the Ryze and Rengar combination from that duo mid synergy of eUnited kind of, I mean, they didn't run away with the entire game, but it was a very big problem for Team Gates.
Right, I mean, and it started well for them. The fact that Odd Orange was able to get that first blood onto Gilius off a little bit of a risky invade, but they didn't push that advantage anywhere. You didn't really see Odd Orange in the jungle trying to hunt the Rengar a little bit more. Neither of them had flash. And, Kha'Zix is still one of the best duelists in the game if he's able to get in range. So you might have wanted to see a little bit more aggressive play out of him, and unable to do so, the bot lane just slowly kept chipping down that turret. There was a small force that they tried to do, and they were able to trade some summoners back, but that's not enough when they're going to keep pushing in like that.
There's about a 14 or 15 CS advantage before 10 minutes just for Deftly in that 2v2 matchup, and that may just be the result of the fact that it was a bully lane matchup into a Janna lane, or it could also just be the fact that this is the big difference between like a squad like eUnited and a squad like Team Gates. The more reactive, passive style, just kind of giving way to advantages that normally wouldn't present themselves if you were actually just kind of playing to the fullest potential.
Right, and I think you got to look at the top lane, though, as something that went well for Team Gates. They got the solo kill initially, and the rest of the team didn't really give Shen a chance to try and abuse the fact that he's Shen. So we'll have to see if Team Gates tries to go for that again, as we have loaded into the lobby for pick ban.
Well, they swap sides. We'll see if anything winds up changing. Team Gates not going to have the coveted first pick available, but eUnited, I mean, they were on blue side last time. They still kind of got Ryze, check, very strong. Rengar, check, very strong. Maokai, also super good. So we'll have to see if there's any sort of changes in the pick ban phase now, as they look content to kind of repeat some of the bans. The Jace still being targeted away from the side of Team Gates. Very powerful lethality champion, very powerful mid or top flex pick.
Right.
Just want to deal with it.
Yep, and eUnited still banning the Malzahar, wanting to get rid of some of the guaranteed lockdown CC that would be available to them, so they get rid of that. Looks like mostly the same pick bans, as once again we see the LeBlanc coming in, the Syndra. We might see a complete run back, at least in terms of the ban phase.
Yeah, so pretty much 4 for 4 so far on the amount of bans that have been repeated in this phase, and it's very interesting to see the LeBlanc being banned out from Team Gates side, because they do have the potential to pick that one if they want. We did mention the sigil damage gone down, a little bit less damage dealing in the early game, however still has that big roam potential. And the Camille once again banned by Team Gates. This just seems like something Alorum does not want to play. Right,
and it has seen some nerfs, but obviously they're still concerned about its power level. They did ban it on red side last time, but here on blue, looks like they're scared eUnited would leave it up. eUnited's with that freed up ban now. Potentially they go with the Ryze ban, And this looks like it's setting up for a Varus first pick out of Team Gates. We'll have to see if that's what they choose to go for.
Well, Rengar, Kha'Zix were picked up in the last game. It's still the two more powerful junglers, but they have slipped through the ban phase here again. Varus, as you mentioned, is available. It did seem to be something that they prioritized very heavily for Team Gates bottom lane, is getting them a solid AD carry matchup. It didn't work out for them in the first game, and it looks like they may be shying away from that now as they do pick up the Shen overall as the first pick.
Yeah, and we talked about how Alorum looked decent on the Shen. It was more about the team's inability to abuse what makes Shen so good, which is, of course, the fact that he has the extra globals. But in lane, he did well, so it looks like they want to try and give that one a little bit of a run back. eUnited now having the chance to choose between a couple of those OP picks that were previously being picked. So do they go back to the Rengar? They have the choice here. They go with the Lulu, potentially. That's surprising to see them take that so early on.
Yeah, that was something that they picked up in as their last pick in the last pick and ban phase. So that could be just... maybe it's something that they thought was extremely strong that they may think Team Gates is going to try to get away from them in the second pick and ban phase. But, I mean, Malzahar has been banned out. There's still a plethora of supports. The Zyra could be picked in response. But, I mean, when you're picking Rengar in this second pick phase here, it makes a lot of sense. But the Lulu's a little perplexing.
Right. The Rengar makes sense. Now we're going to see Team Gates probably answer with Kha'Zix, though it looks like they're maybe thinking about Lee Sin. Auto Orange flipping between one of his signature champions. Kind of got started and known as a Lee Sin player. But yeah, the Lulu pick, I want to see what they do with it. There's a chance they still actually flex it to other positions.
True.
Because it did receive some buffs in 7.2, I believe. So maybe they're saying we can put this in the top lane or something for Shen, really abuse that kind of range advantage it would have. I'm not convinced that's what they're going to do, but I can't think of a reason you'd want to first pick it if it wasn't super important in your draft, beyond just the support position. I
mean, you have the Zyra and the Karma left available as well, and it does look like that with Varus available, Jhin is going to be the first prioritized AD carry from both of these teams. Team Gates wound up picking that one up. They banned it away in game number 1 after picking the Ashe for themselves, so it may just be the fact that they don't like what the Varus can do in a team composition.
Well, right. I mean, in the first game, I think it was eUnited had banned it in the first rotation to set up the Rise pick, so it wasn't... I don't know how much of Team Gates doesn't like to play it, but it seems like they don't, given that they prioritize the Jhin over it. And here we see eUnited once again not taking an AD carry for definitely in a match. They actually go with the Maokai, killing any theory I had about the potential Lulu top, which I'm actually glad is not what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how much that would work out, but...
Right, so now Team Gates is in a little bit of a weird spot where they're saying, okay, we can probably pinch the AD carry pool, that we have an advantage there, but they tried that last game and it didn't work. So it looks like eUnited saying, fine, we don't really care what you do about our bot lane. We got our Lulu already and definitely has enough AD carry champions that you're not going to be able to ban him out. Though Team Gates looks like they're going to try again with the Varus ban.
I mean, they ban Varus here. They ban Ashe. That could be the setup for, okay, then definitely is going to pick Caitlyn. That may just be their thought process of picking the Jhin. They say, we like the Jhin better into the Caitlyn than the Ashe matchup. That could be something they're going for. But it does seem like a lot of priority on a matchup that, I mean, technically, they were a little bit passive when they had the Janna in that bottom lane, but still, a 14 CS deficit attendance into the game is not something that happens just because of a pick ban phase.
Right, and here, once again, though, we see that because the Lulu's taken early, it's not taken into the Janna, and now Team Gates has the ability to respond to it and potentially pick a stronger matchup. And with that Ashe ban coming in, Team Gates has all they need to set themselves up with a strong bot lane this time around. They see the support already. They already have the best AD carry available in the draft. You know, best kind of assuming the meta and not necessarily the players involved.
Well, they are going to just wind up picking up Caitlyn for Deathly, so we could just see round 2 of the Caitlyn Lulu bully lane on the bottom side of the map. But Team Gates, they still have the availability to pick up a mid laner and that support pickup here. A lot of supports left on the table. Karma and Thresh have been banned away. That still leaves the Zyra as one of the more powerful pickups that's still available. You did mention the functionality change at the beginning of the show where her plans won't auto-target champions anymore. She kind of has to hit them themselves, so it puts her in a little bit more of a risky position. And against a bully lane like Caitlyn Lulu, that could be something that deters them from going for it.
Right, we see them take the Cassio away, basically blind. They don't know what eUnited is putting in the mid lane. Potentially is that Lulu, we never know, but I'm going to assume it's bot lane. And then Team Gates now has to pick on their support. And there's a lot of good options available. I think, you know, the Zyra makes a lot of sense, though with the changes, the Lulu matchup might actually not be that bad. The fact that you have the help picks to help clear the plants away. You know, the picks passive at least, so that could be what they're going for, but they instead choose Soraka, so they're going for a more sustained focus lane.
That's not the pick that I would have thought of. I mean, we have the Nami that's seen a little bit more resurgence in competitive play, but the Soraka coming in here, I mean, if you play Soraka right, she could be a pretty big bully, so.
Right, I mean, the Soraka lanes are extremely annoying to play against, even though it is that sustain lane. She does doesn't matter how well you play trades because you have that advantage. So that's what makes her so annoying, is that she'll trade. You might come out ahead for a little bit, but then she lands 1 Q on you. She heals up. She W's her lane mate. And next thing you know, you lost the trade somehow.
All right, and it does look like that eUnited as their last pick is going to wind up going with the Corki pickup. So eUnited's composition, a little bit of a twist on the composition that Team Gates had last time. They got someone who wants to jump in from the jungle, a tank in the top lane, and those double AD carries, those double marksmen kind of coming in to be more of a poke threat, and this could provide a little bit more of that siege potential that we saw them utilizing quite effectively with just the Caitlyn last game.
Yeah, it definitely seems like something they're pretty good at, being able to set up vision in the jungle, protect their flanks, and then they rotate between them, trying to poke the turrets down. So this is a comp that eUnited is probably thrilled to get, and they still were able to secure a good front line, both with Rengar and Maokai. So overall, I expect Team eUnited is very happy with what they got. Team Gates, on the other hand, I'm not exactly sure that they're trying to run a similar style comp, but they've obviously swapped out the Corki for the Cassiopeia is the big change, and the Jhin for the Ashe.
Yeah, and they do have a little bit more damage coming out from the mid lane. I mean, Corki himself has a lot of damage, but now they kind of have like a solid AP threat in the Cassiopeia. I mean, that's one of those threats that's always going to scale extremely well into the later stages of the game. She may suffer a little bit in the lane phase, especially against the poke against Corki, but I mean, Strampa's style has kind of been to go to the Azir, go to the Ryze, go to those mid lane mages that will eventually become powerhouses in and of themselves. So this does seem a little bit more like comfortable picks coming in from Team Gates, which is good for the way they play.
Right, and I think the Soraka is going to be the one I want to have my eye on, because it's one of those champions that, regardless of how strong it really is in the meta, you see people are just so frustrated by it that when someone gets low and you get the ambulance Soraka coming in with her passive and just starts healing that dude back up, it tilts people. It's just one of those ones that you overextend, it baits you, it's annoying in lane. So even though it's generally not regarded as too strong in the meta, because currently there's a lot of engage, it's hard to protect the Soraka. There's a lot of poke and harass that can just lead to all-ins, and she's not particularly good in all-ins. She wants these really extended trades, but against the Lulu, maybe that works better, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and they do end up having that Shen matchup in the top lane again. This one went, like you mentioned, very in favor of Aloran last game. He got a solo kill at level 4 against Licorice in the top lane. And we were hyping up Licorice as like, this guy's got the best stats for any top laner in the North American Challenger Series. But as I've learned throughout most of my jobs, sometimes stats don't matter.
Yeah, and I think this is actually really good for Licorice, because he clearly made a mistake in the first game. And this is his chance to kind of be like, no, I'm fine. Don't worry. Give me the same pick. I'll play this matchup better. And that's actually something you want to see as a coach of a team, when you can give a player the same matchup even when it didn't go well the first game, and their mentality is fine. And hopefully that's what we see out of Licorice here, where he's going to get the same matchup and play it correctly this time.
Well, that'll also test the mental fortitude of eUnited. They're already at the top of the tables with that one extra game win. Technically, they are in first place, even though there's a 3-way tie between them, Tempo Storm, and Big God's Jackals. But kind of having that kind of bounce back mentality. When we get into playoffs, we are going to be going into best of 3 series. The finals are going to be best of 5 format. So like, you do kind of have to have that fortitude that as a rookie, Licorice and Deathly themselves may not necessarily have the experience in.
Right, and that's not a huge concern in the Challenger Series, where a lot of these guys are young. They haven't had a ton. I mean, not everyone is gold coin United with LCS veterans. A lot of these teams are kind of half and half, with, you know, United having the core of Gilius and Fox, who are probably no stranger to pressure. But then you look at Licorice and Deathly and you go, oh, I wonder how they're going to match up.
Well, that's where the leadership and the mentorship kind of comes in. United has that in spades, whereas the side of Team Gates, we've already seen them get super frustrated. They've had very close game ones where they lose it on the back of a Baron fight, or they take a really kind of risky Elder Dragon take, or they make that risky Baron call like they did in game number 1, and they don't kind of have the semblance of to recover or bounce back from that, mainly because they're A, too far behind, and B, they just don't know what to do.
Well, they also don't need to worry about it, Tom, because they won't be in the playoffs. So
that's true.
Here we see the team comps of both teams on your screen now. Team Gates, like we were mentioning, they have a lot of globals available with the Soraka ultimate and the Shen as well. Going to be able to bait out a lot of fights and hopefully play pretty aggressive. So going to be interested to see how well Team Gates uses this comp, because it does not always seem like they're that coordinated with these kind of global abilities.
Yeah, it'll be a little more interesting to see as we jump onto the Rift for game number 2. eUnited looking to get their 2-0 against Team Gates. Every other team that has played Team Gates so far has done it. That means Team Gates, opposite on the blue side, are going to be looking for their first win in the North American Challenger Series, and it would be quite a statement. They could do it against eUnited, but they got quite an uphill battle, especially after that game 1.
Right, going to have to see if Team Gates can get a better start, because, I mean, you got to basically solo kill in the jungle and a solo kill in the top lane, but not able to convert that into anything really. And it's a little bit of a concern if they're going to be able to do something similar.
Things starting up fairly standard, though. Nobody really wants to get a little too aggressive at level 1, instead just setting up their natural lines of scrimmage. As we have seen a couple of quirky level 1s in the Challenger Series previously, especially 3-man bot lanes and people kind of getting caught out of position. But this time around, it seems like everybody going to be playing relatively safe. As soon as I say that, though.
Already tilted, hit by the Soraka Q.
As soon as the star call comes down, that's just GG. You just
Yep, tilted.
you said you wanted to focus on this lane, and if you're already tilted from being hit by one Soraka Q, I feel like this is a lane you definitely don't want to watch.
No, I want to watch it. Dazel, though, look at this guy. No, I'm sure he's fine. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, being the recipient of many opposing Sorakas, I could definitely say that this is one of my least favorite lane matchups as a marksman player myself, because you think you could turn things around, you think you can kill your opponent, and then the Soraka heals everybody up, and then a Kha'Zix jumps on your face.
You're right, and it's the same thing all over the map. Soraka out of lane. Oh, she's charging up to help that trade that's randomly happening in the mid lane. She just shows up, tops him off, and she runs back to bot lane. You're like, wait, my opponent just got a ton of free health. But
heal ganks, they're super deadly.
We'll have to see as, you know, the Lulu, Caitlyn, both starting Q level 1, do have a massive shove advantage over a lot of bot lanes. So they're going to be able to see if they can push that advantage once again. Though it looks like they lost the shove this time as Soraka ain't no slouch herself.
No, the Star Call Q level 1. Going to be providing a little bit of AoE damage and just enough to kind of top off those dancing grenade targets coming out from the Jhin. So this bot lane matchup, aside from the fascination with the unique Soraka pick into the Lulu, will also be the primary focus where we want to pay attention to, because the fact of the matter is Vince and Vex
got crushed.
Yeah, they fell behind super far.
They got crushed last game. So, I mean, if you expect that to be the big mismatch again heading into game 2, we'll need to see if that's enough, as we see Vincent need a big chunk.
Yeah, Zazel giving him a lot of damage here. And the downside of the Soraka pickup is you can't heal yourself. So once you wind up targeting that Soraka, she's not going to be able to really provide too much extra relief for Vex's Jhin, as we see Gilius clearing out the Scuttle Crab, but the Odd Orange this time around, once again, double buff for himself. Gilius only a single buff, but this time around it is the Odd Orange getting a little aggressive, but he sees Gilius and does not want that trade this time.
Right, both teams kind of get some vision in the river. Both junglers aware of where each other are and not going to be able to actually do that much as Fox opens up a little bit onto Strumpus here.
Early exhaust.
Right, gets the exhaust, and Strumpus just cleanses that off, but Fox comes out way ahead in the trade.
Yeah, forced trade of summoner spells, and as you did mention, now Strumpus having to chug away on his last biscuit for himself. Fox, in the meantime, still has an extra charge on that corrupting potion, so a little bit more lane pressure going in favor of eUnited. And as we mentioned already in the beginning stages of this game, that's going to be the burden for Cassiopeia to endure, is the fact that this Corki with so much poke and so much damage will kind of bully her throughout the lane phase.
And speaking of bullying during lane phase, Lulu and Caitlyn already pushing in the bot lane, already trying to get that chunk down onto the turret. There's that heal you see coming in for Soraka, but she's low health, gotta start landing some of those Qs to heal herself back up.
We talked about how annoying the Soraka is in lane. How annoying is those Caitlyn traps underneath the tower? Is now Gilius kind of coming in here, doesn't even have to leap or anything, throws the whole lot ahead of him, but gets exhausted in the Vex and Vincent double V combination. They just wind up turning around. There's a heal and an exhaust that were burned in trade for an exhaust from the side of eUnited.
Right, overall, fine for eUnited. Funny seeing that attempted flash predict with the Rengar Bola, not actually connecting on anything. And he's going to go and recall after that one. But it does help their lane. They're going to keep pushing up. And this seems to be one of eUnited's game plans, where they just want to get their bot lane a small advantage that they can shove in over and over and over.
Well, that has historically been the power of Caitlyn, being able to shove in lanes and bully them out. He's definitely taking a little bit of damage for himself. And although Lulu has some shields, does not have the same healing power as Soraka, so he is going to have to chug through his own potion. But he did wind up starting Doran's Blade in 1 health pot, whereas Vex has already chugged through 3 of his own biscuits after starting for that longsword 3 health potion start. And he's got the healer on his team.
Yeah, I mean, that's saying something about how that lane was going then. As we see on the rest of the map, things not as explosive. No random jungle kills, no random top kills. Licorice doing a better job this time of not getting bullied around, though he is down a little bit.
Well, eUnited fell behind slightly early because of the random first blood in the top, the jungle, and the kill in the top lane as a solo kill, but they were able to make up that deficit very, very early on, not too long after those kills actually wind up happening. So if things continue on their passive way, it's going to be up to Team Gates to kind of be like, well, we don't have those kills, and we are even behind in gold off of that. And looks like they're just going to continue to bully this bottom lane as the main point of focus.
Yeah, speaking of random kills, they almost got Vex there. As now Fox and Gilius are starting to move down. They want to press hard onto this turret.
Gilius is coming down to join the fray, have forced away the bottom lane, and it is going to be another extremely early tower. Last one was at 8 minutes. This is approaching 5.5 minutes, and this is going to go down before 6.
Right, I mean, eUnited is showing that they love playing through their bot lane. They just get them a good push lane, and they're going to keep trying to take turrets down, and they get the first one 5 minutes and basically 50 seconds into the game.
It's a little bit different than last time, though, as Caitlyn did not get all of the solo gold, and she does not have a commanding CS advantage, although, as I say that, Jhin has gone back. He's had to pick up his serrated dirt for himself. So Caitlyn with a 14 CS advantage. It's pretty reminiscent, actually, of last game.
Yeah, 16 minutes in, if you're already at double digits advantage, that's pretty significant in my book. And the question is, how will eUnited continue to play around the Caitlyn, who's already free to move around the map? They showed that they were extremely confident at it last time, putting it mid lane, getting a lot of vision control in the jungle, which ultimately set up a pick or two for them, as well as being able to grab turrets. So they seem pretty confident with this game plan. I think not only Team Gates, but the rest of the league is going to need to start paying attention to this.
Now, well, last time, Team Gates, they were at least level 6 when they started moving around the map, and they sent their bottom lane top, but it looks like they're going to be content to match up bottom lane versus bottom lane, as now the odd orange got a little advantage in the jungle this time around. Has to be very careful of that mid lane jungle synergy coming out from eUnited.
Yep. Showing overall that they're on the same page, meeting up to try and do some vision control. They force the odd orange out, but they're going to lose their own wards pretty quickly, not able to actually defend them, as Gilius had left the Lulu alone to start farming up his red buff.
Well, eUnited's first point of attack may be to continue pushing out this bottom lane, and once they've kind of shoved it in onto the opponent's side, there's an Infernal Drake available, and that's a little bit more high priority than the Cloud Drake they were able to get away with last game, as now Odd Orange has made his presence known by standing on a ward in the bottom lane, but he's just going to group up here with his bot lane as well, try to shove this one out. They know they don't want to give up that dragon. They know they got to get a little bit of pressure back on this bot lane somehow.
Right, I thought that they were potentially going to look to make a play, but choose not to, not making the most of the Shen ultimate yet. What was interesting was that Alarum actually blew his teleport to get back in the lane and hopefully keep pressuring Licorice on Maokai and eventually force his teleport out, but that didn't happen. Licorice was fine. He's now got a CS lead, and he's still got his TP available.
So that top lane matchup going a little bit more in favor of Licorice now that he hasn't died to his lane opponent, 1v1. Normally how that thing kind of goes.
Yep, dying generally hurts your ability to win lane.
Just a little bit, and he does wind up still having the Corrupting Potion and Orange Ring for himself, but now a Balmy Cinder for himself. Still going for the early Spectres. Cal is Shen against the Maokai to negate a bit of that magic damage. You see Strumpus kind of coming around, wants to get his own blue buff, but his jungler is not there to assist him, and instead maybe trying to get a collapse on the Fox in this mid lane here. Odd Orange is going forward. The flash is used for Stompus as well. Fox taken extremely low. Team Gates, they get first blood.
I actually think that was an intentional play where they were basically trying to bait like there might have been a blue handoff, but there wasn't. As we see, Gilius isn't done yet. He jumped onto Strumpus. They're not going to be able to convert onto this one.
No, the Shen Stand United winds up coming in. Those wound up actually getting canceled. Looks like Licorice may have stopped that from himself, so Shen does not join the fray, but there's the ambulance in the mid lane.
Yep, here comes Soraka going to heal her team up. It's nice that they were able to grab first blood, get the lead to only 1,000 gold lead, but the bot lane of eUnited's here to continue pushing in. They are going to make it so annoying for this Cassiopeia now.
Yeah, Caitlyn has gone back, picked up a BF sword for herself. Cassiopeia only with a tier and a Doran's ring for her name, so that's going to be not nearly enough to kind of contest the wave clear coming out from Caitlyn. We did see Odd Orange taking away the blue buff for himself, so that means Strumpus won't be with infinite mana, although infinite health may be his duty here, as they do wind up having the Soraka in the mid lane. Meanwhile, eUnited said they're going to push out the bottom lane, move into the mid lane, try to secure themselves this Infernal Drake.
Right, going to be able to two-man this one, and just to touch on a little bit, what I think might have happened with that first blood is it looked like Team Gates might have been baiting that with Cassiopeia heading into the top jungle, looking like she might be going for her blue buff, but instead, Odd Orange was sitting on a pink ward that they had placed on the bottom side of the river, so that kind of baits Fox to play to the bot side, which opens him up to getting jumped on by the Kazakhs here. As you see, if you look at the minimap, Kazakhs just sitting basically in that on the back there, and then because he's playing to that side, that's not necessarily the cleanest execution, but a smart play overall. As we see a gank happening in the top side, Licorice is going to go 2 for 1.
Ooh, that is not how Team Gates wanted that to go. A little bit too far forward into the opposing tower, and a 2-for-1 trade. This time it's in favor of Licorice.
Yep, he's saying, I might have made a mistake last game, but this time, not going to happen.
No, so Maokai now 2-1-0. He's got a Spectre's Cal of his own, just all off of that, in addition to another cloth armor for himself. So Team Gates, once again, they're trying to do things. It's not panning out, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is you can't just try for things. Eventually, they need to start working. They got the nice 1-for-0 in the mid lane, but then they go too aggressive on the top side, tried to having a Maokai as Strumpus trying to open up onto Deathly, and Zeyzal whiffs another ultimate there.
That Petrifying Gaze is not Strumpus' best friend, as he is still trying to do as much as he can to push back the dangerous duo threat that has eUnited placed in the mid lane, chunking that tower down to about half HP. Team Gates, however, have rotated their own duo lane up here, but it's still at a 20 CS deficit because Cassiopeia has kind of been shoved back under her tower. Corki is kind of in split push Corki mode a couple minutes early. That's definitely like 10 to 15 minutes earlier than expected. But this is just Team Gates once again. Tried to make something happen. didn't pan out for them. This is Licorice starting all the way on the opponent's side of the river and then making it back to his tower too.
Right, I mean, you see them struggling to lock him up. The flash is not like connecting with any kind of CC, and then once he gets under turret, you see just the power of the Maokai. The CC is able to put out himself, dodge abilities as well with his W, and yeah, he's able to pick up a 2-for-1 just off that.
A little too hungry for a play almost here. Now Fox kind of Valkyries forward, trying to get some damage on the Vex. He's gonna drop extremely low. Has to burn his own heal in addition to Soraka helping him stay alive to burn past that big one. Is now Gilius finds himself an odd orange. The hunt is on. Gilius jumps over the wall. The stand United is out, and so is the curtain call. Gilius might be a little bit too far forward as Vex hits every shot, except for that last one, but he takes down Gilius with all 3 of the shots he needed.
Right, he's able to finish off Gilius, get that kill for him, extending a little too hard, trying to finish off odd orange on Kha'Zix. I mean, that's the problem when you're playing Rengar. There's more brushes, you can always keep jumping forward, but sometimes it's not the best idea.
Sometimes you go a little bit too far. It's now eUnited in a 4v5 situation, continuing to try to pressure down this mid lane tower, but Team Gates does have a man advantage on the map. Looks like they'll be content to just defend this for now.
Yep, overall, eUnited not going to lose too much off that play, just kind of give a kill back. And they're sitting in the 1,500 gold lead, so they're still in an all right spot, but it's going to be if Team Gates can actually start forcing a couple more plays, because they haven't been able to get a TP advantage anywhere to keep abusing the Shen. Basically, this whole time, Licorice has been able to sit on that teleport, and we see that eUnited starting up this 1-3-1. It's very annoying for Cassiopeia to be in a side lane. She doesn't really want to be there. If the Jhin is down there, he doesn't want to be there alone. He wants the Soraka, and so it's just frustrating for Team Gates to try and find a lane setup that they like.
It does look like Cassiopeia will slither her way between mid and bottom lane to continue to clear out waves while Corki is down there, pressuring a little bit forward. It is a little bit dangerous. Corki has some mobility on himself, but there's still a long lane if he's going to be pushing into that bottom tier 2 tower. And although Team Gates haven't really been making a lot of things happen, they also have stemmed the bleeding compared to the last game. At about 16 minutes in, every outer tower was down already from eUnited. That may be because Team Gates playing this one a little bit better, or it could be because eUnited did take the tower extremely early and did not give all of the solo gold to Caitlyn.
Right, I think it's a little bit of a combination of both. After that initial turret take last time, we saw the trade, and Team Gates eUnited was able to push a couple turrets not down, but got them very low, which made it easier to take later when the Caitlyn and Lulu ultimately started moving to the mid lane. This time around, there was no kind of crazy trade like that got the mid turret chunked out, so eUnited has been having to whittle away on this mid one, and they've gotten it below half health now, but it's been a bit of a struggle.
You can see Soraka getting the ace in the hole blocked up by Vex and just trading a little heal up for that one. Gilius, in the meantime, is just kind of waiting on a ward. So we are going to continue to kind of see, not necessarily an ARAM, but like a twisted tree line ARAM in the mid lane. 3v3s continuing to pressure back and forth.
Right, well, with more lanes, of course, because Licorice and Corki are other sides of the map here. We see that Team Gates has done a good job getting vision control back in the bot side river, or bot side of their jungle. Can make it a little scary for the Corki to move in and keep pushing, but Team Gates is not really forcing too hard anywhere on the map with the small vision advantage that they have. And it looks like eUnited wants to kind of get vision around there.
The one thing that is letting them do is continue to rotate Strumpus between mid lane and bottom lane, so there's never going to be a threat of a huge dive on this tower until it gets chunked down fairly low, and it's been around half HP for like the past 3 or 4 minutes now, so eUnited are not necessarily getting the forward momentum that they want, but they have been able to stall out until the next dragon is going to be spawning. It is a Mountain Drake, and that they are able to secure that one. eUnited will have that kind of little added extra pressure onto these towers they're slowly whittling down.
Right, this is something to point out for eUnited, is the fact that they do seem to have really strong dragon control. We saw it in the games where they got leads previously. They always seem to make sure that they're on time for the dragon and they're well set up for it. Here, once again, they're just pressuring a mid lane, waiting for that to come in, though there is an engage attempted by Team Gates.
Yeah, Kha'Zix, Audar, and trying to go in here. They're going forward now onto Deathly. The flash was burned by Strumpus. Strumpus trying to get a lot of damage onto Zazel. He does want to pop in the cleanse, has to stay United for himself, so he will want it staying safe. Little aggressive there from Team Gates, as now Licorice is teleported into the fray. There's a Corki coming from the side as well, and the collapse is in from eUnited. The poke is strong with Fox.
Oh, he
It's a
snipes
big
Vincent.
one. Takes down Vincent. The ambulance is dead, so the rest of the team has to run all the way back to base. That's going to be the mid lane tower finally broken.
They grab the mid lane turret, they pick up a kill, they're going to move down to Dragon now to grab that one as well. And that was just some great play by Fox. He gets the flank off, and he just managed to keep sniping Vincent. I think it was 3 times in a row that he was able to chunk him out and ultimately grab the kill.
That's what happens when you have a player that can hit all of those quirky skill shots. He does a lot of damage, even more when he wind up hitting every single one of those rockets. And once the Soraka went down, they couldn't stay around to defend. That opens up the mid lane tower. That gets them that next Drake. The Mountain Drake goes down for them. And that's just Really solid play to capitalize on Team Gates getting a little antsy here.
Right, they pulled the trigger. They tried to open up on the Deathly. He's able to get away with the help of Lulu, and then now that they're pushed up in the mid lane, Fox has rotated from the bot side, and he just keeps poking, just doing quirky, little annoying rockets, and eventually he gets the enemy team low enough that he's able to kill Vincent. And from there, they just take the mid lane turret, the Soraka's down, and a lot of the engage tools have been used by Team Gates already.
Now eUnited has 2 of the outer towers on the map, where Team Gates still has none for themselves. Last one they're going to need to get is that top lane tower, where Licorice and Alorum have kind of been pressuring a little bit back and forth. Now that the mid lane has been opened up, though, that's going to free up Fox. Instead of pressuring the bot side to rotate mid, he's going to be content to just poke away and take down the minion waves accumulating in the top lane. Going to be able to push down that top lane tower as well. They send Licorice down into the bottom lane. The big, strong Maokai in the lane all by himself. A little bit safer than the Corki.
Yep, doesn't need any help. Doesn't quite have the escape tools, but just generally is harder to kill due to his build path. And now we see eUnited flipping their focus onto the top side of the map. They're going to keep shoving in mid and getting vision control here. They've already done a good job getting wards down. Gilius also meeting up, and here they come to the top side, though. Team Gates is trying to get up there and match this.
Only a little bit of time left on that package for Fox's Corki. Alorum just trying to clear out the wave as much as possible, but the package is going to be used aggressively from Fox. Going to go in and dive beyond the tower. They're clearing out the waves, and Gilius has popped his On the Hunt ultimate. Alorum and Odd Orange. Odd Orange actually going a little bit away from his tower, but going forward from Gilius. Odd Orange is going to wind up falling. Has definitely picked up that kill. The Wild Growth is out to keep Fox alive. He was tanking the tower, but he's not going to go down. The poke is coming out onto Alorum, and as tanky as Shen is, he might be going down. And Licorice, in the meantime, has teleported into the back and zoned away Vex from the rest of his team. The Arcane Smash, the Twisted Advance, he's locking up multiple members, and Strumpus has entered the fray, but he's going to get exhausted. He's going to get taken down. Licorice gets that kill for himself, and eUnited have collapsed.
They get a 2-for-0 on the side of eUnited. A little suspect target selection towards the end there, but they're able to get multiple members low, force them away from the top lane. They're going to grab 2 turrets up there for the 2 kills that they grabbed.
2 kills, 2 towers, and a whole lot of map presence, and a lot of gold, too, for eUnited. Is that last tower not quite done, but it will fall as the minions meet up and tank that one out. Definitely, though, sidesteps the Deadly Flourish coming out from Vex. The crit shot comes out. Alorum's going to stand United in. The flash forward locks up on the Deathly, but Licorice is there to follow the Twisted Advantage. Vex will go down. They finally take Caitlyn down as Odd Orange jumps in there, but Soraka has fallen as well, so it's a 2-for-1 trade in that follow-up, and that's Team Gates just losing out again.
Yeah, this feels like every time they get Shen, they keep having to use these ultimates reactively. Here we see the initial rotation up to the top side. It cut off the escape from Team Gates. They cleared the minion wave. It's just a matter of time. Gilius goes in, starting things off, and then they blow up the squishy Kha'Zix before trying to focus down the Shen, but he's a little hard to kill. And then Gilius kind of sees his buddy Licorice already trying to do work on Vex, wants to meet up with him. Now they focus Vincent down, unable to finish him off as well. Multiple people able to get out. Now Strumpus is too far forward, so they switch their focus onto him before finishing him off. And then they're going to just push the minion wave in, try and take this turret, and Team Gates make one last stab at defending, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and already we see definitely going a little bit far forward as Vex and Vincent have stuck around. The Deadly Force comes out there, but I mean, as we know, that fight ends, it winds up being that the Team Gates are unable to defend their tower, and by the time they try to come in using that Shen stand United again, they're just too far behind in the fight. They aren't able to really capitalize and wind up trading back 1 for 2 after losing multiple members in that fight, 2 in a tower.
Right, now they're up to a 6,500 gold lead, essentially, just before 20 minutes. And it's going to be a little bit of a stall out before they can get to the Baron. Once again, this tends to happen when you're able to grab so many objectives early. But we've seen eUnited, they're still good at cracking inner turrets as well once they set up with their Caitlyn, so looks like that's what they're going to be trying to do once again.
Well, Team Gates seem to be a little bit better off in this game. We mentioned before that around like 15 minutes, they weren't as far behind as they were in the previous game, but that was only because eUnited was content to extend that poke and prod in the mid lane. As soon as Team Gates got a little bit too antsy, things were going their way. They got a little bit too far forward, and things have kind of just fallen apart from there. They lost that mid lane tower, then they started being reactive again. They follow eUnited up to the top side. They wind up getting dove. They follow them in after a fight, thinking that eUnited stayed around too long, but they just don't necessarily know the limits here. As now Alorum caught underneath his own tower on the bottom side. The Soraka ultimate comes out, but he still goes down.
Man, that's just rough. That's one of the power of Rengar from ahead, as we see Odd Orange jump in, trying to open up on the Deathly. They got the Lulu body blocking the Jhin ultimate. Not able to finish them off. Good try by Team Gates trying to force something once eUnited showed multiple members on the bot side, but not able to convert on the kill.
It's unfortunately the story of Team Gates. They're trying to do things in this series against eUnited. They got some good ideas, but they just don't necessarily have the proper execution to pull them off. They're down 4 kills compared to 8. They haven't taken a single tower yet. It's 5 on the side of eUnited as now Vex stepping a little bit too far forward to farm, and he just gets eviscerated.
Yeah, he gets popped right away. Opens up eUnited to grab the inner turret after they grab the bot lane inner turret. This is all the inners down now as well. As Strumpus flashes in, they're going to pop definitely right away. He goes down. Good aggressive play. They're trying to continue on to more. They get Licorice taunted up, but here comes the rest of eUnited.
He's a little bit of a tanky Maokai, as that Strumpus is going to get turned on as well as Vincent. He wants it going down. The healer's gone, so the rest of the team has to scatter. Rengar's going to jump in, taunts onto the Odd Orange. He's going to get taunted up there by Allura, and flashes come out from both sides, but Fox is chasing after. The last Corki big one will take down the Kha'Zix, as Strumpus is now going to be the next to fall. Fox is almost going to go down from Allura, and he's going to try to survive for as long as possible. The last taunt will take down Rengar with him. That's still another fight and a double kill going to the side of eUnited.
Just way too aggressive for Team Gates. They get a nice pick onto Deathly, but they want more. They finally get something to go their way, so they jump forward once again with the reset, trying to get the Shen onto a member of eUnited, but they pick the tank in Licorice, and he's able to be just fine, survive that initial burst of damage, and the rest of eUnited collapses in from the flank to blow up the follow-up from Team Gates.
Another objective is going to go over to eUnited off the back of that fight as well. So another dragon, the third one of the game, the Ocean Drake, going to them. And this was Team Gates getting caught out, making a good turn, but continuing to pressure, getting a little bit too far forward.
Right, I mean, you see Vex just trying to defend the turret before the rest of his team is there. He is just way too far forward. He instantly dies. eUnited finishes off the mid lane turret, and then this is a nice flash engage by Strumpus onto Deathly here. He gets the stun.
Oh.
You know, you see Odd Orange jump in with the reset, and then he tries to put the Shen on top of the Maokai, but you really don't want to be focusing him at all.
No, once they wound up going on to Licorice, it's kind of a death sentence for themselves as the rest of eUnited were there to collapse. And as we saw on the back end of this fight, Fox, once again, this skill shot accuracy with these Corki rockets, not that one, but the remaining ones in this fight.
Not that one.
This one.
This one.
Hit the one that matters. You miss 100% of the shots, you don't take them.
You miss 100% of the shots you miss, Tom.
I mean, I can't even argue with that. That's just right.
Yep. And with that, we see now basically a 10K gold lead, 11K for eUnited. They got to be feeling pretty good. The rest of this game is well within their grasp now. They have a great siege comp. They got Baron on the table. They're going to be able to take that one pretty soon, most likely. And then once they have it, it's just about mowing down the rest of these turrets.
Well, eUnited tied in first place right now. Had yet to play Team Gates. Every other team in the North American Challenger Series so far has 2-0'd Team Gates. And eUnited have been the most convincing 2-0 that we've seen so far, as now they pop the Rengar ultimate. Licorice just kind of walks into the enemy team and takes a lovely stroll towards the Shen. Zones the tank out, and they are going to wind up taking down Gilius, though. He was kind of in there by himself while his buddy Maokai was dealing with his opposing tank in the Shen. And now Fox kind of caught all by himself. Odd Orange will stay alive. Fox trades his life for that, but now Deathly's arrived. He's taken down the Soraka, who's used her own help to keep her allies alive. The Twisted Advance goes forward over the wall and follows Shen as Licorice will finally tag down his opposing tank. It's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of eUnited.
I mean, there's the little bit of the target selection we were talking about not being the best out of eUnited there. We see Maokai totally ignoring Vex and looking for Strumpus, where Gilius on Rengar ignores the rest of the team and goes for Vexes. Now, Zeyzal caught off, trying to rotate to his buddies, and Odd Orange is going to try and pick him off here.
I don't know, the slow from the Glitterans comes out.
W?
Odd Orange has W available, leaps up in a couple seconds, tries to give it to Jim, but the Deadly Flourish misses. The Curtain Call comes out, and Vex is going to snipe up that kill, but at the same time, top lane tower has gone down in favor of Team eUnited.
Not the best trade for Team Gates, I would say. Off the back of a lost team fight where, like I was saying, eUnited, sometimes they get a little wonky with who they're trying to go on, but they're far enough ahead that it doesn't really matter.
Well, it seems like as a team they decided to go after the Baron, as they are in the pit right now. 25 minutes into the game, Caitlyn Trapp's all set up to see if anybody from Team Gates is coming in. Strumpus takes half his health and damage there as the red team will slay Baron Nashor. But now eUnited are stuck in the pit, or are Team Gates stuck in there with them?
You're locked in here with me.
Gilius wants to take him one down, but Vex will pick up a kill onto the Rengar. Now Alorum stuck against the wall. Caitlyn's just wailing away in the death pit of Baron pit there. Corki's going to go forward. The exhaust comes down to Odd Orange, has to blast cone himself out from that one. Now the rest of his team kind of taking the high road while Odd Orange is taking the low road. But Corki looks like he's going to cut him off before anybody else. Is now Fox trying to buy some time to wait for Licorice to come down here. Has a little bit of poke damage, and Team Gates a little too afraid to turn on this. Fox is going to take down Vincent. Licorice just kind of teleported in from behind. Hello from your own base, says Maokai. 3 more kills, and an ace means eUnited will now raid the base.
Yep, eUnited just starts off the Baron. They really don't have to be scared of Team Gates at all. We see Strumpus not able to get his damage down while they're stuck in the pit. eUnited picks up the bear, and they pick up more kills, and they're going to be able to pick up Game 2, winning this series 2-0. Their second one for the Challenger Series.
Off the back of another Baron call and a very significant gold and kill advantage this time around. It's going to be Team Gates losing their base, losing another series 0-2, and eUnited taking currently sole position of first place.
Right. And it was kind of expected. I mean, so far Team Gates has lost every series 0-2. It happens again here to eUnited. And ultimately, I think eUnited showed enough to feel good about it, though they still had some mistakes that they should focus on cleaning up.
Right. eUnited did have, like you mentioned, in some of these fights, a little bit of a skew kind of target selection. They weren't necessarily on the same page for every single engage, but they did also show that they had an understanding of how to move around the map. They showed an understanding of, hey, if we're going to play a bottom lane that isn't necessarily, you know, the Varus or the Jhin or the lethality kind of matchups, we're not going to play one of those true mage supports. They knew how to utilize that as part of their composition and play to their strengths of that very superior vision control.
Right, and the whole target selection, a little over aggression that you see, that can often be attributed to being ahead in games. A lot of the time it's hard to be totally disciplined, but you want to see a team be perfect. I mean, it tends to happen to everybody, so not too much to worry about there. It was just some of those mistakes in the early game where you see the first blood in the first game going over because Gilius went for a bad invade, and then the mistake by Licorice in the top lane. Those are the kinds of things that you need to be worried about moving forward, more so than we were winning the game really hard and then we kind of dove too deep in a team fight.
Well, even though they did have a couple of dives that were a little bit too deep because they did have a lot of those early game advantages a little bit later on in game 2, but they are still able to kind of make some of these aggressive plays just because of how far they are ahead.
Right, they're able to basically blow up the auto orange right away. They get him, they start focusing down all around. And then on the bottom, you kind of see that Licorice is already behind, soloing out the rest of the team of Team Gates, trying to finish Vex off, can't get him. He turns around and says, all right, fine, I'll get Soraka, can't get her. Then he's like, all right, finally, we'll just get Stromfist, and ends up initially a 2-for-0 before there's a little bit more over fighting as they take that turret.
And if this was potentially a team that was a little bit more even in gold with them, or somebody that had a little bit better positioning in some of these fights, eUnited could potentially have seen a little bit more of a loss on their side in that fight. At that point, they were very far ahead. It is them going up against Team Gates, and they were able to take down that victory very convincingly. But I mean, this is kind of what we expect out of one of the teams on the top of the table. The litmus test was you 2-0 Team Gates, and that's pretty much, you know, how the rest of the Challenger Series has gone. And this has been one of the most convincing 2-0s we've seen.
Right. I mean, this is the first full 2-0 that we've seen. The rest of the time we've been joining Team Gates kind of in the middle. This is the first time we've seen the full series, and eUnited showed that they can win through multiple ways. We usually see it being Gilius and Fox kind of tag teaming up, getting a big advantage in the mid lane, then snowballing through there. This time it was totally off the bot lane where they were able to grab the Caitlyn Lulu 2 games in a row, take the turret down before 8 minutes 2 games in a row, and then starts moving around the map.
Well, we thought the breakout star from eUnited was going to be Licorice. He played himself very solid Maokai. I mean, he was pretty solid in this entire series too, minus the one little kerfluffle he had in the top lane where he wound up dying into solo kill. But definitely really kind of came into his own here. It was a comfort pick for him in the Caitlyn, as you mentioned, something that you don't see a lot of other teams really utilizing very effectively. And he was really the breakout. So I mean, between him and Zeyzal, because this Lulu pickup as well has kind of been, it was super influential because they couldn't single out any of the targets on the side of eUnited, and it synergized extremely well with the Rengar they got twice.
Right. It's a good thing for blocking some of the assassins that we're still seeing come in for Team Gates. When the Kha'Zix jumps in initially, just ult whatever he's jumping at, and you knock him up, you stop that damage, you interrupt him a little bit, and you give a ton of health to whoever he's trying to focus down. And, I mean, that's what you see out of a lot of the kind of support type supports. That was the utility.
The utility types.
Yeah. So
I got what you meant.
Yeah, you know what I mean. That's like the Janna, obviously not as strong at doing that. The Soraka, once again, not as strong as doing it. Both times, Lulu appearing to be the best support available for that kind of play style.
I mean, we still haven't seen the Nami yet on 7.3. That's been something that's been creeping up a little bit more to the end of 7.2. We've seen it specifically picked against things like the Zyra, like the Karmas to trade and sustain a little bit. But moving on from the side of eUnited, because they are currently, until we see Tempo Storm and Big God's Jackals play later on tonight, they are currently in their first place position. They're looking really solid. On the opposite side, though, you have Team Gates firmly in the last place position. We've already discussed they're out of playoffs. But the good thing, one of the good things to take from Team Gates is while they were very far behind and they weren't able to execute them properly, they were finally breaking out of that shell as to just play reactively and trying to make things happen.
Right. I mean, they were forcing a lot of plays. Unfortunately, the Shen ultimates were still a little too reactive, and they weren't quite used to make a numbers advantage. It was more just about putting a shield on somebody. And in the ideal world, that Shen is able to find targets with the Kazakhs and they're able to blow them up. And they had one team fight in the mid lane where after picking off Deftly, they tried to carry through to the rest of eUnited, but the Maokai was too far ahead at that point already to go down to either of those two. And then the rest of eUnited was just over the wall in that brush, so they come in on the flank and blow up Team Gates' backline.
And some of it was just failed execution or failed skill shots specifically. We saw in game number 1 when they had the Ash Arrow usage. There were a couple of fights, specifically one in the mid lane when they tower dove early on and they had to use a flash Shen taunt to lock up the Caitlyn because the Ash Arrow missed. And another one at the Baron pit in game number 1 where they had a really good call to go for that Baron when they were caught the side of eUnited going for the Infernal Dragon, but they weren't able to capitalize and turn effectively because they weren't hitting those crucial CC spells.
Right, and on the flip side, you have to look at Fox's Corki, something that looked totally dominant this game, and he sniped out Vincent a number of times, able to blow up the Soraka very easily. So overall, each member of Team eUnited had moments where they looked really good. There are a couple mistakes that they need to make sure they shore up before moving into next week.
Well, that's what we kind of expect from one of the teams at the top of the standings. So that series is complete, but we'll catch up with another in just a few minutes. When we come back, it's game 2 between Big Gods Jackals and Tempo Storm, tied at the top of the tables, right after this. Maybe trying to get a collapse on the Fox in this mid lane here. Odd Orange is going forward. The flash is used for Stompus as well. Fox taken extremely low. Finds himself an Odd Orange. The hunt is on. Gilius jumps over the wall. The Stand United is out, and so is the curtain call. Gilius might be a little bit too far forward as Vex tends every shot going forward from Gilius. Odd Orange is going to wind up falling. He definitely picks up that kill. The Wild Growth is out to keep Fox alive. He was tanking the tower, but he's not going to go down. Deadly Flourish coming out from Vex. The crit shot comes out. Aloran's going to Stand United in. The flash forward locks up on the Deathly, but Licorice is there to follow the twisted advantage. Vex will go down. Flashes come out from both sides, but Fox is chasing after. The last Corki big one will take down the Kazakhs. Strampus is now going to be the next to fall. Fox is almost going to go down from Alorum, and he's going to try to survive for as long as possible. But now eUnited are stuck in the pit, or are Team Gate stuck in there with them?
You're locked in here with me.
Gilius wants to take him one down, but Vex will pick up a kill onto the Rengar. Now Alorum stuck against the wall. Kane's just wailing away in the death pit of Baron pit there. Welcome back, League fans. Tempo Storm and Big Gods Jackals Game 1 was a back-and-forth pull until about the 25-minute mark where things just got a little out of hand.
Right, and the big story kind of coming into Game 1 was the fact that Big God Jackals subbed out RF Legendary, who was struggling in the series so far, the Challenger series, not this series, obviously. And then they put in Chris, and Chris is kind of the Challenger scene superstar top laner. He came in against Quas, and ultimately Quas got his hands onto the Camille and was still able to prove that that champion is still strong.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's the third time that we've seen Quas kind of get that, and about 10 minutes in, Tempo Storm get really big invades in the jungle, and Quas and Camille is doing Quas on Camille things.
Right, so you see Tempo Storm trying to secure their blue buff here. Here comes Wiggly and Chris trying to blow them up, but it starts out all right. The force back by hat tricks there with the Camille and then, or the Aurelion Sol, and then here comes Quas coming in the backside, trying to pick off multiple low health members. Gets Wiggly right away, and then Chris gets locked down from the roaming sheep, and uses the ultimate onto Pekin Wolf's Corki, not able to get anywhere away from him, and now Quas gets a double kill, and we know Camille, previously before the patch, able to blow stuff up. Turns out that's still true when she gets the lead.
And even though Tempo Storm got some early game advantages, Big Gods Jackals are able to start things off better and try to go for a Baron that Malzahar steals away from them, of all people.
Right, the AoE from the ultimate able to secure it, I believe. So a pretty crazy Baron play, a little bit of a force on the side of Big God Jackals. Tempo Storm able to punish it. They steal the Baron, they pick up a couple kills, and that was really all they need to get off to the races.
And then Hatrix kind of coming in and showing that he might not be the only person in North America that knows how to use that Aurelion Sol, as we see massive CC chains and cleanup coming out from him in one fight.
Right, and then of course Freeze also able to chase through, get his Hurricane procs in there as well. Wins the very close 1v1 against the Ashe. And that's basically game after that.
Yeah, and also Freeze there on the Caitlyn. We said that was something that was a comfort pick for Deathly in our first series of the game, and our first series of the day, and we haven't seen a lot of it, but now kind of coming into play in multiple spots.
Right, so, I mean, maybe the Caitlyn has risen on priority in the patch. It'd be a little surprising to see that because, you know, Lethality or Varus and Jhin weren't really targeted, but, you know, maybe this is something where people are deciding, hey, we care more about comfort, we care more about lane pressure, let's go with the Caitlyn.
Hey, maybe the Varus doesn't become as strong if Caitlyn just bullies him down, but let's get a refresher on these rosters before we jump into game number 2. So let's start on the blue side. Big Gods Jackals. In the top lane, Chris instead of RF Legendary. Jungler is Wiggly. Mid lane is Pekin Wolf. And on the bottom side of the map, Fabi and Bayano making up their marksmen and support.
And over on the red side, it's Team Tempo Storm. In the top lane, Quas, Jungle, Sentinel. Mid lane is Hatrix. Bot lane is Freeze. And the support is Sheep.
So both of these teams, they started the day tied with eUnited, #1 in the standings. eUnited, of course, with their 2-0 of Team Gates that we just saw, does mean they're solely in first place. And with that win from Tempo Storm, that means a 2-0 here for Tempo Storm will tie them for first place. And as we said at the start of the day, if one of these teams 2-0s the other one, that's really the clear #1 or 2 coming in.
Right, and coming in, the common thread between the two teams was kind of their focus on the bot lane. Freeze, obviously a big name. And then you would have thought that Quas might have had an advantage in the top side against RF Legendary, who, like I said, was struggling during his games. But here, with the substitution of Chris, you would think, okay, maybe this is going to be easier a little bit for the top lane for Big God Jackals. But, I mean, Quas gets the Camille. He gets a double kill 10 minutes in. It's not quite shaping up how they thought it would.
And even though that top side of the map was a thing we wanted to focus on, the mid lane, that other solo lane, is also a kind of tight race because Hatrix has been performing extremely low in the Challenger series, and Pekin Wolf has had his own kind of breakout season.
Right, and they play pretty similar champions. We've seen a lot of Corki, Syndra rise out of both them, and they've both been able to put in big performances. Pekin Wolf in particular, his Corki has looked great. He's always been a bit of a poke-oriented player. He liked things like Xerath previously, and currently Corki is the most poke-oriented mid laner, so no surprise to see him having good success on that champion.
Natural fit for himself, and we saw just kind of a little highlight of both of their amazing plays. Pekin Wolf himself, though, did have that massive 4-man Syndra stun against Team Gates last week, so very good stuff coming out from both of them, and it'll be really interesting to kind of see what the champion pool between these two mid laners really comes down to, because as we saw in game #1, it was Hatrix busting out the Aurelion Sol.
Right, and Aurelion Sol is a champion that we've seen a little bit of a fringe pick all over the world. It still has that insane early game pressure where it's able to start moving around the map, basically level 1 sometimes even. So in this case, it still also proves that it can be good in team fights. We see just how strong it is with a flank ultimate Q, basically able to win that team fight instantly for Team Tempo Storm. So gonna need to see if Big God Jackals need to react to the Aurelion Soul and start trying to shut it down, because when you pick a carry top laner like the stuff that Quas likes to pick, Aurelion Soul is a great mid laner for it, because you can put tons of pressure up on the top side and basically snowball that weird pick that Quas is going for.
And I really want to know what the ban phase is going to shape up like, because if Big God's Jackals were letting Quas get Camille is, I would assume, the first pick last time around, that means there would be another interesting pick and ban phase. We've already seen Rengar and Kha'Zix kind of falling to the wayside in both of these series so far, match number 1 of the day. Is that going to be something that's very, very similar in this matchup?
It's hard to say, and I mean, the thing about the drop in priority of all the OP champions is that some of them are going to move up and take its place, right? So even though the Camille got nerfed, did it get nerfed harder than Rengar, Kha'Zix, and these other things? And Quas is kind of putting in a case to say no, but in the previous series, we were seeing that maybe it's Kha'Zix and Rengar that are still crazy. So we're going to have to see exactly which of those are the big concern, because to me, I would think that it's the junglers. Those were the things at the strongest. You saw all the rookie young blood junglers in the NALCS. They're going crazy, and I think a lot of that is likely due to the meta currently.
Yeah, well, we also saw the grades being picked up from, I believe Sentinel was playing it in game number 1, so that was already something that we haven't necessarily seen as much previously. It was kind of the second tier of jungler. We've seen, like you mentioned, LCS, like people like Acadian have been using that extremely effectively.
Reignover as well.
Reignover, he had this massive 9 kill, 0 death game on Graves that he still somehow lost, but the lethality buffs have been a very big boon for Graves as well, and as we do see the bans coming out already, that Camille is not going to go back over to the hands of Quas.
Nope, not too much of a surprise to see that. Maybe you think it is weaker, but once a player proves he can still perform on it, then it's less about, okay, this thing got nerfed, and more about, well, we still can't really deal with it. So no surprise to see it banned there for Big God Jackals. Tempo Storm, first ban being the Rise.
And that was actually very interesting, because when RF Legendary was in, they picked it for RF Legendary. He didn't do all too well with it. Now they've subbed in Chris into the top lane. I mean, we said it before, he's kind of been the perennial challenger top laner. He's usually the one that crushes the challenger series, gets into LCS, and kind of falls off a little bit, but he himself does not want to go into that matchup. The Vi being banned out, this is specifically a Sentinel kind of one-trick pick. We talked to him last week after the interview for Tempo Storm's win, and
he doesn't even think it's that good. Yeah, but he's like, we're winning with it. People are banning it, so, whatever.
And they continue to ban it away here, so Vi will not go into his hands, as well as Jhin being the target from Tempo Storm. I mean, we've seen Jhin be a target. We've seen Varus left open in the last series. Ashe and Caitlyn have risen in priority, so...
Yeah, it's a little surprising to see the Jhin ban. Maybe they're going to go with the Varus ban as well, try and take out both lethality AD carries, or they're setting themselves up to put up a proposition where Big God Jackals has to pick between 1 or 2 things, and then Tempo Storm grabs 2. So need to see exactly what they're setting up here. And I would be surprised to see them just hand over the Varus. We see the LeBlanc come in for Big God Jackals as their last ban. Because the thing is, you would say whenever you're leaving the Varus up alone, you're going to grab one of the OP junglers for it. But the fact of the matter is both are still available in Rengar and Kha'Zix. So need to see what Tempo Storm are electing to try and trade for here. Maybe it's a top laner, who knows?
Maybe. I mean, it could be a top lane ban. If they do wind up pinching the jungle pick, they could trade jungler for Varus or vice versa. They ban the Varus. One gets Rengar, one gets Kha'Zix, unless they prioritize something different than we saw in the first series. And they're going to wind up using actually all of the time whittling down before it is actually going to be Ashe that they ban away. And this was something that's interesting, because when we saw Tempo Storm in week 1, the success they had was the Ashe Malzahar composition.
Right. And I mean, that's kind of what Tempo Storm showed the most success on, was any of these kind of heavy lockdown CC comps. That's why you see the Vi ban here. Big God Jackals, no surprise, grab the Varus. And this is where I'm going to wonder exactly what Tempo Storm's plan was. Were they trying to bait the Varus with some kind of pick? I'll need to see. The other question is, what are you going to prioritize now? Quas generally doesn't play a lot of the OP tanks, so we saw some people going for the Shen or the Maokai first pick right away to get whichever of those two they prefer. Quas isn't really either of them, right? Yeah, so a little surprising though, I guess. He's going to shut me up right away. He goes with the Shen pick, so that was their plan.
All right.
Going to see what else they grab with the second rotation.
Maybe the half of the team that wanted Quas to play those things is saying like, hey, we're up a game now. We can go for one of those things. I know you don't like playing them, but you got Camille last game.
It's kind of the opposite of how it usually goes. Game 1, play the standard stuff, dude. If you do well, we'll hand you your weird thing. It's the other way around. It's like, all right, you did well in Camille.
Not play Shen.
Not play Shen, yeah.
Well, he might not be bouncing off the walls, be a little bit more active across the map with the double global threat. And then I thought they might be going for the Caitlyn setup like they had last time, but it's going to be the Sivir prioritization coming in here, which is very interesting. I mean, Kha'Zix and Rengar are still both available, so you could wind up trading junglers. Or...
I think this is a pretty heavy setup for a Rengar comp. When you go with the Shen, he obviously wants to ult Rengar, get those kind of submarine engages. Sivir, if is actually not that bad into Varus. A lot of Varus's lane bully potential comes from the fact that he has that Q that can snipe you through minions. And the thing about Sivir, she has the spell shield, so she can kind of negate that. Obviously, Q on a shorter cooldown, but assuming your footwork's good, you can actually do okay in this laning phase. So it's not too surprising actually to see those bans now that I think about it if they're going to go with the Sivir pick. And this sets up well for a Rengar who also benefits a lot from the Sivir ultimate.
Well, although Big Gods Jackals have their pick of the litter from the jungle pool, it does look like the Graves is going to be where they prioritize it. In addition to that, they're picking up a Jace, and this may be going into the top lane. It could be going into the mid lane, but either way, in the hands of
League of lethality.
Yeah. They got a lot of lethality on their side. A lot of poke coming out, a lot of early game damage as well.
Right, tons of damage. And so the big problem right now is the fact that their comp is looking fairly AD heavy. We'll need to see what they do. Chris does play a Rumble. Maybe they'll end up grabbing that a little bit later, but we'll focus on that after we see the pick that Tempo Storm goes for, actually going with Kha'Zix. So not quite the Rengar comp we were expecting, but they are able to lock in the Kha'Zix last. I know some people think that this is the strongest jungler now with the nerfs to Rengar. Kha'Zix was already kind of in contention for being just underneath it, so not too surprising to see them elect with this one instead. Still can jump in there with its evolved wings, huge engage range, and still benefits from everything else that the Rengar would have as well.
And it does seem like that, although he may not be, like you said, as synergistic with the kind of run at you that Sivir's going to provide, he will actually be a little bit of a threat himself. And although that ban will not pick up, I have been informed that it's actually Zyra that Tempo Storm have been able to ban out. So it will not show up on our graphic, but they have gotten the ban in.
Not too much of a surprise. Zyra having really great range and annoying harass. Sivir, short range, very susceptible to harass. So obviously you want to take that off the table. Probably going to maybe throw out a couple more bans to the bot lane, try and get Sivir the best matchup possible, because in terms of the AD matchup, she does just fine.
Right, and that does mean that they also potentially could pinch the mid lane pool. Malzahar has been banned out from the side of Big Gods Jackals. It stole a Baron against them last game, so they got a vendetta out against them.
Yeah, that's the big reason. It's like, all right, we were fine with everything the Malzahar did, except steal that Baron.
Now, the single target lockdown, just the bully potential coming out from that pickup makes him a very big threat. And if you got the Varus lane, you want to be the one that's bullying him around. And as you mentioned with the Zyra ban out from the side of Tempo Storm, sure, Sivir's really good at spell shielding arrows, but not if she has to dodge a million other skill shots.
Right, and that's actually something that's good for Tempo Storm, the fact that there are so many bot lane support bans coming in. If you can isolate it onto something like a Thresh, as opposed to a Karma or anything, because they are going to have the first pick as well. So with the MF ban coming in as well, that's another one. With that long-range harass, that's off the table, and they can potentially secure the Karma themselves. Sivir Karma is actually a great lane, so that'd be nice if they can get that. We'll have to see if that's what they choose to go for.
It's a lot of speed boost as well. You got the Karma
it's a
shield.
Fast team.
You got a Sivir speed up. Man, that Rengar would have been really good, but they did go for the Kha'Zix instead. Thresh is going to be the last ban, so they are not going to pinch away that Karma. I would be shocked if Tempo Storm do not pick that up.
Right, I mean, Sheep is a little bit of a Thresh player, so with all the support bans coming in, it's no surprise to take off what is probably one of the strongest ones left anyways between the Karma and the Thresh, and with it being Sheep, he prioritizes the Thresh higher in general, most likely, so not too much of a surprise to see that one come in, as it looks like the Braum instead. All right.
All right, got to scratch that off my notes.
Oh, you wrote it down already. Don't listen to me, dude. I'm old wrong with everything Tempo Storm's doing. I'm like, they're not going to play Shen. This is going to be a Rengar. That's a Karma. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Well, the thing is with Braum, you just have the Unbreakable Shield, and if you're looking down the line at all that poke and all that lethality from the side of Big Gods Jackals, having a big, beefy Braum to stand behind, not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that's going to be pretty useful. We've seen Gold Coin United being another team that seems to like the Braum pick, though they shied away from it a little bit last week. But it does have its place in the meta, just in terms of being able to be a frontliner for your team if you're sometimes lacking it, as well as the ability to block a lot of that poke like you were talking about.
And so that means that the potential mid or top lane pick is going to be coming in. You did say that there's a lot of AD and more importantly, lethality focus coming out from the side of Big Gods Jackals. The Corki would add to even more poke, as all 5 of those champions are going to have a lethal amount of poke in the early stages and going into the mid stages of the game. No Mordekaiser. I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah, I got my eyebrows up for that. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't trust Viano for that one. Maybe, you know, Big Gods Jackals, Brazilian organization, got to have the Mordekaiser once.
Yeah, they got to. But no surprise, Corki, one of the stablest mid laners, like you said, also has a lot of poke. A little bit split in terms of its actual magic damage, so Big God Jackals do have to worry a little bit about if the Corki is not a threat or gets a kill or two and actually falls behind. That could be a big problem, as we see Tempo Storm once again going with the Aurelion Soul. This champion does love all the move speed that the Sivir can bring, so no surprise to see that one come in. Obviously, it was very successful last game as well.
So altogether now, Tempo Storm picking up the tempo. They got a lot of movement speed. They got a lot of things that they can stand behind and a lot of engagement potential. I mean, the Shen submarining in on top of the Kazakhs, the Braum ultimate to kind of turn around any sort of engages. But on the side of Big God's Jackals, I mean, they have the ability to engage or disengage. The Karma Inspire Shield, being able to speed everybody up, could be the way that they have to disengage while providing all that poke. I could see a lot of early game tower focus coming out from their side, whereas Tempo Storm, I mean, this has been the team that they focus on their bottom lane. That's where they try to get ahead, and they like scaling up into the middle stages of the game. 20 minutes is where their playground actually kind of opens up, and they make map movements and go for these different objectives, but it might be hard-pressed if there's a poke competition knocking at your door around 15.
Right, that's the thing that concerns me a little bit, is the fact that Big God Jackals does have a lot of strong lanes, and they're able to most likely win those early, and they can just keep the pressure up on Tempo Storm. And Tempo Storm doesn't actually have great pick. They have a lot of speed up and a lot of ways to maybe get into the fight, but they're not just going to snipe somebody out right away and force a team fight the way you can with a Jhin, Varus, or Ashe.
Well, we ourselves will be setting our sights on this game number 2 between Big God's Jackals and Tempo Storm. They were tied for second place because we did see eUnited taking a 2-0 victory. This time around, it's Tempo Storm with a 1-0 lead. They were able to secure themselves a 2-0. That'll put them solidly in a first place tie with eUnited. Big God's Jackals don't want that to happen. They want to hang on to second place because we are second to last week in Challenger.
Right, so this is a pretty huge game for both these teams. If basically decides if Tempo Storm's able to keep up for first place or not. And they got their work cut out for them. Big God Jackals looking like they got a much, I wouldn't say better comp, but a little bit playing more to their strengths. Previously, we saw Chris stuck on the Poppy into the Camille. That's often seen as the most common counter pick matchup. Here, he gets his counter pick again, but this time it's on a carry. And Chris is a player who loves playing carries. He's always had a great Riven. That's kind of what he was most known for.
Yep.
And here on the Jace, one of those really aggressive snowballing top laners.
Well, this is also a difficult later game composition for Big God's Jackals to execute. We saw Goldcoin United running something very similar, and they had the Jace, the LeBlanc, I think it was Lee Sin in the jungle, and they had I believe it was Varus or Ashe in their bottom lane matchup. So they had a very heavy poke kind of style team. And the one thing it does suffer from is the lack of a dedicated tanky champion. When you get into the later stages of the game, if your coordination is off, if somebody's out of position, that kind of team composition crumbles, whereas Tempo Storm, if they actually are able to last to that point in time, that's where theirs gets really strong.
For sure, and Big God Jackals have the early game advantage, so it's going to be about getting those kinds of leads and making it so Tempo Storm is always fighting from a deficit. Because if they're able to start a fight off at the same health and they get a good engage, or even if just the same gold, they're able to likely win that team fight. But we see already Big God Jackals heavily trading in the bot lane, and this is what they're going to look to do in pretty much every lane.
Pretty much, and if there is one lane where Big God's Jackals has been able to translate advantages from, it has been their bottom side of the map. We've seen Wiggly be perchance to favor Fabi's bottom lane matchup. We've also seen them when they are able to get their hands on picks like Malzahar or something that can steal away an enemy buff. That's where they usually send Fabi in the early game. But as we see here, Hatrix getting the best of Peek and Move early on. Just the star damage and wonders against that Arcade Corki.
Right, this is the one lane that Tempo Storm has in their advantage most likely. As we see the flash force out of Fabi for the exhaust on Sheep. That was really well done, where he's able to walk up and get the Braum passive on with the exhaust. So threatening the stun and potential kill.
That's not exactly what you expect out of like a Braum Sivir matchup. They don't have the most trade potential early on. Braum does have really good gank assist, but not necessarily the most pressure in that lane. So blowing a Summoner Spell super early on means that with a high damage jungler like Sentinel on Kazakhs, that could be a prime target for a gank. And I mean, we're talking about where Big God's Jackals like to get their advantages from in the bottom lane. Same exact thing for Tempo Storm.
For sure, and we see, like I was mentioning, Peek and Wolf pushed in under his turret. This is the one place that Tempo Storm does have a lot of early advantages. The Aurelion Soul can basically choose to push in a wave whenever he wants. Probably has to trade a little bit of his health to do so, but he's able to get the very early Corrupting Pot, Dark Seal combo, and then he just goes running around the map. And with Big God Jackal's side lanes most likely pushing in, that means that he can maybe start swinging behind them and trying to turn these early advantages that Big God Jackals do have.
That does sound like a field day for an Aurelion Soul pickup, and Hatrix himself went pretty massive on the champion in last game. Was in the later game team fight stages. We weren't able to actually watch game number 1, so we don't know how effective he was in the early game, but he continues to trade against Pick and Wolf like we saw earlier on in this lane phase. Could be big things coming out from Tempo Storm, as most of these lanes, as you mentioned, going kind of how we expected. The sides from Big God's Jackals are shoving out, but the jungle pressure really hasn't necessarily been super focused yet. Both of these guys just content to farm up, and we actually already see Sentinel getting an early back for himself.
Right, and so far, good job communicating by Big God Jackals. Basically every time Aurelion Soul has not been seen mid lane, I've seen a question mark ping go down for Big God Jackals, so that's been the kind of stuff you need to do. You need to track the Aurelion Soul very heavily, and they already have some decent vision control in the bot river. Looks like Graves going up to make sure they can maybe get some in the top side as well. And that's exactly what you need to do. You really need to control that Aurelion Soul as he makes his way down to the bot lane a little bit now.
Well, Wiggly might be coming around the top side. Quas has pushed out a little bit from underneath his tower. This Chris gonna go hammer form, takes to the skies. Shen is going to taunt out of that one, but Wiggly's got the red buff applied. End of the line, the smoke screen come out. A lot of poke damage comes down on the Quas, but he will get out without burning a summoner spell. Yeah,
and that's not too bad given the fact that Shen can teleport back and still have a global at 6, regardless of what Chris does, who he's gonna recall as soon as he finishes pushing in that wave. And you know, it's a nice gank, but would have been much happier if they were able to convert on a kill.
All right, and we do see Quas teleporting back, picked up a chain vest for himself in addition to a couple extra health potions, whereas on the flip side, we'll see Chris recalling at the same time. I feel like he's going to be dealing a little bit more damage, maybe a little bit more lethal as he picked up 2 long swords for himself, most likely going to be turning that into his serrated dirk sooner or later.
Sooner or later. I heard a little bit of your jersey come out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
is that what that was?
Yeah.
Oh, man. My jersey showing. I'm so embarrassed. Not really.
Put your jersey away. Gross.
Well, both of these teams have been relatively passive for the early stages of this game. This is something that Tempo Storm usually likes to do. They kind of play it a little bit safer. They play out the lane phase for as long as they're able to gain advantages, or as long as it plays out in their favor pretty much. And Big God's Jackals, I mean, we wanted to see an early movements and early advantages gained for them. Sure, we're only 5-something minutes in right now. We don't need to see something from them right away. We saw a little bit of action on the top side of the map, but they're not falling behind in farm all too much. Fairly close in the top lane and the bottom lane. The mid lane matchup, Corky's been staying a little bit ahead of the Aurelion Soul, and we saw Graves making some earlier map movements than the side of Kha'Zix, so things just kind of going according to plan for what both of these teams sort of want to do so far.
Right, I think if you're Big God Jackals, you're a little concerned about the lack of advantages you've opened up for yourself so far. As Wiggly gets jumped on, he flashes away instantly. Felt like he was ready for that one.
Yeah, well, the sun's going to fall off from Hatrix here. They want to go in on this one. Sheep's going to flash, jump forward. That actually causes the flash out from Wiggly. Sheep did use his himself, so that's a flash for flash trade and even more pressure towards that mid-jungle combo.
Right, looks like Tempo Storm not going to force onto this dragon quite yet. Going to recamp that brush and hope that Wiggly walks through there once again.
Well, they had the bottom lane pushed up on the side of Big God's Jackals, so the collapse could have come out from their bottom lane as well. Pick and move continuing just to play wave clear duty as much as possible against Hatrix's Aurelion Soul, but Tempo Storm using this ever so slight reprieve of Wiggly from his own jungle to put down a couple of forward wards on the backside of that dragon pit, but it's mostly to spot out where Graves is going to be.
As we see Quas open up onto Chris a little bit there. Able to get the turret to aggro him once, get one shot onto him, force him off with the pressure. And that's one of the things you want to do as Shen, is make sure that the Jace is not just free hitting your turret, whittling it down. Quas does a good job making sure that's not happening.
Yep, same time, Peck and Woof going to get his first blue buff of the game. Pings are going down on Aurelion Soul as he roams himself, but it looks like Hatrix will be matching that blue buff as Sentinel's going to be gifting that one away to his Cosmic Dragon in the middle.
His Cosmic Dragon pet.
Yeah, you didn't have a pet Cosmic Dragon growing up?
Nope.
I guess you did not have a very
Guess my parents didn't love me, Tom.
I mean, I was going for active imagination, but...
Oh, yeah, that too.
So we see a couple of fights going down again for control wards in the bottom side tri-brush. Just a lot of trading going on, not a lot of actual kill pressure, though, as Hatrix did take a little bit worse for the wear in that trade. Now that Corky's picked up that Sheen, got a little bit of extra damage on those auto attacks to weave in and out from those poking rockets, but Wiggly come back up to this top side now. Shen still has his flash available, but there's a large wave of minions. They might want to go for a tower dive.
They got to go fast.
Chris is fairly low on mana, though, and we do see Kha'Zix coming up, so right you are, Mark. They do have to respond this one pretty quick. Pick and Woof is coming up from the mid lane.
I actually like this.
Soul's roaming in.
I like this decision a lot more. The fact that Jace did not have a ton of mana and the length of time it was taking to start that dive was giving Kha'Zix time to get in range and potentially join in that dive and turn it. Instead,
Quas goes in, has to flash out. The collateral damage off the backside will pick up first blood, so Tempo Storm are there to react. They overreact, and Quas goes down.
Right, that was actually really well played by Big God Jackals, not over-focusing the dive just because they can. They're concerned about it getting turned, so instead they focus down the turret. That gets it really low, and that pressures Tempo Storm into thinking, oh, we got to do something to keep our turret up. Quas taunts in. It doesn't connect. They're able to turn a ton of damage back onto him and blow him up.
And now Tempo Storm, they don't want to give up any more pressure on this top side. The solo laners from the mid lane have now become the solo laners in the top lane, but Tempo Storm will be spotted out by a pair of wards, so Zentinel will clear away the control one for himself, but That's advantage for Big God's Jackals. They've gotten themselves a first blood, and it's gone over with an assist on both of those pokey solo laners as well.
Right, that's a great start for Big God Jackals. The fact that that top lane turret is so low as well means that eventually Jace is going to be able to grab that on his own. And the Jace's TP is coming up soon as well, so they're unlikely going to have to worry about a TP advantage for Tempo Storm.
374 HP, which, according to my calculations, is just a couple of pot shots from some Jace auto attacks. If he pops that W, gets 1 or 2 extra autos, that tower could be going down fairly quick. And with solo gold still on the table, that first blood tower advantage, giving it over to a very lethal champion like Jace, with his build and the fact that he deals a lot of damage, could be very potent for that Big God Jackal's early game spike that we said they needed to take advantage of. As Corgi goes in with the package on the hat trick, he wants it dodging out from the Aurelion Soul ultimate by Valkyrying back over, and just a fancy little poke method there.
Yeah, that was interesting. I thought he was going to continue to go aggressive. It looked like he set himself up extremely well there with both of his summoners still available. He could exhaust anyone if they came in after him, still had his flash available, but didn't go for the aggressive Valkyrie. As you see, Freeze forced to ult away there. But yeah, it looked like Pick 'em Wolf could have been a little bit more aggressive if he chose to be. Decides to play it more on the safe side. Happy with the fact that the lane is going pretty well in his favor.
Yeah, so we did also see aggression on the bottom side. The ultimate on the hunt pop there from Freeze, so he had to back away. Sheep was nowhere to be found in that lane matchup, so he is going to wind up backing away. And as you mentioned before, now with Chris, the advantage in that top lane, a little bit of a taunt going down as that tower is nowhere near healthy enough for Quas to finish, and that is going, or defend, and that's going to be Chris getting that solo first blood gold.
Yep, so your Jace is pretty much fully online now. 10 minutes in, got the solo first blood turret gold, 20 CS up. And he's going to need to keep that pressure going, keep the Shen locked down, don't let him get any kind of advantages. And so far, Big God Jackals not looking too bad, up 2K just 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they got themselves some forward vision around this dragon pit. They're trying to extend ever so slightly. It is an Infernal Dragon, so they will be looking to contest that, but a lot of that's going to hinge on how far this mid lane is pressured up. Hatrix, while he hasn't necessarily gotten a large CS advantage, has gotten the CS shove, the wave advantage in favor of Tempo Storm, which is continuing to allow them to ward up and de-ward this Dragon Pit area. Now Big God Jackal's getting a little aggressive. Wiggly saw the Unbreakable Shield used up, and he's going to have to flash out from the Braum ultimate, though. Peck and Wolf has come down. Not a lot of on Corki, but just enough to force them away. As Chris actually came down from the recall, still has his teleport available, but now this is Big God's Jackals trying to make a move either around Dragon or that mid lane tower. It looks like they might be collapsing.
It's going to be the mid lane turret. They're trying to force Tempo Storm to take the long way around. They do have a 5 range comp, so this is something that's able to take turrets pretty easily, though. It looks like Tempo Storm was able to get around in time. Though Hatrix, he almost gets popped.
Collateral damage, not enough to take down Aurelion Soul, but it will be enough to force back Tempo Storm. Looks like Big God's Jackals may be content just to continue to shove up here. They're kind of floating in between that Dragon and that mid lane, trying to catch Tempo Storm off guard. They've caused Freeze to rotate up towards this mid lane, though. Aurelion Soul's gone back. They need another source of wave clear, but looks like Big God's Jackals decide to back off, and Freeze goes back to bot lane to farm.
Yep. Not deciding to force too hard around mid lane. They did have Shen pushing the top wave all the way into the turret, so Chris wanted to go up there and collect that farm, keep himself strong. It's a really important thing that when the Jace is ahead of the Shen, that he keeps pressing that advantage. Nice that he roamed down to potentially try and turn a fight at the Dragon, but don't want to overstay your welcome down there.
Well, Jace himself in that Shen matchup has gotten himself first tower, and it translates over to a Black Cleaver for himself. Warrior enchantment's been picked up on both of the jungle pickups here. Aurelion Soul looking like he might be going for one of those catalyst items, could potentially be one of the Hextech items. The GLP has been a favorite of Aurelion Soul as of recently. Trinity Force for Corki is in sights for him, as well as a blue buff to continue poking down and going toe-to-toe with the Aurelion Soul in the mid lane, as now it's Tempo Storm. Off those backs from Big God's Jackals, they see themselves with that vision they've been able to kind of keep established in the river. They're able to secure themselves a dragon.
Little dangerous for Sentinel there.
Yeah.
Eating a big chunk from both the Karma and Varus Q, but that's actually a pretty common play that people used to do on the red side, where when the enemy team goes for their blue buff handoff, you just start the Dragon up, and this time Tempo Storm's able to convert. They get the Infernal Drake off a really smart play.
Well, this is a classic Tempo Storm. They don't necessarily knock down the towers early on. They don't necessarily get kills early on, but they're content to farm it out for as long as possible, get themselves a couple of dragons. The first one themselves have gotten this game. Teleport coming out here from Quas to defend against this tower. Another collateral damage from Big Wiggly, as it looks like they're continuing to pressure down on this mid lane here, getting the tower down below half HP, and they're not letting this up. You mentioned 5 range characters from the side of Big God's Jackals. This is kind of where they come online when they get those first item power spikes. It's a little bit early from that, as they only have the components, but still a lot of damage coming out to these targets at Tempo Storm.
A ton of poke, great vision control for Big God Jackals. They know that there's no flanks coming around. They don't need to worry about anything. They see all 4 members grouped up. They know they force the Aurelion Soul to go home. They're just trying to chunk this turret out, as it looks like Corki recalled. Don't know if they're going to keep pressuring with just 4 men.
There's a lot of time between these minion waves. They'll be content to just poke them down and farm it up and share it out as Quas has returned to the top side.
Corki grabbed the package. He's coming back mid. Looks like they're going to be able to grab this turret, though.
Ooh.
Sheep wants to start something.
He winds up flashing in, tries to get the engage down, but Chris is going to wind up flashing away. The Stand United was used as Sentinel, and Quas on the opposite side. Sheep winds up going down as he was the engage tool and the first to fall. Now Sentinel getting traded on by Peckinwolf. There was
Whoa, buddy.
Oh, it's the second blast cone we've seen betray somebody today.
The blast cones are just not playing nice, as Sentinel looked like he was spending a lot of time trying to get in the right position to auto it, unable to do so, and then pops himself all the way back into the rest of Big God Jackals, who clean him up and grab their second turret, grabbing the mid lane one of Tempo Storm.
2 for 0 trade in favor of Big God's Jackals. They get, like you said, their second tower of the game, and it's a mid lane tower, so that opens up even more of the map. They could potentially go in, get some more vision advantages, but they're utilizing this composition extremely well, Mark. We said this is very pokey, very siegey. They need to start utilizing it early on, and they're doing it.
Yep, not quite out of the woods yet, but they do get a big advantage here. Sheep tries to force the ultimate, not quite able to do so. Sentinel gets blasted back, not able to actually make anything happen. Sheep goes down right away, and then here's Sentinel. He flashes to the blast cone, trying to get on the right side of it, cancels an auto attack, walks around a little bit, and then blast cones himself to the wrong side. Very, very unfortunate situation for him. Gives up another kill, but didn't matter a ton because Big God Jackals were winning that fight anyways, and they're still going to grab the turret, even if Sentinel got out there.
So more map pressure, more advantages for Big God's Jackals. Roughly a little less than 4,000 gold in their favor, 3 kills to 0. And I mean, that's still a large advantage. We're 16 minutes into the game. They've gotten multiple thousand gold advantage. Their CS advantages aren't necessarily super high. There's about 14 in the range Jace versus melee Shen matchup. Their bottom lane is actually ever so slightly behind, but these are the advantages that they're getting across the map. You look at the gold counts, because that's where the real story is told. A little less than 1,000 in the mid lane matchup. The 80 carry matchup, only about 100 in their favor because of the global gold, but the real story is this 1,200 gold advantage on Jace in the top lane.
Right, they basically have over 1,000 gold advantage in all 3 positions on the top half of the map, so things are going great for them up there. And the comp that they're playing is a tough one to execute on, as Tempo Storm trying to force something around the bot lane. Fabi's able to run away. But it is the case where Big God Jackals comp needs to be ahead, needs to keep pushing. They're about on pace for where they need to be right now. 4,000 gold is great, just 17 minutes in, but they need to keep growing that lead. And there's still a lot of objectives and ways to do it on the map. So Big God Jackals are in a pretty good spot.
They need to not get content with where they are, because Tempo Storm's strength has kind of been, like we mentioned before, taking it slow, turning it on when they hit certain power spikes. But looks like Big God's Jackals, they might be continuing to push their advantages here on the bottom side, as they're now rotating for that last outer tower. Aurelion Soul was there to defend it, but even the Cosmic Dragon can't go 4v1.
Nope, a little too tough, so Hatrix has to back off. There's not much to get in the mid lane because Big God Jackals did a good job clearing the wave before anything else, and though Freeze clears it out this time, the rest of the team's able to rotate back up to there and defend their turret.
Now, about 18 minutes in, Big God's Jackals, we said, hey, let's keep up the pressure. They're doing it. We saw... And this is the kind of the question for both of these teams kind of coming in. Who's going to be able to translate advantages properly? Big God's Jackals picked a very difficult comp. We've seen other challenger teams like Gold Coin United struggle to play a composition like this well. So far, so good for Big God's Jackals, but now they've taken down the ring of outer towers. The inner towers are always a lot harder to crack.
This is kind of the true test for a comp like this. It's not hard to get a gold lead. It's not hard to win a couple early fights or take turrets. The problem becomes when you need to start worrying about the big neutral objectives. Can you get the Baron? Can you get it safely with no tanks and all damage and not a ton of CC? That is the problem that often comes up. And so right now they're on pace, but we'll have to monitor if they're able to actually start converting on those things closer to the 25-30 minute mark.
Well, the next Drake that will spawn on the map is a Cloud Drake, so while it may not help in their siege power like an Infernal that Tempo Storm has gotten, or a Mountain that has not spawned in this game yet, Dragon control will be something they can just deny from Tempo Storm, because in addition to the fact that there are more objectives on the map to take, the ever-stacking dragons is something that you can in a poke composition utilize extremely well, especially once you get Elder. But like you mentioned, the thing that is very difficult to do in those compositions is secure the objective without dying that late in the game.
Right, and Cloud Drake is still fine to grab as the poke comp. You have 5 range people sitting outside of the turret just hitting that, and hopefully you keep your stacks up on the Cloud Drake, so you can skedaddle if you start seeing a TP coming in on the side or anything like that. Though I have to say, Big God Jackals have done a great job with their vision control. When they were set up in the mid lane, they basically knew exactly where these kind of flanks were coming in. So when the Kazakhs started getting Shen ulted, they knew how to react. Jace hit him away, flashed over the wall, got himself out of there, and they were able to turn that fight.
And they're trying to keep it up by, once that mid lane tower is down, they've gotten some forward wards into the opposing side of the jungle, but Tempo Storm's been pretty good at clearing out most of the vision on their side of the map, but they have yet to get a lot of forward vision. That does wind up being a free Cloud Drake for Big God's Jackals.
They get the Cloud Drake, they do not get the Rift Herald. That one has returned to the void.
0 for 3 in matches we've seen today.
It's upsetting, Tom.
You here to speak on the behalf of the plight of the Rift Herald?
Yeah, he's in the game, come on!
All he wants to do is die.
I don't think that's what he wants to do. He just wants some attention.
Okay, he just wants a little love.
Yeah.
Well, Valentine's Day's already passed, so maybe he's got to wait another year. But Big God's Jackals will not be waiting a year to push their advantages into the enemy side of the map here. Tempo Storm content to just throw down a couple of control wards and replace the vision that they are losing, but this is still ever encroaching presence from Big God's Jackals. Is they have gotten themselves a dragon, they push forward some wards, got synchronized backs. We're going to probably see some more items coming in as Jace has gone back. He has pieces for his Ghost Blade. He's completed that one. Corki is on his Trinity Force Power Spike. The Mana Moon actually being completely finished by Varus, and immediately after the Ghost Blade means his auto attacks will pack a little bit more of a punch than we're used to seeing.
And on the side of Tempo Storm, one thing that's interesting is the fact that Sentinel has elected to go with the W upgrade first. He's probably going to grab Wings here next, but I was a little surprised to see that. He's up against Big God Jackals, who do want to basically group up mid and push, so the increased W is a little bit better for wave clear, but the big thing is that Tempo Storm needs to be able to engage fights, and it's honestly a little bit difficult. We saw Sheep go for the Flash Ultimate. That's able to be reacted to pretty well by Big God Jackals, and then after that, it's about him being able to jump in, and the Evolved Wings is extremely important for being able to execute that part of the game plan. So hopefully he's grabbed it here and has not gone WQ Evolve.
Well, we'll have to see if Sentinel has done that for himself. We do see his counterpart in Wiggly, and we see some nice shiny wings on Kazakh, so he has picked up that E for himself. Going to potentially need that as a way to shuttle the Shen into the fight, even when they utilize that Stand United.
Right, exactly. That's really the play that they're going to make. Big God Jackals are going to push up. You're going to try and see some flank wards for either a TP flank by the Shen or an ultimate coming in on top of Sentinel as Braum opens things up from the front with Sivir and Aurelion Sol trying to speed themselves in. So we'll see if they'll be able to execute a fight like that here or if the pressure will be too much and this turret cracks.
Well, Peckinwolf, now that he has his package available, looks like that's going to be the signal for Big God's Jackals. They've established a lot of vision on their flanks. They can see if the Aurelion Sol's coming from the side. They can see if Shen is walking up behind them instead of Stand Uniting in their face. But while the package is being used,
the question mark pings coming in from his teammates. What was that, dude?
His package are going to expire. You might as well just use it to blanket the minions, but the minions are still far away. But Ghost Blade's being popped. They're coming up with their minion wave to take some shots at the tower. And Wiggly actually just annihilates Freeze. I couldn't even see his health bar going down, let alone the fact that he's dead. And that's going to be another tower falling in favor of Big.
I mean, that's the problem with the short-range Sivir right now. Not really able to contribute. She is able to throw out the Boomerang Blade, which is great, but then she just gets hit by a number of the skill shots available for Big God Jackals. They blow her up, and they blow up 2 turrets in a row.
Yeah, no wave clear. The inhibitor tower goes down. That might be an inhibitor all off the back of just a catch on the Sivir that nobody really even saw coming. I know I didn't, but Sheep going to be taking a bunch of the damage. Now Sentinel is going to go in with Quas, so the Stand United and the Kazakhs are there, but Kazakh kind of left himself as Quas is backed away. Sentinel going to flash away from that one. They have forced Big away from their inhibitor, but they've lost a lot.
I mean, in terms of how bad that fight could have gone for a Tempo Storm, they have to be happy with that. They were fighting a 4v5 essentially, and they're able to keep their inhibitor alive and not lose anybody. That is exactly what they were hoping for when they started that fight off. Now they're going to see if they can get anything off the back of the recalls that are coming in for Big God Jackals, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so.
Well, now it's blown open to about a 6,000 gold lead, 4 kills to 0 from Big God's Jackals, 5 to 0 in the towers, and also look at Freeze. He's like 80% HP, but all of this poke just hits him at once.
It's just so brutal on the side of Freeze. He's just trying to do his job, wave clearing the turret. He gets blown up instantly, and that's all Big God Jackals need for their go button.
Yeah, and as we can see now that Big God's Jackals, they've taken themselves 2 towers, so if we saw some item spikes before, no, they got even more coming in now. We've already got another serrated Dirk picked up for Varus just off the back of that fight. He didn't even get any of the kills, just got assists and tower gold. A redemption now has been completed for Karma, which is going to be a great asset to one of these siege and poking compositions. The availability to just fall back on that, heal yourselves up, and continue an extended siege situation.
Right, and now we see some of the comp problems potentially that came for Tempo Storm. They weren't able to do anything early game with the Aurelion Soul. It's not a champion that scales particularly well. They're not able to get any of their engages off because they're basically relying on a Braum and potentially just a Kha'Zix jumping in. And I mean, it's hard to say because maybe that fight would have been fine if they had the Sivir alive. If she can start living through the initial poke barrage that comes in for Big God Jackals, maybe it'll be okay, but they're falling further and further behind, and it's going to be tough to hold on to the Baron once Big God Jackals are able to grab the mid lane inhibitor, and that looks like what they kind of have their eyes set on right now.
You said the struggles of that Sivir. We've seen that Freeze has opted for a rapid fire cannon. He's a little bit of the extra range. Normally you wind up seeing maybe the Phantom Dancer. Some people go for a static shit. The rapid fire cannon, kind of the additional Zeal item that you pick up, but just the fact that Sivir's getting blown up for being so short range here, she needs that in order to kind of get those ricochets bouncing around early on, just clearing the wave.
Right, I mean, there's basically no frontline target for Big God Jackals. That's when you see the kind of Phantom Dancer shiv builds when you're going to be kiting back using your ricochets to damage backline. As we see the engage start out for Tempo Storm.
He's going to wind up locking onto Pick and Wolf, but he will Valkyrie himself out of there, so there's no follow-up from Tempo Storm. The first kill is going to go on to Sheep. Is that Wiggly picking up another kill for himself on this Graves? A Shock Blast hits and Sentinel falls down, and that means that Chris will run in and take to the skies, as now it's going to be the rest of Big God's Jackals following in their new top laner, going to be taking down that mid inhibitor.
Yep, they get 2 more kills, get the 6 kills total now. They're looking like they're trying to get a perfect game. Oh, they can't. They gave up a dragon. No perfect game. Close to a perfect game. No turrets given up yet. No deaths, as we see.
Like a no-hitter, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like the rest of Tempo Storm does not want to go quietly on this one, but Big Wiggly's going to pick up another kill here as he takes down Hatrix 5, 0, and 1 on this jungle Graves. We question the Rengar not being picked or banned. Wiggly's giving us an answer with this Graves as Tempo Storm continuing on the chase, but just look at the poke, look at the disengage, look at the kiting coming out from the composition of Big Gods.
Yeah, definitely Graves is the better pick for what Big God Jackals are trying to do with their team comp. He brings a lot of long-range damage and assassination potential with his ultimate, as well as everything else that they have with the Corkiars, the Varus Qs, the Jace Shock Blast. There's a lot of stuff you got to worry about with Tempo Storm as you're running in, and particularly the Varus ultimate. He's had a handful now where he hits the frontline member coming in first, and it spreads to everyone else so that the rest of Tempo Storm are unable to collapse, though they do grab their second Infernal Drake.
It's a little bit of a reprieve for them. 2 Infernal Drakes is a lot of extra damage, but, I mean, as we can see in these kinds of fights, Big God's Jackals is no loser on the damage front as they just eviscerate what is supposed to be front line of Tempo Storm.
Right, and then you see just even once you maybe flub your initial engage, you're like, all right, let's get out of here. You might get sniped out at any point. And the big thing, though, is Tempo Storm grabbing those Infernal Drakes really isn't negligible, because you're kind of like the beatdown team as Big God Jackals. You need to keep the pressure up, and if at any point Tempo Storm is able to flip this back, they're probably able to take control of this game. So they're sitting at a 7,000 gold deficit. They're in trouble. They're likely to lose this game, but the Infernal Drakes are basically something that Big God Jackals can't ever get back in their favor, whereas if Tempo Storm wins the team fight and grabs 2 or 3 turrets, all of a sudden the gold leads way down, and their comp does fairly well against Big God Jackals if they're able to start nailing these engages at all.
Well, it's kind of a ticking time bomb, like you mentioned in Champ Select, Mark. The fact of the matter is Big God Jackals needed to get early advantages, and they are getting early advantages. It's about 7,000 gold in their lead, 7 kills to 0, 5 towers to 0. They've given up 2 dragons, but there is a time limit when Tempo Storm starts getting big itemization. And I mean, Freeze is still keeping up in CS, although he hasn't gotten a lot of kills or assists. 0 on the board. He still almost has a close to 100 CS advantage over his lane opponent. The Aurelion Soul, only about a 10 CS advantage, is not really super huge, but the Shen is eventually going to get super tanky, especially the fact that he only really has to itemize 4 armor against his composition. So we see Big God's Jackals continuing to apply the pressure. Though one of the remaining outer towers on the map, there's 1 in top, 1 in bottom. They're going to keep pressuring down here, and they want to try to knock this down ASAP.
Yep, and you see Quas going for the mid lane split push Shen. Not bothering to go all the way down to the bot lane, but trying to deal with those super creeps. And
It's true.
He's kind of able to do so, but at the same time, Big God Jackals grabs the top inner turret, their 6th of the game, And they're going to fall back on the Baron where they've already have a ton of vision control set up. It doesn't look like Tempo Storm's going to be able to contest this one at all.
Well, one of the things, there was a blue scrying trinket that scouts out they're doing this, but this is the question now. Can Big God Jackals do this? Can they juggle the aggro? Can they turn onto Zento?
Oh, yeah, they can.
Immediately melts to that. Now about 1,000 HP left on the Baron. It will be secured by Wiggly, but now they have to go for the disengage. And oh boy, is their team comp good at that. They're just going to run and gun away from this one. Baron secured by Big God.
That was exceptionally well played by Big Gods. They finish off the top inner turret. They fall back into their jungle, which they had heavily warded up while they were setting up for the siege. They grab the Baron buff. They intelligently turn off the Baron and completely onto Sentinel once they spot him coming in. This is something we've seen even LCS teams struggle with a little bit, where a Grave somehow stayed alive in a pit when it was at 4,000 health. Here, the Baron at around 3,000 just killed the Kha'Zix before finishing it off. Wiggly able to secure that one just like you need to. And then they all get out of the pit, which is the other big concern when your poke comp's pressed up against the wall.
Yeah, and you would have thought that the Aurelion Soul Star is going to be a really good way to kind of just stun everybody up as they're in that pit, but Big God Jackals just know how to disengage with their composition. Now they got a Baron buff. Now they're applying pressure to an already low last remaining outer tower. There's an inhibitor that is yet to respawn in the mid lane. The map pressure is completely wide open in their favor, and I mean, this is how you execute poke comp.
Yep, they're killing it so far, and Tempo Storm really needs to find a way to get an engage here, because if they don't, Big God Jackal is totally happy to sit back and slowly whittle these turrets down. 10,000
gold advantage, and Baron buff is still ticking up, which means that there are more towers inside the base of Tempo Storm that they can feast upon. Is waiting for a couple more minions to come up into this bottom lane, but they're content to sit there and wave clear. They're fine with poking down and whittling away their targets on Tempo Storm. Quas is going to be a little bit of a big bully in the front side of the map, as he does have 2 completed armor items in the Ninja Tabi for himself. Big God's Jackals realizing that now that the inhibitors respawn in the mid lane, they won't have that forward pressure. Decide to go back and spend some of that money.
Yep, they go back, they spend a little bit of gold. Looks like they're going to reset up. They're a little concerned about the top wave that's pushing away. Chris is going to go up there and try and take care of that one, as the rest of the team hovers around mid and makes sure that Tempo Storm can't walk too far forward and start clearing out a bunch of their vision.
Chris has also gone back, picked up a Lord's Dominic's Regards, so he has that last Whisper item, armor shred, the penetration, the percent penetration now picked up for one of those targets, in addition to lethality on their side. Whereas on the flip side, Black Cleaver has been picked up by Kha'Zix. It looks like they might be trying to jump onto Wiggly, trying to go forward and get something done in the jungle. Kha'Zix will drop low, but the Stand United Shield keeps them alive. A shutdown is there, as now they're trying to focus down on the Hatrix. He wants it going down. Aurelion Soul in the front line, not as tanky as Quas' Shen. Sentinel's very low on the backside, as now Chris is taking the brunt of the damage here from Freeze and Quas. Peek and Woosh sends a parting shot. That's a 1-for-1 trade. A very powerful jungler for a very powerful mid lane.
Right, and I mean, ultimately, I think Tempo Storm's going to be all right with that. It looks like their mid lane inhibitor is still going to go down, but that one's extremely hard to defend against a Baron up team when you have no turret. So not too much of a surprise there. The question is, what else might they lose?
Well, the inhibitor will be the one thing that they do lose, is Sentinel getting a little bit far forward here. There's going to be a shock blast out there from Chris. They know that there's a bug sneaking around. Chris does not want to get taken down, but Sentinel only level 13. His counterpart, who they did wind up killing in that fight, is level 15. So already, I mean, in addition to all this far behind gold, Tempo Storm just picked up their first kill. The experience disadvantages, the map vision disadvantages, just against them.
Right, but the concern is that this is how it starts. They got a Baron buff, right? And they got almost nothing off of it. They got one bot lane inner turret, and that's it. That's not what you want out of a Baron buff when you already have the base cracked. You should be able to start grabbing more inhibitor turrets. They retreated when they were set up in front of one, and then the next time they try and get set up, their Graves gets picked off in the jungle. So it's not danger territory yet. Big God Jackals are still in an extremely favorable position, but you can't risk too many more plays like that.
It's kind of like the question mark pink territory. It's like, what are you guys doing? Come on.
Yeah, it's like, all right, let's settle down a little bit here. We gave them their first kill, that's fine. Let's not give them a second.
Well, they gotten themselves a Mountain Drake, so that will help them push down some of these towers. Extra damage from themselves, besides the Baron buff that has now worn off. Was buffing up the minions before, but maybe it's just the champions that needed damage to do that. But next one will be an Elder Dragon if the map lasts that long. Could be spawning around the same time. About the same time Baron buff's going to be up too, so we might see like a trade situation, although there will be about a minute and a half between those two. But both these teams now continuing to go back and forth at this bottom lane tower. We saw Graves jumping forward, getting down some of that poke damage, trying to shred through the front line. But as you mentioned, Quas getting pretty tanky. We already have a bit of a tanky sheep as he's picked up a Frozen Heart as Peckinwolf lays down the burning red carpet of the
Seems to be his favorite thing to do with the package. Just use it right in front of a turret.
We did see in the last game, however, eUnited utilizing some really good package usage. This time around, utilizing it more for the mobility and the zoning potential, the zoning package, I guess.
You see Big God Jackals struggling a little bit here to crack this base at all. What basically happens is Sheep is jumping forward as the minion wave comes in to tank all the poke damage, allowing the rest of his team comp to clear the wave. So he tanks a little bit of the damage and poke that would normally protect the minion wave going in. His carry usually frees, that's why he has such a massive CS lead, is the one to clear the wave, and then he goes back to base and heals up. And it looks like Big God Jackals are really struggling to get anything done here. It's a little surprising not to see them try and utilize the 4-1 potentially, have the Jace split up to the top side against the Shen. And then you just have to worry about the TP flank, though. Big God Jackals getting a little bit done.
Slowly but surely, not the same explosive poke that they had that took out Freeze earlier on in the game. But Freeze himself at this point has kind of hit that later game Sivir point. He's level 15, level 16 will get him his max level of his On the Hunt. He'll be able to chase people down very effectively with that. He's picked up the Infinity Edge, so those ricochet crits are going to be bouncing around all over the place. So as you mentioned, the wave clear potential from Tempo Storm fully online. The Sivir is going to be extremely good at that. Aurelion Sol's picked up his own Zanya's Hourglass, so in addition to going for a little bit of HP with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, the Zanyas provide some armor, so he'll be a little bit tankier and tougher to take down in some of these fights. And I mean, you mentioned this before, a ticking time bomb on the composition from Big God's Jackals. It's been basically their game for the past 20 minutes. They got the Baron buff. They weren't able to close it in time.
Right, I mean, if you look at the game state, it really hasn't advanced too much in the past 5-10 minutes. So they are definitely stalling out a little bit here. Baron is coming up in 30 seconds. That's going to be their focus once again. And hopefully this time they can actually get some extra inhibitor turrets with it. But, you know, Tempo Storm are hopefully going to be in a little bit better position to contest it this time around. And like you were mentioning with the Sivir damage, she's pretty much online right now. And if Big God Jackals ever let her get in range to start autoing their carries, they might go down extremely quickly, assuming, Freeze has some frontline to protect him as he does that.
Right, and we're posing all these questions. Big God Jackals still is extremely far ahead, 9,500 gold in this one, so Tempo Storm can't exactly charge in and take a fight out of nowhere.
Right.
They still have to be extremely careful of just the itemization and the power that are on their higher level, richer, more ahead opponents, basically, in just every kind of sense of it. So if it is Tempo Storm taking the fight to Big God's Jackals, Big God's has shown they were able to play the run and gun game very effectively. Tempo Storm would lose that fight. They still have to play a little bit patiently. They have to wait for Big God's Jackals to make a move and capitalize on it. This Baron attempt could be what they need to look for, but it's going down really fast, and they're nowhere close.
I mean, you got 5 damage dealers basically on the side of Big God Jackals, and they put all that damage on the Baron. It drops real quick. That one goes down almost instantly. Tempo Storm not able to react. Looks like they're going to try and shove up mid-wave, potentially grab their first turret of the game off the recalls coming in from Big God Jackals, but they don't want to overstay too long.
No, so the empowered recalls from Baron buff will be really fast, but not fast enough to get them back to defend the mid lane tower. But as you mentioned, Mark, only the first tower of the game for Tempo Storm, and now they got a second Baron buff Storm to weather.
Right, and I'm going to be interested to see what Big God Jackals decide to do with their lane allocations this time around. We've seen that the 5-man group up has not been particularly effective, and even though they grab Baron buff, which makes the minions stronger, the main one clearing it is Sivir, and the Baron buff really benefits against magic damage wave clear. So there's a chance that the Baron buff doesn't help too much if all 5 people are grouped up again. It could be enough, but we'll have to see what they decide to do, as right now it looks like they are going to group up again. Yeah,
we saw Chris just kind of pushing up the bottom lane all by himself, but he is rotating towards the mid lane just to group up the rest of his team. That is going to be where an exposed inhibitor is, and we've seen them already get this one with the previous Baron buff. Looks like that's going to be the play they make again, as there's no tower here for Tempo Storm to kind of sit behind and play a little bit safer, but Quas actually going to be coming in. Flash Taunt did not wind up landing. Now Hatrix takes a lot of damage coming out, the collateral damage that is flash forward from Chris. The shock blast through the acceleration gate will be blocked up by Sheep, but they do lose that open inhibitor.
I mean, the thing you gotta say is, even though Quas did kind of waste his flash taunt, not actually kill anybody, he got 3 flashes out of the side of Big God Jackals, so that's a totally fine trade. If they're able to get some kind of other engage off here, it might be enough. We've seen the mid inhibitor go down a number of times this game already, so it's not the biggest concern for the team.
It's the 3rd time they've gotten that same inhibitor. Sheep going to go forward. Quas actually using the Stand United, does not wind up landing the taunt onto Wiggly.
Uh-oh.
Now it's the turn in the chase from Big God's Jackals. The Unbreakable Shield is not available. They're poking down on the Quas. It's about half HP, and that's a pretty tanky Shen you got to try to bust through. But it is going to be Tempo Storm retreating behind their tower.
That was a little bit too much of a force. Freeze's ultimate was not yet off cooldown, which would have really enabled the chase through, and they blew the Braum ultimate right away. And it was just a little too much of a force. If they showed a little more patience, they might have had enough to actually get the engage off.
Well, the Aurelion Soul Start separates out from Wiggly, but the Zanya's Hourglass has to get popped. Patrick's in a bit of a bad place. The poke's not going to come down on him. The collateral damage does not find a kill. Sheep tanking it up, but Fabi will snipe the first kill of that fight. And with one down, that's all Big God Jackals needs to push down, take that tower, take the bottom inhibitor. Mark, they've done it with the Baron buff.
They have managed to do it, and they're not done yet. Chris is going to TP in. Looks like they're going to try and close the game out right now.
Well, they still got 40-something seconds left on that Baron buff. You can see that time in the top right corner. They're going to be content to just continue to try to push this one down. Tempo Storm. Health bar's dropping low on them and the tower. Chris is going to take to the skies and try to drop down on the Quas. Half HP on that front line. Braum's got to go back as well. Wiggly's taking a bit of damage, but he's able to get that first in Nexus tower. Now it's Big God's Jackals. Lots of power still. A Baron buff coming in as well. Looks like they have taken and exposed the Nexus. They were able to pick up a kill there. Freeze winds up picking up one, but they pick up the enemy jungler. They pick up the Corki. They're going to pick up the game. Freeze trying to kite for his life, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Big God's Jackals taking a tie against Tempo Storm, 1-1.
You see that they were just a little bit too far behind. A lot of the members of Big God Jackals started to get pretty low there, and Freeze maybe could have started cleaning up the kills, but it was just not enough. They're a little too, gold starved to actually convert on anything. And that was a really clean game out of Big God Jackals, minus that one overextension where the Graves went down. A very strong game out of them so far.
Yeah, and we mentioned it was extremely difficult to execute kind of composition. A lot of poke, a lot of siege potential. They needed to get online early, and they did, and they just kind of rode it out extremely well throughout the course of that game.
And I think the big thing for me was that top turret dive that they initially had. The way that they played it out was very intelligent. They realized that they were stalling a little bit around that top dive, and rather than just go really hard on the Shen who still has his flash available and you don't know who's coming to back him up, they just start hitting the turret, which puts a lot of pressure on Tempo Storm. They don't want to lose their first turret of the game. That makes Quas make a mistake with the taunt engage, and then after that they're able to kill him. And once that turret's that low, Jace can take it at any point essentially.
Yeah, and it was Tempo Storm that kind of wanted to play a little bit of a slower but steady style. They had a composition that scaled extremely well into the later stages of the game. They had the wave clear potential. They had a lot of tools to get there, but they wound up falling a little bit too far behind in this game.
And it felt like a lot of the times that they went for things, they were just slightly out of balance. I don't particularly like the Kha'Zix W evolve first. I understood the idea of helping with the wave clear against the poke comp, but what's really important is your engages. And without having the evolved wings first, even potentially, that was clearly an issue. And then you also want to be able to reset through team fights, and your Q's your biggest damage. So it's really about getting in there and winning the fight, not poking from the outside, because the other teams, they got a poke advantage on you.
And that one of the things they also had was a very large damage advantage, and a lot of that was coming out of the jungle pickup. The Graves, we questioned a little bit who they were going to go for in the early stages of the pick and ban phase. The Graves slotted into this composition extremely well.
Yep, and we saw a number of times Wiggly was able to snipe out a member of the backline who had gotten low. That time it was Quas. This time it's going to be Freeze. But
we didn't even see this one coming.
Yeah, I mean, this just looked like, whoa, he was at like almost full health a second ago. And once again, here's another engage attempt by Tempo Storm, trying to get onto the members, but unable to actually convert on that engage. And once again, Wiggly snipes out a member.
Well, we got the man on the desk himself. Wiggly, thanks for joining us for the interview. You guys definitely took it to Tempo Storm in that game. How did that feel?
It felt really great. The first game, everything was sort of going the way we wanted to, and I kind of just missed my smite on Baron, and then we just kind of snowballed into a loss, so I was really sad about that, but I just went into the next game with a good mental, and then we just played our comp really well.
I mean, it's definitely an impressive thing whenever, you have to deal with a jungler losing the objective, even though usually it's not the jungler's fault alone. Usually some other members messed up too. But yeah, definitely the Malzahar getting it was crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty sad because I'm just like, Chris, just ulti this guy the way I got it, and then I'm just like, shit, they got it.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling around. But you did bounce back in game 2. You had a really good game. And talk to me a little bit about that comp. Do you guys like playing these high damage poke comps, or is that something that kind of happened with Chris coming in, or how did all that come together?
We actually were not practicing Jace at all in scrims or anything, but we were actually going for Shen and practicing Shen a lot, but they seemed to know that or whatever. They thought that we were going to go for that and play towards bot sides because freezes a lot of their team's damage. So we just went with Jace because Chris said he could do it, and we realized they have Sivir and it's really short range, and the only way they could win the game was hard engaging, and we had Karma, so it was really easy to just push sides, group mid, take the tower, and then just snowball off that. So
And is that where the Graves pick kind of came in? Because we've seen already around 7-3, some of the top junglers have kind of seen nerfs, but the Graves was extremely, extremely effective. Is that just an overall composition choice, or is that just kind of Rengar and Kha'Zix not being as strong?
Well, we wanted to go with Kha'Zix at first, but I thought that Sentinel looked comfortable on Graves, and he kind of tends to go towards more of those farming style junglers like Vi Graves. So I thought to take off his comfort, and then we just decided to go with the poke comp as soon as our comp started going along, and then yeah, like I said, we just played it really well. I'm really proud of my teammates.
Was there any part of concern when you guys stalled out a little bit? Because you went down in that one fight and you had your Baron buff, and that basically wasted the rest of the Baron buff, and then you took mid inhib a couple times but couldn't get the other two down. Were you guys worried about stalling out at all, or did you feel comfortable?
No, we weren't really ever worried. Like, we knew the only way that they could actually come back is if they out some sort of flank with Shen, and like it's really hard for them to actually win with their comp. The only way they could get it is like a really big Sivir, like Boomerang, through our entire team. So we just knew that we could just keep poking and we would slowly win the game. So.
And I want to kind of shift the focus from the series we just watched to kind of you now in the Challenger series. We saw you, of course, at North American Scouting Grounds. Now you've joined up on a team with Fabi. You got Chris and RF Legendary. So a lot of LCS experience. And now you're a contender in the Challenger series playoffs. So kind of how has that overall experience been for you?
It's been really great. Like, at first I was kind of like nervous, you know, playing with a bunch of bigger name players. So it's like it's kind of on you to step up your play and like show that you're up to their level. So, but after we played scrims and I was doing fine, like I knew I didn't have anything to worry about. So.
Yeah, well, you guys took a 1-1 tie against Tempo Storm, and you're still tied at the top of the tables, looking prime for that playoff position. So congratulations on the 1-1, and thanks for joining us on the desk.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, we only have one series left in the day, but don't go worry because we got you covered. Stay tuned for game number 2 of Gold Coin United versus Delta Fox right after this.
And potentially join in that dive and turn it. Instead,
Cross goes in, has to flash out the collateral damage off the backside. Will pick up first blood. Chris is going to wind up flashing away. The Stand United was used as Sentinel, and Cross on the opposite side. Sheep winds up going down as he was the engage tool and the first to fall. Now Sentinel getting traded on by Peckinwolf. There was
whoa, buddy.
Ghostblades being popped. They're coming up with their minion wave to take some shots at the tower. And Wiggly actually just annihilates Freeze. I couldn't even see his health bar going down, but he will Valkyrie himself out of there, so there's no follow-up from Tempo Storm. The first kill is going to go on to Sheep. Is that Wiggly picking up another kill for himself on this grade? A shock blast hits and Sentinel falls down. Freeze winds up picking up one, but they pick up the enemy jungler. They pick up the Corki. They're going to pick up the game. Freeze trying to kite for his life, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Big God's Jackals. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series, week number 4. We got our last game of the night coming up as Delta Fox is going against Gold Coin United. And in game number 1, it was a bit of a back and forth, a trade of objectives. The occasional 1 for 2. It was a very long game, Mark.
Right, and Delta Fox got their initial lead by camping solo a ton, and that was working out fairly well until Santorin adapted and started bringing the pressure down to the bot lane. And from there, it was kind of a little bit of a push and pull where one team would go top and focus up there, and then, Gold Coin United would go on the bot lane, and they'd be kind of moving each other around the map. And then the one thing that was going in Gold Coin United's favor was the fact that with a lot of the focus on the bot lane, you start grabbing the dragons naturally as well. So they start getting an objective lead, and they kind of kept doing that over and over. They also focused the Baron better as well. They controlled a lot of vision around there and were able to grab one, and that kind of helped them even out the turrets that Fox was ahead in. And then finally there was a crazy fight at the end around 42 minutes in that allowed Gold Coin United to grab the actual lead.
Yeah, and one of the things that really was the nail in the coffin was just the fact that Delta Fox tried to get the jump on Gold Coin United in this one, but the fact that Gold Coin United's front line just would not go down was the persistent threat, the persistent thing that kept them into it. Sure, Maokai dies, pops the Guardian Angel, but the persistent fight from all the damage threats left untouched in the backline lets GCU turn this around.
Right, and a great shockwave there by Phoenix, hitting multiple members, pulling them in, blowing them up, and allowing Mash, not Mash, to finish them off. It is Mash.
It is Mash.
Yeah, it is Mash. Yeah, Mash finished them off there on the Ashe. So overall, a very long game. It's still not very clean on the side of Gold Coin United. Not what you expect out of this team who's supposed to be one of the best. And I've actually heard Delta Fox has been doing better in scrim. So a little surprising to see the way this game went.
Well, we are going to be jumping into game number 2, but it seems like some people need a refresher as to where these rosters are at. So let's meet the teams. On the blue side, it's Gold Coin United. In the top lane, it's going to be Solo. In the jungle, it's Santorin. Their mid laner is Phoenix. Their bot lane this time around is going to be Rakara, not Mash. Mash was in game 1, not this time. And the support, of course, is Mad Life.
Right, and on the other side, it's Delta Fox. In the top lane, they have Brandini. Jungler is Grigne. Mid, Damonte. And in the bot lane, it's Shinon and Baby, previously of Echo Fox last year.
You know what? Tell a lie. I was just told that it is going to be Mash staying in for game number 2. So now we both needed that roster refreshment, I guess.
Yeah, apparently I needed it.
Well, it's a pivotal match for both of these teams because it's pretty likely that one of these teams won't make the playoffs, and that's going to be the team that if they lose 0-2 here.
Right, and Delta Fox, they are the only team that hasn't had the only team that has had an 0-2 week aside for Team Gates. So that's really scary for them, especially when they have to play some other people. If these teams split, Delta Fox has to play Tempo Storm next week, which is really scary. So they really need to get this next game here now, because otherwise they're in a lot of trouble.
Right, a tie on the standings will get you 1 point. A 2-0 gets you 3 points. Currently, Delta Fox has 4. GCU had 3. Now that GCU has already gotten 1 point, they're guaranteed to match Delta Fox at that 4 and could pass them up if this is a 2-0. And potentially Delta Fox struggling for maybe a 1-1 against a very powerful looking Tempo Storm that could push them out of the playoffs.
Right, because Gold Coin United next week has Team Gates, I believe, and based off what we've seen out of them, you can expect basically a 2-0 there. So it's very scary for Delta Fox. They're going to need to bounce back in this game too.
And we're going to start off by seeing what they adapt to in the pick and ban phases. Gold Coin United already targeting the support pool. Karma and Zyra have been banned away, but Delta Fox, they want to take off some powerful mid laners away from Phoenix, who's been a very focal point for this GCU team.
Right, and the whole Gold Coin United has not seemed to gel together too well, but Phoenix is individually a very strong player. We've seen him when he got the LeBlanc start rolling last week, was able to dip into the jungle on his own and start picking off junglers. So understandable that Delta Fox want to limit his playmaking there. Gold Coin United targeting the Shen away, which was a huge threat for Brandini. Last game, he was basically able to get them those early leads.
And Brandini's kind of been another focal point, but this time for Delta Fox. While he hasn't necessarily had the same amount of LCS experience, only a couple of games when he was a sub for Phoenix 1, he still kind of brings that split pushing threat, and he knows how to utilize that teleport advantage in the top lane. We talked to him on the desk during his interview, has a lot of matchup knowledge in those tank versus tank matchups. So when you have the Shen and the Maokai kind of going back and forth, this is the guy you really kind of rely on. And we saw that coming out from the fact that, like, hey, they were even camping for his lane very heavily in game 1.
Right, but with the Shen banned away, the priority becomes Maokai. Gold Coin United grab that one right away. Delta Fox responds with Kha'Zix after Rengar has been banned. It seems like teams are putting them relatively as the two best junglers. Still, we see a lot of Kha'Zix's priority. Rengar being banned here had been picked previously in the first series that we watched. So seems like people still respect the Rengar a little bit, and they want to be able to grab away some of these lethality champions, grabbing Jace as well.
Yeah, well, we saw Jace do really great things for Big God's Jackals in just the previous series, and although they're going to pair it with the Kha'Zix this time around, that's a very powerful double damage threat. But that does mean that two more lethal champions are going over to the side of Goldcorn United. A powerful Graves pick up in the jungle, and Varus, who may be one of the best AD carries on this patch.
Yeah, right. No surprise there. If anything, you would say you're a little surprised at Delta Fox grabbing the Jace there, given the fact that they already locked in the Maokai. If Goldcorn United wanted to grab the Jace, they would have had to do it and basically reveal that it's not a flex pick and it's going mid. So maybe a little early there by Delta Fox if they did care about the Varus pick, but doesn't look like they do because they're going to go with that Sivir counter pick once again.
Well, the Sivir we saw in the last game did not work out as well for Tempo Storm, although they didn't necessarily have the time to get it to the point where it scaled up super effectively, and it was definitely outrange. This time around, they're pairing up with the Jace, so they have a more ranged threat themselves. We'll have to see where this kind of pinches the remaining champion pools. So both top laners have been picked, both junglers, both AD carries. So now we have to figure out where do each of these teams attack next.
Right, and the mid lane champ pool's already pinched a little bit, so it's not a little obvious. Also, the support has been pinched, so it's kind of funny that the things that people have picked have not been what has been targeted. So we see there as a Rumble ban coming in for Goldcorn United. I guess they are still a little concerned about the Jace flexing to mid lane. Not too much of a surprise there now that I think about it, because, you know, Brandini has played a number of things in the top lane.
And that is actually a no ban coming out from Delta Fox, so I don't know if this is technically the strategy they're going for, as they will wind up pinching Malzahar. I'm actually being told it was an unintentional ban miss that they had, so they do not wind up getting that one in time, but they are attacking the remaining support pool, as Malzahar is the last ban coming out from them.
Yeah, I guess Delta Fox is a little unprepared for that pick ban phase, because like what I was saying, it is a little strange that you see both support and mid lane heavily targeted and then neither taken, and then going into a second ban phase. It looked like they were a little unsure of what they wanted to pinch without potentially hurting their own champion pool. So a little bit of confusion. They end up with a Malzahar ban as their second ban, and then Goldcorn United rounds out this phase with the Gragas ban.
Gragas has seen a little bit of more pickup in play as specifically a top laner. We've seen it being used in the LCK effectively. I believe we had a couple of games in LCS as well where it was picked up, but not necessarily like your top priority when I would think about it, especially, I mean, the Shen is banned away, that leaves Nautilus and Poppy available. Maybe you're comfortable in the Maokai going into those two matchups, but it's a very interesting ban to kind of see, especially coming in as that last pick.
Right, and like I was saying, it might be the kind of thing where you're a little concerned about pinching your own champion pool as well, so it's kind of a throwaway ban. Ultimately, it's a little hard to tell. Delta Fox grabs the Tom Kench, while Goldcorn United is also going to grab the Corki, one of the strongest mid laners left available. A little surprising to see Delta Fox not go for that one, given how many bans there has been around the mid lane, though maybe they are still saving that Jace flex pick.
It's very true. They could be just using that one for their mid lane pickup for themselves and trying to get a more advantageous matchup in the top lane, but it is looking like the Nami is going to be hovered over for Goldcorn United. We wonder where it was in the first matchup of the series, or of the night.
Haha!
Oh, no, it's Bard, but it's Mad Life Bard, so that's pretty cool.
I hope. I mean, we've been talking about Mad Life being, you know, this excellent LCK player, but he has not looked quite up to his former reputation so far in the Challenger Series. Hard to know if that's nerves, communication issues, maybe getting acclimated to North America, because this is his first season essentially abroad, so hard to know exactly why there's been some of those issues. As we see, it is in fact a Jace flex, as the Nautilus is locked in last and goes up to the top lane.
So we have our entire team composition now. We know it's Nautilus versus Maokai, one of our favorite matchups in the top lane.
I love it.
Now, this is one of the ones that Brandini did talk about, though. He knows the power of Nautilus in the early lane phase, and then the Maokai will eventually take over once he winds up hitting into like those double-digit level areas. They wind up going back for their first itemization. So, I mean, we'll have to see if this is going to be something where they try to focus down on solo again. Maybe Brandini gets the advantage and is able to utilize that teleport play.
Right, and as we look at the team comps now, both of them are fairly standard without like a super obvious game plan. Both supports are a little bit of a playmaker with those long-range engage options unlocked at 6. Standard tanks, carries in the jungle, so it's going to be interesting to see who can grab a lead here, because the team comps do stack up relatively evenly. The only problem potentially being that Delta Fox pretty heavily physical damage.
That's very true. So Delta Fox may have a lot of penetration problems in the later stages of the game, but you do have a Corki and a Varus on the other side. A bit of a mix of damage. But
you know what I'm smiling about, Tom?
What are you smiling about?
I can't say it on broadcast.
All right. Well, Both of these teams matched up extremely well against each other in game number 1. That's why it went to over 42 minutes. We could be in for quite a doozy here, as Delta Fox is definitely going to be looking to want to tie this series. Gold Coin United, on the other hand, if they can solidify that 2-0, like we mentioned, they have team gates next week. Every other team has 2-0 team gates. Gold Coin United could set themselves up for a nice spot into 4th or potentially 3rd place in the playoffs.
Right, we see there's a little bit of action at level 1. Gold Coin United grouping up around the top side, getting some vision down onto that Raptor camp. Sometimes you see still teams trying to do some cheesy stuff with the Maokai. Doesn't look like they're going to try and throw too many saplings there, get the little chickens low, and then your Corky cues it over the wall or something. You get to see those cheesy little starts, grab some early XP. Doesn't look like they're going to do it this time around.
Nah, not this time. Maybe if he goes to the Maokai skin, because that skin has really good sound effects for when he throws the little cat.
Right, I'm sure teams are making their strategic decisions around how the skin sounds, Tom.
I really hope they are.
I would be terrified to learn that.
Well, both bottom lanes kind of hovering around their own lane. Nobody, as you mentioned, trying to go for anything too cheeky or too crazy. The bottom lanes will wind up meeting up with each other. We'll see if there's any sort of shenanigans early on. Last time around, we saw Freeze was going toe-to-toe in the bottom lane against his equal member of Fabi. This time around, it is Shinon going up against Mash. So Mash, a little bit more of the LCS experience here, as Mad Life with his LCK experience, but Baby has some LCS experience himself. Shinon, though, he was one of the Scouting Grounds 80 carriers, played for Team Infernal. Unfortunately, did not make the Scouting Grounds playoffs, but this time around, we'll see how the Sivir pick up with the short range against 2 longer range, very high damage champions in this bottom lane matches up.
Yeah, this could be pretty rough. We see already Gold Coin United with a massive shove advantage. Sivir, not the worst at dealing with having to throw out skill shots and try and farm with those, but definitely not the ideal way she wants to play the lane out.
Not entirely, but both of these mid laners have a lot of poke. We could potentially see trades going back and forth like that, although if they do wind up missing their skill shots, the damage won't really be there. And then we have our favorite matchup in the top lane. So both of these junglers will really be, I think, where the first plays are being made. If the bottom lane's being shoved in, that could be somewhere Grigney wants to focus, although last time we heard that Delta Fox was focused on the top side, Santorum was focused on the bottom side. We'll see if either one of these junglers switches their focus now that there's different picks in this game. What is Maokai?
Yeah, it is Maokai, Tom. I thought you were supposed to be the one who knows the skins. I'm not the one who pays attention to that.
I didn't see the Maokai before, so I didn't know. I don't have my crazy cat lady's senses that just tingle whenever there's a Maokai like you do.
Wait, that's not how I don't have any of those kind of senses. As we see Graves going for the early invade, that has backfired on some people, trying to get that Raptor camp, but Grigney's going to show there, and Santorum runs away, not wanting a piece of the early Kha'Zix, who was pretty deadly.
Both those junglers going for a double buff start. Santorum, not known as the most aggressive of junglers, has kind of been known for more of his calculated map movements and more of his warding potential, which is something that in combination with Mad Life joining the team, although their communication on Gold Coin United hasn't been the most solid, their vision control really has been pretty good.
Right, that's a very political way to state Santorin's potential strengths and weaknesses. That's very kind to you. But the champion Graves is a great pick for him in that sense, where it does like to farm up and becomes a threat later on in the game. In the early game, you tend to not set up plays the best. Like, you're not a Rek'Sai and Elise, someone that can go and flash and make a play that easily. So, I mean, hopefully we get to see him make some good moves with Graves a little bit later on in the game, but I'm not expecting too much out of him in the first 10 minutes.
Well, this game number 1 did go for quite some time, so it may be a little bit of time before we see either jungler, as we do see Grigney going back, picking up a Hunter's Potion for himself in addition to 2 longswords, but Santorin's content to continue to farm up his own Krugs. Nobody else has really made any moves to go back and forth quite yet. We did have Shinon actually now on the Sivir pickup. Interesting enough, has opted to go not for a Doran's Blade, not for a longsword, but the boots and 4 health potion start. Gives him a little bit of extra biscuits to fight through all this poke coming out from the bottom lane, a little more mobility to potentially dodge out in some of these skill shots.
Right, we've seen this become a slightly more common thing. It's been done in LCK recently a little bit, and it's especially true on bot lane matchups where you don't actually even want to contest in terms of early trading. It's going to be really hard for Sivir to get good trades onto the bot lane that Gold Coin United has. So you grab an extra health pot, you grab some mobility to hopefully dodge out on those skill shots like you were saying, and And that's ultimately what's way more important is keeping up in farm, which is all she's aiming to do. But right now, 10 CS down as ganks potentially coming in the mid lane.
Well, the exhaust has been used from Damonte. Grigney is here. Phoenix is going to wind up flashing away. The jump after by Grigney, and Brandini's roamed down, so first blood on a collapse from Delta Fox.
It is a great decision by Brandini to get in on that play. Without him, it's probably not going to be a kill, but he does get the roam down. He hooks Phoenix after the flash has been forced. Damonte got low in the initial trade, but he was just serving his bait, and it's a great first blood pickup for Delta Fox.
Yep, and Phoenix was unable to utilize the Valkyrie to get away because he thought he was winning the trade in the mid lane. So kind of preying upon some of that aggression coming out from Phoenix's mid lane Corki as Delta Fox get on the board first.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Phoenix has been susceptible to his whole career. His early deaths in lane was something that he tends to get exploited. If you come at him with slightly in non-traditional angles or paths, he's not quite ready for those, and the warding has always been a little suspect. So you see Delta Fox able to abuse that. They bring 2 men down, one coming in from the tank top side as well. So that's all they need to get that first blood. Santorin punishes a little bit with a little bit of counter jungling, but not too big of an issue.
Kind of a small consolation prize for compared to first blood, but did wind up going over to Brandini in that top lane as well. And we talked about the fact that Delta Fox kind of used him as a focal point to get through some of this early game. His teleport usage has been pretty spot on. He's got himself an advantage in that top lane now. Has gone back, got his corrupting potion, double Doran's ring for himself, and he also has a null magic mantle. And compared to the fact that Maokai just picked up the double Doran's ring, so that early game advantage that Nautilus normally has in this lane matchup could be a little bit stronger.
Right, and even last game on the Shen, a lot of plays were funneled through Brandini in the top side. He was able to get a huge lead, the Shen with the Global's advantage, able to push down a lot of turrets. Going to be interesting to see if he can have a similar impact this game, but without the rest of his team, you know, kind of letting him down a little bit.
Meanwhile, across the map on the bottom side here, Baby actually flashing forward will still get stunned against the wall due to the Bard tether, but Shinon and Baby continue going forward as Damonte is here. He flashes forward, takes to the skies. Mad Life taking a lot of damage, is going to wind up going down. Both the summoners were gone, and so is he.
A very hard force for Delta Fox in the bot lane. We saw Baby flash in and unfortunately get stunned up at the exact same time, but it doesn't matter. They have just enough to chase down onto Mad Life. They pick a kill up there, but they're going to lose a little bit of CS in the mid lane. Seems like Delta Fox is pretty happy to potentially lose out on a little bit of CS to get some kills. So
yeah.
Take another look at that one as you see that flash right as he gets hit by the first part of the binding. It actually goes from there, not where you flash, so it hits the wall behind him. But the exhaust also came through as well as the Q from Tom Kench continually slowing Mad Life. Able to finish him off there. Damonte picks up the kill.
Damonte still had his flash because he baited that mid lane, used the exhaust to trade onto Phoenix, did not flash away from that trade damage. He knew he had his team coming into collapse. So early game organization of where they are prioritizing kills. Slight edge to Delta Fox, although they have both kills on their side. Don't necessarily have a large gold advantage, as now Mad Life gonna have to take a magical journey back to his side of the map, as he is gonna get spotted out in that mid lane. But a lot of this is just coming through the fact that despite some early kill advantages, they still do have those farm advantages, specifically bot lane and the jungle.
Right, and it's important to find what kind of style your team wants to play, because we see even the LCS, there's different ways. FlyQuest is a team that sacrifices CS leads all the time to get kills and make some plays on the map and generate advantages and summoners and things like that, whereas, you know, other teams like C9, less so. And here it seems like Delta Fox going more that FlyQuest style. Lots of people moving around the map. You already see the top lane and the mid lane and the bot lane, and they're able to get some kills for it.
Well, their LCS version, Echo Fox, has been known for a lot of early game dominance, and Delta Fox seeming like they're trying to channel some of that from themselves. So Echo teaching the Delta, and Delta trying to utilize that to their advantages. They got the first blood. Cadian's really good at that. This time it's Brandini that picked it up for himself. They continue to get another kill. Now they just need to transition it into getting something else and not dying and not giving up early game advantages that they have right now.
Well, Brandini's going to need to be pretty smart, as it looks like Santorin's trying to creep his way into the top side. They might look for a dive here. He doesn't have any armor yet, so Santorin already with his warrior enchantment could be a threat here. And see if they're going to be able to get anything done.
That might be a product of the fact that he has been able to farm up very extremely well on this Grace. 57 CS compared to 42. Sure, it's a little misleading because it's jungle CS, but I mean, it's translating. You can see it just in the itemization, but Brandini playing it smart, clearing out those waves, and Santorin's going to be very patient waiting up there. Damonte at the same time going to take a little bit of trades onto Phoenix. He has his blue buff, that is Damonte, so you will be able to continue to poke and prod down onto that Corki. Brandini feels content to push up, but the flash twisted advance lands onto him, and all of a sudden there's a Santorin over there. The Dredge Blind goes out, but down goes Brandini.
There's that first blood. He was playing it relatively smart and cautious. They had not seen Santorin in a while, despite having great vision control in the bot lane. He just stepped a little bit too far forward, greeds out for a little bit of CS, trying to get his E onto some minions to get the farm, and that's all it takes for him to go down. Good flash twisted advance by Solo to set that up.
We see a GCU want to maybe take down this tower. We saw Graves doing a lot of damage to it in the last series we just had, but Delta Fox are on the map movement now. Teleport's coming in from Bandini. Demonte is here. The poke goes onto Solo. He doesn't have any armor either, so that's a lot of damage. Grignay in the meantime going to jump in. The twisted advance goes down to lock him down, but Kaz is going to go invisible. Will wind up trading 1-for-1 as Santorin picks up a trade kill on the back of that one. It's 1-for-1.
Overall, another good play for Gold Coin United. The fact that they were able to trade 1-for-1 despite the teleport advantage. Now Phoenix makes a play on the bot side. He's going to hop onto Shine On.
Burns his heal, on the hunt as well, but Baby was locked up by the Tempered Fate, cannot save his AD carry. At the same time, Santorin's going to get dove on the opposite side of the map. Looks like game one all over again. Cross-map plays from both teams.
Yeah, fights breaking out everywhere. Delta Fox ending up actually now the 2-for-1 on the top side while losing someone Shine On for free in the bot lane. And now Gold Coin United is going to be able to actually grab the first turret gold as well, so they got to be pretty happy with that overall trade, now sitting 1,000 gold up.
And they split that between the pair of Marks and his Varus and Cork, but this is how it all started on the top side. After they wind up getting a gank down onto Brandini, they wind up trading 1-for-1 over here.
Right, and overall, I think that's a fine trade to go for. The fact that you are saying, all right, we'll get some turret damage. They're going to have to trade a teleport to stop us. That's fine. This also frees Phoenix up to roam on the bot side because the Jace has roamed to the top side. Good usage of the package there, able to get onto Shine On, finish him off, is able to get away. But you got to look at Santorin trying a little too hard to defend that top turret. You could have played that a little slower and waited for the teleport of Santorin to Solo to come in as well.
And on the back of that trade, it looks like GCU did pick up the first dragon of the game. So continuing trends from game number one, taking that dragon control, securing it for themselves. Top side of the map, that kill, there was actually no assist that went over to Brandini on the initial kill onto Solo, but on the bottom side, there was no assist that went over to Mad Life, although you got to be a little bit more sad if you're the top laner in that situation.
Yeah, for sure. And now it's going to be another fight in the top lane. Solo ends up on the wrong side of a roam.
Yeah, and actually Tom Kench coming up there with Grignay as well, and that's going to be Kha'Zix picking up another kill for himself. So Delta Fox continue to keep up the pressure in kills, but they've lost the first tower gold, so they're behind in the overall gold count.
Right, but overall, that's a really nice usage of the Tom Kench ultimate. It's good to see that they're at least comfortable on the champion, able to get the Abyssal Voyage behind the Maokai, and then he's just forced to run into the other side of the map. There's no escape. He goes down, and here's the dragon that they're grabbing.
Yep, so they wind up taking that one down. Maybe I just saw into the future, Mark.
Yeah, maybe you did.
I'm a little clairvoyant.
Apparently you're not aware of when you're doing it, though, because you made it sound like it was in the past. I believed you.
Well, they are going to get that one for
me.
themselves, but Delta Fox is going to be taking that top tower in response, so that will make the gold counts a little bit more even. Almost exactly even, to be precise. So 1-1 on that one, and 5-3 is the tower count here. Is Delta Fox are still holding on to some of the things they're doing in the early stages of the game, and as we did mention, they have a Sivir pick, they have a Jace pick. Both these things will skill extremely well, whereas GCU on the opposite side, their Corki is going to put out a lot of damage. Varus has a lot of poke. Both these teams kind of stack up extremely well, but I mean, you got to kind of give it to the fact that Sivir eventually is going to wind up just being a massive, massive threat just by herself.
Right, but I'm looking a little bit more short range in terms of what I want to see done, because Gold Coin United do have teleport advantage for just a little bit longer, and the Varus is in the top lane. I would love to see them try and push up and set up some dive on that top turret. Doesn't look like they're putting too much focus on getting that done. But that should be their focus, get something out of this teleport advantage while they have it.
We'll have to see if they do utilize that one for themselves. The Maokai has been put a little bit behind, 0-2-2 for him, 1-1-2 for the Nautilus. But on the flip side, I mean, 0-1-1 for the AD carry Shine On of Delta Fox. They haven't necessarily shut him down as hard as they may have in game number one, but they are going to potentially rotate around the map now. GCU is sending multiple members to the top side and may not be utilizing the teleport advantage in the traditional way, but they are utilizing the fact that their bottom lane was opened up to rotate, and they are going to be taking this top lane tower for themselves.
Right, it's essentially using the teleport advantage. Delta Fox knows that they can't match the TP if it comes in, so they have to sack that turret. They make the right decision of going for the trade by sending Grignay down to help out with Demonte, who's pushing, while Shine On just holds on to the mid lane. Good play by both teams.
Yeah, so both teams kind of showing, as you mentioned before, Phoenix gets a little bit aggressive, but Shannon's going to throw down the spell shield to block out that big one rocket coming out from Corki. Both these teams, not only are their compositions fairly stacked up well, but both of them are fairly stacked up well in terms of how they actually play out the game. Delta Fox had one of the longest average game times in the North American Challenger Series. The only team that was longer than them was Goldcoin United. So both of these teams kind of line up with the way they play. And I see you shaking your head because that means we might be in for a long one.
No, I'm nodding my head, Tom. Don't lie to the viewers.
Well, this mid lane tower looks like to be the focus of Goldcoin United, but Delta Fox is not going to give it up without a fight. Tom Kench does wind up eating Jace as he got locked up by the Chains of Corruption, but he immediately gets exhausted on the spit back out. Brandini's joined the fray with a teleport coming back in because that one came back up, but he's also taking a lot of the damage as Phoenix winds up picking up a kill for himself. And now with double poke threats coming in and the damage dealing Graves out of the jungle, GCU are turning sights to mid tower.
Almost extremely well played by Delta Fox. Demonte went in very early to bait out a lot of the cooldowns while being saved by Baby. Unfortunately, Brandini, despite being a little bit stronger in terms of gold of the Maokai, was not actually able to out-tank him. He ends up in the middle of the team, focused down. We'll take another look at that fight.
Yeah, and this one starts off with the fact that Delta Fox do not want to give up that mid lane tower. And a teleport in from Brandini looks good, even flashes the Tempered Fate, but turnaround.
Right, here we see Solo not really taking damage while Brandini gets focused down, and he's going to just die on that one, and the rest of the team was struggling to get in range to contribute to the fight. The Kazakh's not able to do a whole lot, and not the worst decision out of Delta Fox to force that fight, but just outplayed by Goldcoin United.
And that nets Goldcoin United small gold advantages now. 4 kills to 5, still in favor of Delta Fox, and the tower in the mid lane was really the big thing that come out from Goldcoin United, because now that means they have every single outer tower on the map down. Now they gotta show that they can press on to those inner towers. I feel like I ask this question to you every single game, Mark. What does Goldcoin United got to do?
Well, I mean, they still have the teleport advantage once again now because Brandini teleported to get that flank off. They can potentially try and set something up on the far side away from the Maokai and just pressure turrets, potentially get the dive off if they don't respect it coming. It is a little bit harder to dive those inner turrets like you were saying. The path, especially on the bot side, is not as open to get the flank off because the thing loops way behind the turret. So not as easy to do. Looks like instead they're potentially just setting up a 1-3-1. Infernal Drake is coming up in a minute and a half, so maybe they just want to wait for that one. There's no rush because both team comps scale pretty similarly. Maybe you can say a little bit in favor of Goldcoin United. The AD carry doesn't scale quite as well, but the Graves damage becomes pretty crazy, and they can maybe burst out targets easier, but pretty similar overall.
Well, we'll see which one of these compositions is going to reign supreme. Goldcoin United currently have the advantages, and they are continuing to move around the map, now pressuring the top side of the jungle, so getting some of that forward ward pressure. We did mention that one of the things that Mad Life brought when he did come into the team, although he hasn't been the same kind of Mad Life we saw in the LCK fame or his previous life, he has been able to, with some good ward control, as well as a really good Bard stun right there to lock down the Tom Kench ultimate, but they are still going to wind up popping the Bard now as Brandini's come in, winds up using the depth charge, knocks up Phoenix, chases away the rest of the team as well, but Phoenix now stuck on the opposite side of the map, is going to wind up Blast coming over the wall. Aggro our friend, the Rift Herald. I don't think he wanted to do that. Solo now comes in from the other side. And
good re-engage.
Kill on the Grigny. Yeah, the re-engage here from GCU is fairly strong. Baby winds up going through all of his gray health as a piercing arrow. He cures that last
One
kill.
more R from Phoenix might be able to finish off Brandini. He gets it.
He does wind up picking him up. Demonte trying to block the rocket, but those things got splash damage.
Yeah, and I thought that was actually a mistake potentially by Phoenix earlier in the team fight to take the blast cone over, stranding Solo over the wall by himself, but a slight misposition by Grigny gives him a target to hop the wall back over on. He gets exploded by Graves, and then Solo's able to turn and allow them to continue the fight through the jungle.
Yeah, and this is Delta Fox just, they looked like they wanted this fight. It looked like it was starting great for them, but GCU, as you mentioned, they're able to turn it around somehow.
Right, I mean, it starts off really well, good use of the Abyssal Voyage, and then a great flank here by Brandini, but the rest of the team isn't actually able to get onto anyone. Brandini just forces a lot of flashes, doesn't actually lock anyone up for his team, so he says, all right, well, let's focus down Solo. But then here we see Grigny and Demonte end up a little far apart, and a great ultimate from Mash to set him up for the rest of the team to blow up that Grigny, and now everyone else is low. They have to chase and run away, and you see the power of this poke coming in from the Corki and Varus.
Yep, and then that last rocket, not that one, the one after that was the one that winds up taking down the last remaining member from Delta Fox. Now a fight continues to break out. Santorin's actually going to fall as they're trying to fight over this Infernal Drake, but it's going to be another kill going over to Phoenix. Make that a double as he winds up taking down Grigne and Demonte. Now it's Brandini all by himself. A triple kill goes over to the Corki, and all of a sudden things just evolved into non-stop kills. The Tempered Fate comes out. They're going to try to cut off Baby. The flash out there from Mad Life. He is going to get the slow, but not quite the stun. The gray health is not going to be popped, and Mash is on a killing spree.
Seems like Gold Coin United is just faster off the reset. Both teams identify that Dragon will be the next objective. They head down there, but Gold Coin United is more grouped up, and they're able to win another team fight. This one's centered around Dragon, though they're not quite focusing it yet. They focus instead on the mid lane inner turret. They grab that one, and now they're moving down to the Infernal.
Yeah, Gold Coin United just suddenly explode with a bunch of kills. 11-7, the gold count massively in their favor. Another Dragon going over to them. This time it's going to be an Infernal. 7K gold almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is a huge lead now. We talk about both these team comps being relatively similar in terms of their game plan, but when one team ends up way ahead and they both want to do the same thing, it becomes really hard to play from behind. So Delta Fox in big trouble now, potentially going to go down 2-0.
Yeah, and that would be devastating for their place in the standings. You mentioned before, Gold Coin United are below them. If they wind up taking a 2-0, they jump up 3 points. Delta Fox gets none. That means it's 6 for Gold Coin, 4 for Delta Fox. A 1-1 tie next week against Tempo Storm only nets them 1 point. So even if Gold Coin United were to lose to Team Gates 2-0, they still wouldn't get into the playoffs. So Delta Fox really need to find a way to come back into this game.
It's going to have to come off the back of some picks. They have the tools to do it. They have the Sivir speed up. They have the Nautilus CC and the global transportation of the Abyssal Voyage. They need to find a way to utilize all that and start getting some kills, because if they let Gold Coin United play the slow, controlled game from here on out, eventually they're going to be able to secure this Baron.
Well, the thing that Gold Coin United did extremely well last game was the slow, controlled vision control around the Baron pit. They forced bad fights. They were able to continuously clear out vision. It went on for almost 10 minutes, the fact that they're finally able to bait it out and get a fight where they could secure the Baron. And if it's that kind of Stranglethorn or Stranglehold on the Delta Fox this early into the game, that could result into an extremely early Baron. That could result into just running down mid lane and taking a kill. Like, Gold Coin United have the positional advantages. They have at least the coordination. They have the experience to pull that off, but can they execute it? That's the question.
That's always the question. Execution is the name of the game in League of Legends. You can have the best plan in the world, but if you give up 5 kills level 1, that doesn't really matter.
No, not quite. Although Delta Fox haven't given up those many kills at level 1, they did kind of just conga line into their deaths around that Infernal Drake. So they do have to kind of mentally reset themselves and not fall much further behind, because as we mentioned before, this is already an ever-increasing gold lead. At this point in time, 20 minutes into the game, it's translated into some huge items for them as well. Manamune has been completed. Multiple lethality items now picked up for the Varus. The Corki's the real massive threat. He already has his rapid fire cannon and his Trinity Force, so his poke and prod is full online. And you got a big beefy Maokai in the front line with a Sunfire Cape and pieces for a bunch of other resistance items. He's leading the charge into the bottom lane here now is GCU. They get a tower uncontested from Delta Fox.
Right, it's a really nice rotation. The fact that they set up a lot of mid lane pressure and then dipped into the bot side jungle. It's very hard for Delta Fox to contest that. They meet up with the Maokai, who is pushing the wave, and secure that one. Phoenix was playing really aggressively, basically regulating them to their base, not letting them get outside there. And now we see the poke continue, though they have the inhibitor turret pretty low. It'd be pretty amazing if they can just grab this one 5v5 without any kind of Baron buff. They are fairly ahead, and it looks like Delta Fox is caught trying to reset in their base.
Yeah, so that's going to be the push forward. They get the inhibitor tower. Can they get the inhibitor? It looks like not, as Tom Kent is going to join the fray. Demonte's on the side as well. Both Baby and Brandini are in the fight, but one's already dead. Tom Kent goes down. Grigne gets hit up by the Tempered Fate. Now it's going to be a split here. A Solo goes into the left side. Phoenix goes into the front side. It's a double kill they picked up on the Grigne already. Flash forward from Phoenix, and he's going to knock down Shine On. That's going to be 3 dead for 1 as Jace winds up shutting down onto Phoenix's Corki, but that's a dead inhibitor 23.5 minutes in.
We said this might be a slow game. We're dead wrong. They blew this game wide open with an inhibitor turret being taken while Delta Fox was busy trying to get their health back in their base. Delta Fox doesn't want to lose the inhibitor, so they try and force with the Tom Kenshall yet again, but they have a hard time really getting behind Delta Fox. They always end up right in the middle of them, and it's not as easy to cut off that escape then. And as a result, Delta Fox just gets the Bard ultimate onto, I believe it was Demonte, stopping his follow-up. They focus down the tanks. They're really far ahead, so you can easily melt front to back. That's exactly what they do. And they take out I believe it was a 3-for-1, right? Before ultimately grabbing the inhibitor.
Yeah, and Delta Fox, like you said, they have a good idea to what they need to do with the Tom Control Ultimate, ferrying the Nautilus into the back line, but they're doing it into the middle of the enemy team, and not only are they not doing it with the backup from Shinon, from Damonte. Damonte was on the side, Shinon was kind of still back by his tower at that point, but they're doing it into the middle, and they're splitting up where the enemy front line can just either collapse on their tanks or move forward and zone away their own carries, or they're just getting absolutely blown up by the backline power because they are just significantly behind.
And the big concern now is the fact that you have that open inhibitor in the bot lane. This is the worst one to lose when Baron is still a threat. You're basically going to need your tank stuck down there this whole time. It's nice that Brandini still has teleport, but they're going to lose a lot of vision control around that Baron buff, and Gold Coin United are going to be able to start it up whenever they feel like it's safe to.
Well, that's how they started the bottom lane push. Really solid ward control. There are 4 or 5 wards down there, multiple control wards just to deny the vision from Delta Fox. You said they don't have to worry about that bot lane. It's pushing up with super minions. They're going to transition all that vision control up towards Baron Pit and the red side.
Oh my God.
Now Shinon just gets eviscerated by the Corki damage. Maybe they don't even need Baron, Mark. Maybe they're just going to push in.
They took the bot one without Baron. They say, why not? We can take the mid one too. They grab another kill onto Shinon. They grab the inhibitor as well. They're going to move up to the top side and meet up with Maokai, who's trying to get a wave. And they might grab all 3 inhibitors before 27 minutes without a Baron buff.
Well, they're utilizing the second part of their name. They are Gold Coin United. It's 5 strong in the top lane, are now leveling that last inhibitor tower. The inhibitor itself is going to fall with multiple waves of super minions, all 3 of them down, multiple super minions in each wave, 26 minutes in. Delta Fox are looking very hard-pressed to come back.
I mean, this is not what you normally see because it's usually very hard to crack the inhibitor turrets. They not only grab 1, but they grab all 3 without Baron buff, and they're not done yet.
Tempered Fate forces the leap out from Kha'Zix, and they've kind of just split up where Delta Fox wants to go. Kha'Zix on one side of the map, Damonte on the other side of the map, and the rest of Gold Coin United are like, oh wait, you got multiple super minions pouring into your base. We could just take this Baron buff.
All right, I guess they are done now.
Nah, maybe.
Oh, Phoenix is doing a great job on zone control. He blows Grigney up for getting just a little too close to their Baron. They say, don't come anywhere near my neighborhood.
All right. Oh, and then Phoenix Valkyrie's into the wall. Feels bad, man.
That's that swag, Valkyrie. You're like, I don't even need this. Throw it at the wall.
Well, they are able to get themselves a Baron buff. They take away the enemy jungler. Phoenix is even going to take the blast plan over the wall. That's going to be 3 minutes and 30 seconds of them doing pretty much whatever they want because they have all 3 lanes down.
Yep, and they're going to be able to meet up with their super minions, guide them in now with Baron buff. This is as strong as minions come, basically. Super minion, Baron minion, double ones coming in because you got all 3 inhibitors down. This should be game over, essentially, for Gold Coin United, who are sitting now with over a 10,000 gold lead as they grab Infernal Drake before they try and close this game out.
And that means now that Gold Coin United, if they are able to close this game out, they will advance to 6 points in the standings.
Whoa!
Trolling Mad Life a little bit, knocks him back over the wall with the blast cone, but
A little bit of hazing for the newest member of the team.
I guess so. I mean, I've never thought that Mad Life would be the one that's getting hazed, but as Gold Coin United spy potential playoff spots in their eyes if they take this 2-0 here on this push, or any subsequent push, they will get themselves ahead of Delta Fox in the standings and in that coveted 4th place spot where the playoff cut is. They are just leveling the health bars of Delta Fox and their Nexus towers now. The redemption goes out. Not enough damage is there from Delta Fox, and this is going to be Gold Coin United, many a super minion in tow, leveling Delta Fox and increasing the hopes of seeing this team in the playoffs.
I mean, this is a huge step in the right direction for them. The fact that they 2-0 Delta Fox, the only team to suffer a 2-0 other than Team Gates, who they are playing next week. So this is a huge, huge win for them.
And this is definitely the Gold Coin United we expected to see. This is an extremely fast victory. This was calculated. This was them playing to all their advantages, responding to map movements, making good vision calls, just absolutely everything we expected out of a team with this much talent on it.
Right. I mean, you hear this team's roster, you expect these kinds of games nearly every single time. It's true, game one, from what we heard, was a very scrappy game with advantages being traded all over the map. But here, Gold Coin United shows that when we get a lead, Mad Life did a great job leading the team around, setting up vision on whatever their next objective was, making sure that they got their reset timings off to show up at objectives first. And then some well-played individual stuff as well, as Phoenix was able to keep blowing people up alone.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that we expected out of Phoenix coming in here. He was one of the top mid laners in NALCS just last split, and he comes into the challenger scene, was a little bit lackluster, had really good performances on LeBlanc, but he gets his hands on Corki, who's another extremely powerful mid laner, and he goes to show why that's such a contested pick.
I mean, it used to be one of his best champions. He was known for playing that nonstop. He had the highest CS per minute in the world when this was his most played champion. So obviously he's very comfortable on Corki. I think it's great that Goldcoin United has prioritized that for him. It's a champion I think he'll always do well on. So very intelligent overall for them. A good draft, solid all around, and then great execution.
Yeah, and a lot of that really comes from the objective play. We heard in game number 1 that it was their advantage that eventually won them that long 40-plus minute game. This time around, it was a fight around Dragon that really broke the game open for GCU. They basically took control of the game here because of that reset, because of them predicting where Delta Fox was going to be.
And a little bit unfortunate right there where you see the Jace E knocks him out of the Nautilus hook, which keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but even without that, the whole team of Goldcoin United is already here. We see Shinon not in frame at all, and it's basically a 5v3 that maybe could have gone a little bit better for Delta Fox, but ultimately they were still outgunned, and we're going to lose that fight.
Yeah, and that was just basically the product of, like you said, all the potential movement coming out from GCU, all of the advanced planning, all the vision control. They were just outmaneuvering Delta Fox on the map, and after that fight where Delta Fox was kind of struggling to get there, and once their map movement was predicted, Goldcoin United just kind of coasted to victory.
Yeah, it did feel like it was almost a little bit too easy. We would have expected Delta Fox to not lose an inhibitor turret for nothing, essentially, and then lose all 3 inhibitors. At some point, it's like, all right, I mean, maybe if you lose the fight, you lose the game, but you're definitely going to lose it if you just keep giving stuff away for free.
Well, it is one of the things we've seen kind of from Delta Fox. If they aren't getting these early advantages, very much like Echo Fox in the LCS, if they're not getting those advantages and being able to push them very aggressively, they kind of fall back, they get a little afraid, and they don't exactly know what to do. But a team like GCU, they know how to capitalize on that.
Yep, definitely. GCU looking very strong this game, able to win that one pretty much flawlessly. I mean, there was some early deaths, some early trades, but as soon as they got their lead, it's hard to find a mistake in what they did.
Yeah, and for more on that, a Game 2 victory, we'd like to welcome Mash to the broadcast via Skype. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Oh, we're doing fine. We just watched you guys pretty much dismantle Delta Fox in that game. It was a lot quicker than game number 1, so how do you feel about that 2-0 series overall?
It feels really good for us because, you know, our last 3 matches have been 1-1, so we're really happy with the 2-0.
And talk to me a little bit about getting more used to Mad Life. He's been around now for close to a month, I think. And has the synergy improved? How's his English? Like, how's all that coming together, both in-game and out of game?
For the in-game, it was like a little rough at first for the first week. But as time flew by and we got duo queue games in for solo queue, like we started to mesh really well, and his English is good.
Definitely good to hear. Another thing I want to talk about now that you're the AD carry expert with us is the Sivir pick. We've been seeing it a little bit more, particularly into Varus. And while that makes sense for the laning phase, it does seem like it struggles once it gets out of there. We saw Phoenix abusing it with Corki. Is this something that you think we're going to see more of, or was this just a quick experiment by a couple teams in the Challenger Series this week?
I think it's an experiment. I don't think you can ever pick Sivir into Varus. Varus destroys Sivir in lane. Even though you can spell shield the Q from Varus, you just get outranged and you have a lot of potential to, get a CS lead in lane and diver later on.
And with that 2-0 you guys just took over Delta Fox, I want to kind of shift the focus back onto you guys because now you've kind of put yourself in a prime place for playoffs. Obviously, the goal is to get back into the LCS, but you guys, like you mentioned before, you went 1-1 against most of the other teams. Now you're kind of up there jockeying for position with them. Which one of these teams are you really looking out for as you may be gearing up for the playoffs?
I guess my big focus, because the first game I played was against eUnited, so I'm looking at them mainly, and I want to win against them.
Get some revenge.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a tough matchup. eUnited doing extremely well today, so it's going to be a battle of the Uniteds, I guess.
No, that's it. That's why.
Yeah.
All right, well, I want to congratulate you on the 2-0 victory, and thank you for coming on for the interview, Mash. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And with that last match of the day in the books, let's see how the standings shake up after week number 4. As we just mentioned with Match here, eUnited holding sole position of first place with their 2-0 over Team Gates tonight at 8 total points. In second place, we got another tie. It's Big Gods Jackals, Goldcoin United, and Tempo Storm all coming in at 6 points apiece. Delta Fox now follow behind in 5th with Team Gates in last place.
Right, I mean, the big thing was there was a 3-way tie at the top. Now there's a 3-way tie at the second position.
Well, there's more League of Legends just around the corner with, of course, the NA LCS resuming on Friday. First up, it's Team Dignitas. They're going to be taking on FlyQuest. In the second series of the night, we'll see Team Envy going head-to-head with Echo Fox. And, of course, a reminder, the Challenger Series will be on a short hiatus for IEM Katowice, so tune back on March 1st through Week 5 of the NACS, and that means that I'll spend a week away from you.
Thank God.
Well, actually,
I can't handle it.
we still got ULAW.
Dang.
I guess not, but
Don't get my hopes up like that.
sorry, that's what I do best. That's going to be it for us tonight. So from myself, Mark, and the entire Challenger broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we will see you next week. Or the week after.
Whenever.
Whenever. The exhaust has been used. Front to Monte. Grigney is here. Phoenix is going to wind up flashing away. The jump after by Grigney, and Brandini's roamed down. The flash twisted advance lands onto him, and all of a sudden there's a Santorin over there. The Dread Flank goes out, but down goes Brandini. Brandini's joined the fray with a teleport coming back in because that one came back up, but he's also taking a lot of the damage as Phoenix winds up picking up a kill for himself. Yeah, the re-engage here from GCU is fairly strong. Baby winds up going through all of his gray health as a piercing arrow. He cures that last
One
kill.
more R from Phoenix might be able to finish off Brandini. He gets it.
Last remaining member from Delta Fox. Now a fight continues to break out. Santorin's actually going to fall as they're trying to fight over this Infernal Drake, but it's going to be another kill going over to Phoenix. Make that a double as he winds up taking down Grigney and Demonte. Both Baby and Brandini are in the fight, but one's already dead. Tom Kench goes down. Grigney gets hit up by the Tempered Fate. Now it's going to be a split here. A solo goes into the left side. Phoenix goes into the front side. It's a double kill they picked up on the Grigney already. Flash forward from Phoenix, and he's going to knock down Shine On. That's going to be 3 dead.